We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for September 29th, 2022. I'm Stephen Nelson, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9:01 a.m. The administrative docket, on the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. On page 1, 29601 will be continued to October. On page 3, case number 29604, continued to October. On page number 4, case number 29314 will be continued to October. Case number 29364 will be continued to October. Page 6, case number 29609 will be called today, but will be called at or after 1:30 p.m. Case number 29289 will be continued to October.
Mr. Examiner, excuse me, which case is going to be taken after 1 p.m.? Or?
That's case number 29609.
Okay.
On page 12, case number 29329 will be continued to October. Case number 29401 and 29402 will also be continued to October. Case on page 13, case number 29544, 29309 will be continued to October. And on page 14, case number 29504 will be remanded. The administrative docket starts on page 6 with case number 29610 and goes through case number 29504 and includes the docket supplement with case number 29629. Case number 29504 will be remanded. The remainder of these cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases on the administrative docket will be placed on the Oil and Gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters on the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We will begin with case number 29599. On a motion of the Commission to review the operations of, consider the termination of, or any other appropriate action of the Hoffland-Bakken Unit, McKenzie and Williams Counties, ND, operated by XTO Energy, Inc., and such other relief as is appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, and I'm appearing in case 29599 on behalf of XTO Energy, Inc. Mr. Examiner, I believe you indicated that there's a supplemental docket, and on that supplemental docket is a case number 29629, which has to do with a similar case as 29599, which is for the Hoffland-Bakken unit, and that is for the Grinnell-Bakken unit. We have two witnesses. In each of these cases, the testimony for the two cases will be identical. So at this time, we'd respectfully request that these two matters be combined and consolidated for purposes of hearing.
Is there any comment from the Commission or any objection to combining these cases for the purposes of hearing? Seeing none, your motion is granted. For the purposes of hearing, we will combine case number 29629 with 29599, and I will read the caption for that case now. On a motion, or case number 29629, on a motion of the Commission to review the operations of, consider the termination of, or any other appropriate action of the Grinnell-Bakken Unit, McKenzie and Williams County, ND, operated by XTO Energy, Inc., and such other relief as is appropriate. And we may move on to your witness.
Do I need to make an appearance of that?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you again, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in case 29629 on behalf of XTO Energy, Inc. And once again, thank you for consolidating the matters. The first witness we intend to call is Mr. Kevin Gant. Mr. Gant is present with us in the hearing room. Also present in the hearing room is Mr. Doug MacArthur. Mr. MacArthur is a senior counsel with XTO and will be involved in the hearing basically by observing it, but perhaps more.
All right. Well, so we'll begin with Mr. Gant. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Kevin, state your full name for the record, please.
Kevin John Gant.
And Kevin, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by XTO Energy,
In what capacity?
the Bakken Operations Manager.
And in that capacity, have you had an opportunity to testify before the Commission previously?
No, I have not.
What I'd like you to do, Kevin, is briefly describe for the examiner and the Commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Okay. So I have a petroleum engineering degree from University of Alberta in Edmonton, which I received with honors in 2001. I joined ExxonMobil Canada, worked as a reservoir engineer, as a petroleum engineer, and then moved as a facilities engineer, also supporting the Hibernia project in Eastern Canada. From there, I became a facilities engineering lead after doing development in Halifax on the Sable project, a big offshore gas facility. From there, I moved to West Africa with ExxonMobil into Angola, where I was an engineering supervisor. I spent 3 years there and then went into our business planning group for my first stint through the U.S. in Houston, followed by London, England. From there, I ran an operation in northern Canada for about 3 years, and more recently was a technical manager over about 50 engineers with Imperial Oil. All of my experience, the last 20 years plus, is with ExxonMobil or partner companies or affiliates.
And Kevin, tell us again, what is your current position with the company?
In September, effective September 1st, my position is Bakken Operations Manager, based in Williston, North Dakota.
So if you took the position in September 1st, you've been on the job 3-4 weeks, is that correct? Here in North Dakota?
That's right.
Okay.
So this will be my third full 5-day week on the job.
Okay. And just briefly, Kevin, can you tell us what some of your responsibilities are in this new position that you've had for approximately a month?
Yeah, absolutely. So I oversee the operation within the Bakken. We produce, we have about 18 service rigs. We have on the order of 200 to 300 people. We're in a ramp up right now, and approximately almost 10 times as many contractors that support us. And I oversee the day-to-day safety, health, environment, production, financials associated with the asset for XTO.
And in preparation for today's consolidated matters, have you made a thorough study and review of the relevant operations issues that are involved in these two cases?
I've to the best of my abilities, as stated in the oath, yes, I have.
Okay. And part of when you say that, it's because you've only been on the job
That's right.
approximately a month. Okay.
Yep.
And also in preparation for today's hearings, have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yeah, we have a number of exhibits, 9 or 10 exhibits that we'd like to go through today.
Okay. And have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
Yes, I have.
We'd offer the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay. Kevin, let's turn to the first exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as Exhibit 1. What I'd like you to do is first identify the exhibit and then briefly describe what's contained upon it.
Okay. What we have here is Exhibit 1. It is a locator map showing the location of the HBU and GBU. On the left, you'll see where Williams and McKenzie counties are, called out in blue. And you can see the little red box, and called out on the right is that red box. And within the yellow, within that box, is the GBU and the HBU. The GBU comprises approximately 17,000 acres and is predominantly located in the Grinnell field. And the HBU comprises about 9,000 acres and is in the Hoffland field.
And when you say GBU, and I don't have any problem with you using the acronym, we're talking about the Grinnell Bakken unit, is that correct?
That's right.
And when you say HBU, you're talking about the Hoffland Bakken unit, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And these are both these are both units that were formed by the Industrial Commission some time ago, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go on then to the next exhibit, Kevin, Exhibit 2.
Okay.
And as you did with Exhibit 1, once again, I'd like you to first identify the exhibit and then briefly describe what's contained upon it.
Okay. So Exhibit 2 is the background on the unitization needs. I think everyone has a copy of it. So as we discussed, and my predecessors discussed in 2019, before the units were approved, the lake and the area surrounding the lake drive the necessity for the units. You can see in the box in the bottom right that without the overlying HBU and GBU units, 10 of the underlying spacing units would be inaccessible. You get a good sense for that from the map, just kind of looking at where the river goes through. This results in with the creation of the unit, about 90 million barrels of recoverable resource being accessible through the creation of these units. While the increased reserves is important both to us and for the state and other interest owners, the units present additional advantages such as reducing the surface footprint as well as flaring. While all of these benefits were made possible by the creation of the units, the additional production also required a comprehensive takeaway plan, and we'll get into that in the future exhibits, and that enables the oil and gas to reach the market. XTO, with that takeaway plan, began investing in infrastructure required by the comprehensive takeaway plan even before the units were approved.
And it's my understanding, Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, this Exhibit 2, this was an exhibit that was presented in nearly an identical form at the unitization hearing, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's also my understanding that this unit was put together to solve some of the problems that exist in this area, one being very rough terrain, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's also was designed and put together so that facilities could be consolidated, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it also provided an opportunity for the elimination of internal setbacks between spacing units. Is that also your understanding?
Yes, it is.
And as a result of the applications, you testified earlier that these two units were formed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go on then to the next exhibit, Kevin, Exhibit 3. And once again, identify the exhibit, please, and then briefly describe what's contained upon it and why it's important to today's hearing.
Yeah, for sure. So Exhibit 3 is the HBU and GBU infrastructure overview, where I'll give a bit of an overview of the infrastructure that's been put in place and is continuing to be put in place. I'll just orient you on the right-hand side. There's a couple of things. You'll see a couple of yellow stars. So on the right-hand side, that is the Rough Rider compression station. And on the left-hand side is the flicker tail. And you'll see kind of in a, I'll call it a peach color, moving from the left star going right all the way over to the yellow star. There's a bit of a gap in there, but that is a pipeline that I'm going to talk about, just in terms of orientation. So this slide, shows the legacy infrastructure in the region of the units and the new infrastructure needed for proper takeaway from the units. While there are several gathering lines in the region to support the existing wells, there was not sufficient compression or pipes of sufficient diameter to accommodate additional production from these units. Again, the Rough Rider compression station is shown in the yellow star to the right, which is just outside of the HBU. The Rough Rider is shown as the yellow star to the right, which is just outside. Rough Rider is outside the HBU. We have a pipeline connecting the two that I alluded to. That is a 28-inch pipeline running south. The hydraulics going both north and west from HBU are improved to enable increased production from the HBU. Similarly, the flicker tail facility is on the western edge of the GBU, and that's the yellow star again, and that enables increased production and offtake to the west from the GBU. Now, if we take these two compression facilities together, the sum total of the capacity is about 160 million cubic feet a day of offtake capacity that these two facilities and the pipeline enables. These two facilities, as well as the three existing compression facilities, again, are connected to the 28-inch pipeline. The length of that pipeline, again, in the peach color, is about 10 miles. And to get ahead of this question, there was a 28-inch pipe already in the ground that could be used between the Stockman compressor station and the Beaver Bay pig farm, where the pipe goes north to Rough Rider. So you can see there's a bit of a disconnect in the peach-colored line, and that's what that is. That was already pre-existing infrastructure. These two facilities, the Flickertail and Rough Rider, received internal funding approval in December of 2018, and work commenced soon after. While the construction was paused during COVID, work was restarted in earnest in January of this year, and the compressors and pipelines are forecast to be completed within the next 6 to 9 months. There'll be a few punch list items and things as we go forward and, trail on into 2023, but largely completed in the next 6 to 9 months. To help illustrate the work completed before the COVID pause, and since the restart at the beginning of the year, we've got a couple of other exhibits that we'll get into, just showing some of the pictures, what it looked like at the pause during COVID, and then what things look like, approximately within the last month or so.
So to briefly summarize, Kevin, even before the Grinnell Bakken unit and the Huffland Bakken unit were formed, XTO had in mind to improve the infrastructure in this area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And it started that process by laying pipes, building compressor stations, but then that was paused as a result of COVID. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you're going to get into a little bit more detail in terms of the timeline in another exhibit. Is that correct?
Yeah, we'll have a full timeline.
Okay. And now that for the most part COVID has subsided, you're back full-time trying to put this infrastructure back in place. Is that correct? Not back in place, into place. Is that correct?
Yes, and I'll speak more about that.
Sure.
There's been a absolutely significant ramp up in 2022 to get this infrastructure online.
Okay. And you're going to specifically talk about the costs that XTO has incurred in putting that infrastructure in place.
Yes, I will.
Okay, let's go then on to the next exhibit, Kevin, Exhibit 4. Once again, can you identify Exhibit 4 and then briefly highlight what's contained upon it?
Yeah, for sure. Exhibit 4 is the Rough Rider compression station. And just if I were to refer back to Exhibit 3, again, that would be the station just north of the HBU that's on the eastern side of that prior map that we were looking at. So this is a Rough Rider compression station. So this facility will provide up to 100 million cubic feet a day of compression capacity and will cost on the order of about $77 million. The Rough Rider facility is required to enable produced gas from HBU to move north and west to processing facilities. In the picture on the left, you can see the work that commenced before March 2020. See it on the left-hand side there, and then we ended up pausing activity due to COVID. And you guys all recall the low price environment with even realizations going negative. The picture on the right illustrates the degree to which XTO had prepared before January of 2022 when construction restarted, and also the commitment and pace of the construction. Significant progress made this year on the Rough Rider compression station. As we focus on the details of these facilities, it's important to note that these facilities are required to enable production from the units, but are not being charged to any interest owners in the unit. The interest owners in these units will be beneficiaries of XTO's investment in this infrastructure, which is far better than paying for a well, for example, that is curtailed due to takeaway limits. For the Rough Rider station, we do plan to have construction completed later on this year, tentatively in the November timeframe.
And the cost that XTO is going to incur for the Rough Rider compression station is what?
Yeah, around $77 million.
So clearly a significant investment, and an investment that indicates that XTO has every intention of developing these two units. Is that correct?
That's correct. Okay. I would say on the order of about 140 people, just to get a sense, were mobilized to site. So it's a very significant construction site. You can see in the picture on the right, a lot of infrastructure being put in place.
Okay. And once again, a delay because of COVID and low oil prices, but clearly we're back on track and trying to get this done as quickly as possible.
That's right.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 5. Tell me what Exhibit 5 is.
Okay. So continuing in a similar vein, Exhibit 5 is the flicker tail compressor station, and if you have Exhibit 3 handy, it is on the left-hand side, just on the north end of the GBU, just to orient us. Exhibit 5 is similar to Exhibit 4. It, in terms of format, it shows both the early progress of the Flickertail facility and the degree of investment and commitment once the project was restarted at the first of the year. The facility was designed, or is designed, as a 60 million cubic feet a day capacity with the potential to expand to 100 million cubic feet a day. The cost of the facility is estimated to be about $64 million. We are working diligently on the construction, and we expect completion in March of 2023, obviously subject to weather conditions, of course, as we go through the winter and have winter construction.
So once again, Kevin, a significant investment in infrastructure, clearly indicating that XTO intends to go forward with development of these two units. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit, Kevin, Exhibit 6. Once again, identify and tell us why this exhibit is important to today's hearings.
Okay. Exhibit 6, again, if I were to refer back to Exhibit 3, it's that peach-colored line that's connecting the facilities. So Exhibit 6 is a 28-inch pipeline spine. So Exhibit 6 is merely to help visualize the development of the new 28-inch line that improves efficiency and capacity of each compression facility connected to the larger pipe. The current plan is to finish this in the next month or two before winter conditions set in, tentatively October of 2022. This line is roughly 10 miles long, and significant boring operations to get it tied in. You can get a sense for that in the picture of on the right-hand side.
Okay, and the three exhibits that you've discussed now, the two compressor facilities, actually the four exhibits, the layout of the infrastructure, specifics as to the Rough Rider compression station, the Flickertail compression station, and now the 28-inch pipeline. That demonstrates XTO's commitment to improving the efficiency and effectiveness of the development and reducing or eliminating flaring. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Without this infrastructure, if the development were to take place, there would be considerably more flaring than if you were allowed to finish this infrastructure before you start completing wells. Is that correct?
I would say there'd be either considerable more flaring or production that would need to be curtailed. And flaring is important to us, and we're continuing to work to reduce it.
Okay. And as promised, your timeline. Let's go next to that, Exhibit 7. Once again, please identify the exhibit, even though I have, and tell us what's contained upon that exhibit.
Okay. Exhibit 7 is a timeline of the HBU and GBU infrastructure and development activity. So it is, you can see on the bottom, we go from the beginning of 2018 through into the better part of 2024, just to provide a bit of an orientation of the timeline. This exhibit is intended to help focus us on the timeline of events related to the units. We can start with the tallest line in the middle of the page. It's, we call it a major event, representing the COVID pause that was implemented in April 2020 after drilling at the Mueller pad had commenced. At that time, it was determined that completing the wells was not prudent due to the lack of appropriate takeaway capacity and the inability to continue the increased drilling activity in the HBU. XTO continued to work on the Mueller wells to ensure that they could be secured during the uncertainty of COVID. While the timeline merely highlights the funding dates for the infrastructure projects you saw in the pictures, that significant construction began before the COVID pause. In the 12 months from the unit approval by the NDIC to the COVID pause, just for reference in this diagram, it is significant. It's on the order of about 20 months. But in that 12 months from the unit approval by the NDIC to the COVID pause, XTO began construction of two significant compression stations a major pipeline project, and mobilized a rig to commence drilling on HBU. As you would have seen in our 2020 development plan, many more wells have been planned in the HBU and would have been drilled, but for the pandemic impact on our industry. As we progress to the right, you can see that we restarted the necessary infrastructure construction associated with the GBU and HBU in January of 2022. You can also see the currently funded and planned activities through the first quarter of 2024. A couple of other comments I want to share is within 2022, we talked about the ramp up of the compressor stations as well as the 28-inch pipeline and got that work restarted. In addition to that significant ramp up work in projects, we've also been advancing our DUC program, where we had about 158 drilled and uncompleted wells. We've been working the DUC program in earnest, and we expect this program to be completed in the first quarter of 2024 based upon our current projections. Once this work is complete, we'll be in a much better position to develop the HBU and the GBU. Frankly, it's a ton of work that's ongoing with the compression stations being built and the 28-inch line, a ton of work with the DUC program. Also in 2021 and into 2023, we've increased our number of service rigs from a low of around 9 in 2021 to currently about 18 service rigs, so effectively a doubling of that capacity. And we're expecting to hit 20 service rigs in the next couple of months. That's a huge ramp up in activity. And to just give you a sense, to accommodate that ramp up in activity, I think we all know some of the onboarding challenges within North Dakota and getting people. We've ramped up employees and HAC contractors, plans to ramp up by over 40% in 2022. And so if you think about the increase in service rigs, the increase in employees and contractors directly supporting our business, that's a lot of onboarding and a lot of work to be done and a lot of culture building within our operation to get us to a point where we're in a position to move on HBU and GBU. There's a ton of work there yet.
And Kevin, just one very minor clarification. For those people in the room who don't understand or don't know about the acronym DUC, that stands for drilled but not completed, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay.
So when the COVID pause happened, we had roughly 160 DUCs. I think the number was 158. During that negative price environment and the slowdown of COVID, that work was delayed, and we got that work going in earnest. So we had 158 of these wells sitting there. With the ramp up in activity to do the DUCs get ramped up coming out of COVID, we're not in a position to develop the HBU and GBU. We have to get those drilled uncompleted wells completed, tied in, online, which is going to take until the better part of first quarter of 2024.
And that all fits in with XTO's plan of not drilling and completing and producing a lot of wells in these two units until you have the infrastructure in place, right?
That's right.
Because if you do it the other way around, drill, complete, and start producing, you're going to have to flare that gas until the infrastructure is in place. Is that correct?
Again, that's one option, would be to flare the gas, but our preference is to not flare the gas,
Right.
which would result in either flaring, which we don't want to do, or curtailing, which then drilling the wells isn't a prudent investment for ourselves or our partners.
You want to capture as much of that gas and oil from the reservoir as you can. Is that correct?
Absolutely, especially if you look at the prices.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have at this time for Mr. Gant. We are going to be calling a reservoir engineer next, and then we'll probably recall Kevin to have some concluding questions.
Okay. Should we ask the questions here now from the commission staff for this section? So are there any questions from commission staff?
Kevin, on your exhibit 3,
Yep.
What are the, for my benefit, what are the dark blue, light blue, red, and yellow lines on there?
These are a mix of gathering lines and that we have throughout the area that are largely outside of the GBU and HBU.
So I assume the color code means something, but you're not aware what that might mean?
It's the various sizes of the lines, maybe not necessarily relevant to the actual GBU, HBU per se.
And so also looking at this exhibit, so the peach line that runs east and west,
Yep.
and then north to the Rough Rider, in essence, that pink line is connected all the way across there with that existing 28-inch line?
Yeah, that's right. There's if you were to interpolate between that vertical section of line where the Rough Rider is on the right to the next red star moving from right to left, there's a line there that's already in place.
You stated that the costs, I believe when you were talking about the Rough Rider compressor station, the costs were not charged to the owners in the units, I assume. Will they eventually be charged to them?
No, that's not the case.
So I assume that's the same with the flicker tail and the 28-inch pipeline spine?
Yeah, that's right.
So you said that you prefer to complete your 158 duct program before you begin drilling in the units. When do you anticipate to begin drilling?
When do we anticipate to begin drilling? So I'll address that with, we want to get through, again, the duct program, and the earliest that we would be comfortable commencing drilling would be in the 2024-ish timeframe. I would also want to see the performance of the compressor stations and the performance of the wells that we have, and see how the wells coming in from the GBU, HBU would affect that capacity, and if there's any further facility modifications that would be required. But the earliest we would plan to drill would be 2024. That'll be subject to what I just mentioned, as well as going through our capital allocation plan, which we go through once annually. And we'll have a really good sense as we go through the 2023 corporate planning exercise, which will occur kind of middle of next year and into later on next year.
So my next question, I assume is probably irrelevant, but I assume you do not have a rig under contract then at this time?
No, we don't have a rig under contract at this time. And I guess I would come back to, with the ramp up in activity that we have with the existing projects that we have, you know, again, that's on the order of about 250 people that we've had at site just for projects. We've ramped up significantly on our service rigs, our pulling units, significantly on our employee and contractor base. And we're not in a position at this point to be able to comfortably onboard a rig just with all that activity. But once we get through that activity, we'll be in a position to evaluate contracting a rig.
And I don't know if you're the correct person, but as a matter of housekeeping, I don't believe the 2022 unit reports for either unit were filed. Is that something you can check into?
Yeah, we can check into that. And our next witness may know the answer to that.
Okay. That's all I have for now.
Okay, thanks.
Would you be the right person to ask questions about like the actual unit agreement, the term, and the effective date on the unit? Or is there another witness that would be better to address on that?
Probably another witness will be better that's coming.
So who would do that?
We're going to be calling what was your, I don't know that I caught your
The
question.
unit agreement, the effective date, and the term of the unit, what would constitute termination of the unit?
We perhaps will have somebody on the call that could answer, but it sounds to me that, like, that may be a legal question, and maybe I can take a stab at it. But let's see, you can ask the question either now or when we get the reservoir engineer on, and we'll try to answer it for you.
So do you have the effective date for both units? Do you know when the unit became effective for either one?
I do not know that answer, but that's certainly,
I do. It's
Okay.
April 1st of 2019.
I had it written down. I just wanted,
okay.
That's correct.
and then I guess going to so the units are effective as of that date. So the term in the unit agreements, what would constitute termination for the units based on the term in the unit
there-
agreements?
There's a number of provisions that could terminate the unit, but typically it would come to the point where you no longer have any production within the unit boundaries, and clearly that's not the case here. We're not drilling additional wells at this point in time, but we're still producing the wells that were drilled and completed at the time of unitization.
Right. So the wells that were in the unit as of when the unit became effective have continued production throughout the entire time frame since, or effectively have continued production since the unit went effective?
I would say the answer to that question is generally speaking, yes, but the reservoir engineer may be able to say, you know, we shut in this well for a period of time for one reason or another, or we did that. But generally speaking, we have not shut in production in the unit. It's been producing,
So the unit on a whole has continued to produce? Okay.
yes.
One other quick question. The duck program you got in your timeline as far as anticipated time frame for it ending in 2024. When did you start ramping up on the duck program? When did that activity start? Was it on?
Let me have a look. I think we started last year, approximately the fourth quarter of last year. Kind of third, fourth quarter of last year, late third, early fourth.
Okay. And how many, I guess, workover rigs or completion crews are active at this point?
On the ducks?
Yep.
I think it's several that are supporting. I don't have an exact number. I can get back to you on that.
Okay. Yeah, if we can verify that either during testimony coming up or
Okay.
as a supplemental piece of information, if not. I think that's all I got. Thank you.
Kevin, on your Exhibit 7, you state that the duck program will be completed, looks like towards the end of the first quarter, beginning of the second quarter of 2024.
Yep.
But recent conversation and documentation from XTO has all stated that the duck program will be finished third quarter of 2023. So can you explain why there's such a discrepancy in that and why it's being pushed back more?
Yeah, I don't have the document that you're referring to, so my apologies for that. But what I would say is that we continue to reevaluate the program based upon how progress is going. And based upon what we see right now with the pace of the program and any follow-ups that we need to do, it's taking notionally until the first quarter of 2024. I would say, you know, there's been no real changes in resource allocation, so it's not, hey, we've stood down work and going slower. I think we'll continue to update that timeline as we go and learn. And as of now, it's first quarter 2024.
Okay, so with the change of basically 2 quarters, so a half of a year, what confidence does the commission have that XTO will stick to this new timeline now of first quarter of 2024?
I think what I'd come back to is we'll continue to work the duck program in earnest, and we'll continue to keep the commission informed to the extent that that the commission would like to. So I think there was a meeting on August 2nd where there was an update. I think there's been periodic discussions as we go, and we're happy to continue to, provide updates as we go on progress, just to ensure that there's that degree of transparency, that we're committed to the program.
Good, thanks.
I guess just a couple other quick questions. The Mueller pad in HBU that you indicated had been drilled but not yet completed. Do you have that currently slated in the duck program, or is that
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, that's at the tail end, so at the last part of the duck program, as it stands right now.
So those completions will come on as kind of the last part of the duck program, and then feasibly you transition over and potentially start the drilling program and the rest of the activity in the units.
I would say that's some of the logic behind putting those ducks at the tail end of the program would be, we want to make sure we protect the correlative rights of the other interest owners in the groups and not be producing sooner.
Okay. And then I know you've said that most of the costs for the compressor station work and the infrastructure work you've been doing isn't being charged to the units. Has any of the infrastructure work, or is any infrastructure work being done, within the units that would be charged to the unit as part of this, or is that all going to happen after you ramp up actual unit operations?
I'll have to get back to you on that. I don't know.
Okay.
And it could be our next witness may know that off the top of their heads. Or,
I'm not sure I
Yeah.
needed, it was more of a, just trying to put everything in
Okay.
context, so.
okay, so no, is that something you want us to follow up, or?
I'll
Yeah.
see
Deliberate.
if I need something,
Okay,
I'll let you know.
okay, thanks.
Thanks.
I got one more for you, Kevin. But looks like majority of the work happening in 2023, does XTO have like a schedule of when each duck well will be completed, moving forward to the end of the program?
Yeah, we have a schedule of when each well is going to be completed, recognizing that there's execution overlays on that, and that schedule is subject to change as we go and we learn more.
Would that be something XTO would be willing to share? The schedule for completion of the duck wells?
I think we can give our current outlook as to what that schedule looks like.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, just submit that as a supplement.
Say again?
Would I be willing to submit that as a supplement?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
and I'd say when we submit that, it is like the schedule you referred to earlier that I haven't seen. It's a snapshot in time and subject to ongoing analysis and, scrutiny as we go forward, just, getting all the pieces to hang together as we execute the program.
Good, thanks.
Yep. You're welcome.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, I guess we can move on to your next witness.
Yes, and so that I don't mispronounce his name, I'm going to have Al state his full name for the record before you swear him.
All right.
Al, could you do this for us? Oh,
I believe he's on the phone.
okay. I
We
don't
can
think
go
we
through the
called
steps
him
to
in,
call him
so
in.
I may have to do that. He's on a Zoom here. Could you just have a moment here to
Yeah.
call him in? I thought he was going to call here, but sounds like that didn't happen.
So,
He was gonna call the number that Lynn gave.
Yeah,
believe.
then he should be on the phone now, but he didn't call. I wonder, can you just call him and have him call this number?
Sure, let me have the number and I'll let him know.
Brock, what's the number here? 8099? Yeah, 328 8099. Yeah,
I can send them a quick text.
Go ahead, if you've got his, 701 what?
701 328 8099.
Well, why don't we take a quick, just a couple minute recess here and then come back when we get them
Okay,
online.
sounds good.
Middle.
right, we are back on the record in the hearing for cases number 29599 and 29629. Lawrence, you had your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Al, can you state your full name for the record, please, and spell your last name?
Sure, this is Allery Levero Lopez. My last name is spelled Levereault-Lopez, Lopez.
Mr. Examiner, he's ready to be sworn.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Libero Lopez. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Al, can you tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity?
I am a reservoir engineer with ExxonMobil, and I've been in the same role with the Bakken for about the past 3.5 years.
And in that capacity, have you had an opportunity to testify before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I did.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Al, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 8. Can you tell me what Exhibit 8 is?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Exhibit 8 is just an illustration of the units as they exist today. So you can see the pink lines on the visualization represent the existing wells that were there when we unitized both HBU and GBU. The Mueller ducts in the top right of the HBU, those were the wells that were drilled just before the pandemic commenced. I'd say this pad is a pretty good example of the development that we anticipate across the entirety of HBU and GBU. Additionally, I'll call attention to the southern point of GBU. You see a dashed line there. This dashed line represents a Petra Hunt lease line well that was drilled in September of 2019. And it is allocated to GBU owners and the respective owners outside of GBU on a regular acreage basis. So you'll also notice that we've got bright red squares across each of the units. Those represent the paths that were existing pre-unitization, and then the yellow square at the top right for the Mueller ducts. That is the new pad that was set up post-unitization. On the table on the left, you'll see a little bit of a description in terms of well counts, both existing pre-unitization and post-unitization, as well as for our new wells and our Mueller ducts, what target zones we have drilled.
Okay, and let's just talk a little bit about the Petro Hunt well. That's a situation where that well is drilled outside the unit boundaries of GBU, but half of the production will go to GBU and half of the production will go to the lands outside of the GBU in that spacing unit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, let's go on to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 9. Once again, identify that exhibit and briefly describe what's contained upon it.
So Exhibit 9 is the representation of what we expect a full HBU-GBU development to look like. So the difference between the two exhibits is that we've got new well sticks across the remainder of HBU-GBU that aren't necessarily drilled yet, but they represent our current plan of development. There are a couple technical highlights that I'd like to point out across these units. And those include a widening of well spacing. Since we first started the development planning of these units, we optimized that well spacing just based on economics and our ability to recover remaining resource per DSU. So this should avoid waste and the drilling of unnecessary wells. Additionally, over the past few years, we've been able to optimize our completion design based on various technical hydraulic fracture studies across the basin. We believe that these optimized completion designs will increase our capital efficiency, maximize our return on investment, and it will actually speed up the pace of development. The last point I'll make here is the target zones across the two units. We've done a pretty in-depth study in terms of determining where our oil saturations are most robust across the different landing zones, Middle Bakken, Three Forks, and Three Forks 2. And so based on those studies, we've optimized which landing zones we'd like to target with our future development. So, when these units were first set up, I think we were proposing around 150 new wells. As of today, our current development plan looks to be more in the ballpark of 123 wells, driven by that widening of well spacing. So you can see the red squares in the visualization still represent those paths that existed pre-unitization. The yellow squares are new paths that we anticipate we will have that are new post-unitization. And then you see our tentative pad names, well counts, and then well length descriptors across each of our pads. Finally, the last graphic is going to be the colored circles in the peach and the blue. So the blue circles are supposed to represent the HBU development order, where we believe we would send a rig when we begin development. What order we would drill these units up in, and then coincides pretty well with the same order in terms of where we would complete. The peach circles represent the exact same thing for GBU. In the tables on the left, you can see a little bit more description just in terms of well counts by unit, by formation, and also some descriptors on the proposed lateral lengths for our future development.
So, Al, as I understand your testimony, there's been some minor modifications in the development plans for these two units, and it amounts to the drilling of a few less wells. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's based on the fact that further information on this field and other fields in the area indicates that that's going to result in more efficient and effective development. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have for this witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Al, when development does begin, how many rigs do you anticipate would be drilling in the two units?
That's part of an evaluation that we've done a couple times. I think the sweet spot would be maybe somewhere around 2, 3, 4 rigs, but that is a dynamic evaluation that may change.
Okay, thank you.
In looking at your Exhibit 9, and you touched on this a little bit, that your plans had changed a little bit, but looks like you are not currently planning to have any second bench Three Forks development in the GBU. Is that correct?
As of today, that is correct.
But you still anticipate doing Middle Bakken, TF1, and TF2 on the HBU side?
That is correct.
And that, I believe that has changed from the original submission, right? I think there were TF2 proposals on the GBU side originally.
I will have to double check on that. But my understanding has been that we've always preferred TF2 development in HBU over GBU, but we can follow up and see if there were previous submissions that included TF2 within GBU.
I'm sure it's in the case, and I have the case file in front of me, so I mean I can confirm that there are, at least there were TF2 proposals, but they were minimal over on the GBU side. So so it does look like a change in the planned pattern. But Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you got it.
Al, with all the different projects that XTO has, where do these rank as far as priority for moving out of these once the duct program is complete?
Once the DUS program is complete, of course that takes first priority. Just, as a prudent operator, we'd finish those prior to beginning a major drilling program. In terms of the priority within the basin on what we'd like to develop, I would say that HBU GBU is really at the top of that list, or near the top of that list. Our internal thought is that this is some of the best source based. So with a basically with a certain thing, have some prioritization here at HBU GBU.
Has XTO started to tentatively put together like a drilling schedule to be prepared for once the duct program's complete?
We do have a lot of previous work done that we are planning on leveraging in terms of our drilling schedule that we can salvage from work that a lot of work that had been done prior to the pandemic commencing. So I will say there is a lot of that groundwork already set.
Okay, so does XTO plan on trying to contract a rig towards the middle or end of 23 to be prepared to start as soon as the duct program's complete?
I'd say that's part of a dynamic evaluation with our earliest potential development beginning in 2024. It'll still be subject to our planning cycles in 2023. So it's hard to say definitively whether second quarter 23 will be beginning to contract a rig.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Any further questions from commission staff? Right. Seeing none?
Mr. Examiner, we do intend to recall Kevin. Could I have just a minute to confer with my client, and then we'll put Kevin back on?
Sure. We'll give you 1 minute here.
Gant.
All right. Mr. Gant, you remain under oath, and
Okay.
Kevin, before we turn to the final exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 10, there was a question posed to the previous witness about development, evaluating that development, and can you want to respond to that? Maybe state the question as you understood it, and then please respond.
I think the question was around how many rigs are we going to have in the development, and kind of in that vein. And Al did a great job responding to it around how there's a lot of ongoing work, but I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on that. We have a team set up that looks at the HBU GBU. Al went into a bunch of the work that has been done from a reservoir geoscience standpoint over the last number of years, and I would say even before the unit was set up. We will continue to optimize that development, and we'll also be looking at different capital scenario and pacing scenarios where Al had mentioned kind of 2, 3, 4 rigs. we'll continue to look at that and say what makes the most sense from a development standpoint, and that's ultimately what we'll end up going with. But it's not kind of a, hey, the analysis is done and on the shelf. There's a ongoing work as we look to continue to optimize that. There's been huge strides forward in the two exhibits, Exhibit 8 compared to Exhibit 9, and from last hearing to this hearing, and we'll continue to optimize the development plan of HBU and GBU as we go forward.
Thank you, Kevin. And now let's go to Exhibit 10, which I understand is just a list of some of your conclusions. And could you briefly kind of go through those conclusions for the commission?
Yeah. If it's okay, I'll go through, state the exhibit, go through the conclusions.
Sure.
And then I've got a bit more information on the schedule that was asked from you, sir, as well as the workover rigs and completion crew that I'll hit on as well. Okay. So the Exhibit 10, the conclusions page, is really to wrap up and summarize what we've gone through here today with some key conclusions. Just as I get into that, there had been a question around the number of rigs that are supporting the completions effort. I said several. Right now we've had 4, so it's a sustained program of 4 workover rigs, and then 1 completions crew or frac crew. So I wanted to just address that here rather than taking it as a follow-up. And then with respect to the schedule, I mentioned we continue to evaluate that on an ongoing basis. We've had some completions that we've targeted that have had some remedial work that's required. And so that's what's taking us a little bit longer. That's a primary reason. So it's not like the number of rigs or, say, frac crew has been changed. It's really just kind of ongoing execution nature. You learn things, you update the schedule, and move on. And so the work is continuing, and happy to keep the NDIC informed along that journey. So to close out the discussion, increased production from either unit requires additional compression and pipeline capacity. That's what we've been executing in earnest since the start of this year, and we'll continue to do so well into next year. The alternative, would be more ducts and flaring, I think, as I was questioned on by Lawrence earlier today. We need to, the next 18 months or so to complete the duct program. And again, that's going to be subject to ongoing evaluation, and our best estimate today is first quarter of 2024. XTO has invested more than $150 million in infrastructure to benefit interest owners in these units before asking them to participate in any wells. That infrastructure, is critical to the development of HBU, GBU. Conditions beyond our control impacted 2020 and 2021. And just a real quick look at the schedule said, COVID kind of knocked us down for about 20 months in that time frame, just given the COVID downturn. And 2022 activities have proceeded at pace and according to plan with this significant activity ramp up. The duct program is coordinated to complete the HBU ducts after infrastructure is complete and all other ducts, and again, that's to help protect correlative rights. Infrastructure is to be complete by second half of 2023. Now, a lot of that, the majority of that is going to be done sooner, but there's going to be, some punch list items and tie-ins and things that will go into the latter part of 2023 that we'll want to be completing, next year. And the earliest potential development drilling will be in 2024, again, subject to, I would say, a successful execution of the duct program, which we expect, and then also our planning cycles in 2023, where we go through and we look at our capital allocation, progress made to date on the duct program, et cetera, and that would set us up, again, for earliest potential drilling in 2024.
Mr. Examiner, I don't have any further questions. Would offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
I got one more, Kevin. So you mentioned that you only have one frac crew right now.
Yeah.
So do you plan on picking another one up for 2023, or you plan on just running the one frac crew to go through the whole duck program?
Right now, we're planning on one frac crew.
Okay,
As
so
it
you don't
stands right
plan on
now.
ramping it up at all to try to get through
No.
faster?
And I think part of that is given the extensive ramp up that we've had, we've kind of taken on what we can right now. So we're going to plan to stick with the one crew. Obviously, we'll continue to reevaluate. Like I mentioned, the execution schedule could change, but at this point, the plans would be one frac crew. Yeah.
Kevin, your last bullet item, you're subject to planning cycle 2023.
Yep.
When is that planning cycle completed?
When is that planning cycle completed? So we initiate.
So, like, what month would it be completed in?
Yeah, we do the plan through the middle of the year, and it goes into the latter part of the year. We usually begin to get pretty firm signals how things are firming up as we get into kind of, end of the third, into the fourth quarter. Yeah, it takes a better part of a number of months next year to go through that as a corporation. It's a very broad business that the corporation looks at.
So with that in mind, if the commission determined that we wanted to review this again, the two units, when would be an appropriate time for that review to take place?
So I mean, is the question, when will we know more?
Basically, yeah, when your planning cycle's done, what your commitments for 2024 are gonna be firmed up, and whether there's gonna be any activity in this unit in 2024.
I would say as we get into the latter part of next year, it'll be much more clear. I would say if it was kind of into, a year from now, things are probably starting to solidify, but not fully firmed up, but we'd have a pretty good indication at that point.
So probably by November, December hearing times, you would should have a pretty firm idea what's gonna happen in 2024.
I would say based upon past planning cycles and how they've worked, that would be appropriate. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Mr. Examiner, I guess a couple things, and you're probably going to get to this, obviously. There was a letter from the Bureau of Land Management. We don't have any objection to that being made a part of the record. And then there was some requests for some additional information. Could we leave the record open until October 14th? I think that's a Friday to get that additional information. And there's a possibility we may have it sooner than that. And if we get it to you sooner, we wouldn't have any objection to closing the record sooner. But at least if we give me that much time, I won't have to request another extension, which I
Sure.
do periodically, so.
Yeah, the record will remain open for that supplement until October 14th. And as you mentioned, the BLM letter is also part of the record.
I may have missed it, Lawrence, so what supplements are we expecting? We're expecting a duck schedule,
Let's see.
and what else?
Well, I guess he did answer the question on the number of rigs, so perhaps there isn't a need for additional information.
I had a note of 2022.
Yeah, the duck schedule as far as when each well will be completed.
Okay.
So that should be pretty much the only supplement.
And wasn't there some 2022 reports? I thought that had been mentioned.
Yeah, that would come in outside of this hearing, but
Yeah.
they're gonna check into where those 2022 reports are.
I have that for you if you would like it after this. I recognize it's outside of this, but
Sure.
Okay, so just the duck wells then.
Okay, so we're okay with October 14th, is that what you
Yep,
said? Okay,
yep.
perfect.
Record will remain open until October
And I assume
15th for that
fits into your
supplement.
schedule.
All right, is there anything further in this matter to be discussed?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thanks.
That will conclude the hearing in cases number 29599 and 29629. Moving on. Case number 29600. A motion of the commission to review the pilot injection project granted under order number 31380, authorizing Liberty Resources Management Co. LLC temporary authority to use the Haley 158-93-29-32-10 MBH well located in a space unit comprised of sections 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 158 North, Range 93 West, Montreal County, ND, as an injection well for an enhanced oil recovery pilot operation in the East Tioga Bakken Pool. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, and I'm appearing in case 29600 on behalf of Liberty Resources Management Company, LLC. We intend to call 3 witnesses in this matter. All 3 witnesses are present with us in the hearing room. Mr. Jeremy McChesney will be offering some production engineering testimony. Mr. Tappan Souther, am I pronouncing that correctly? Will also be offering some engineering information, and also Ms. Stacy Strickland will be offering some production engineering information. And as I indicated, all 3 witnesses are present with us in the hearing room and are ready to be sworn.
All right, so we'll start with Mr. McChesney. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Jeremy, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Jeremy McChesney,
And Jeremy, by whom are you employed?
Liberty Resources,
In what capacity?
as the Geoscience Manager.
And in that capacity, have you had an opportunity to testify before the commission previously?
I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
They have.
We'd offer the further testimony of this witness as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay. Jeremy, let's go to the first, well, actually, let's go to the table of contents. It's not labeled as an exhibit, but let's go to the table of contents, and why don't you just briefly discuss how our presentation is going to go forward today by utilizing the table of contents.
Certainly, yeah. So this is a pretty comprehensive package. So this table of contents shows that this package is organized into 8 separate sections and follows the request as part of the NDIC order number 31380. Sections A and B will introduce the project area and wells involved, along with the summary of the injection and production cycle. Section C will show a plot of injection rate versus time, a plot of cumulative injection versus time, and a plot of surface and bottom hole injection pressures versus time for the injection well. Section D will be a series of plots of daily production rate versus time for the 10 wells that are included in order number 31380. Section E will be a plot of bottom hole pressures that were required on 2 wells in the project. Section F will be a summary description of some of the gas compositional analyses that were taken on the injection well. Section G will show a couple of plots of incremental oil that was produced as a result of fluids that were injected during the pilot project. And Section 8 will be the final section with a series of slides above conclusionary statements and Liberty's assessment of the pilot injection project.
And excuse me.
I was just going to mention, just real quick, I'll be running through sections A and B myself.
Okay.
Tappan will be running through sections C, D, and E, and Stacy will be running through sections F, G, and H.
Okay, you anticipated my question. Thank you. All right, let's go to Section A, which you indicated you're going to be discussing. And what I'd like you to do is the various exhibits that are in there. Well, let's just start with Exhibit A1 and A2. You can discuss those together.
Certainly.
But I'd like you to indicate what those exhibits are and then briefly discuss what's contained upon them.
Exhibit A1 is just a title slide for Section A, which is a plat including the pilot project wells and all monitor wells denoting the injection well. Exhibit A2 is that regional map of northwest North Dakota, showing the area of interest outlined in red in northwest Montreal County.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit A3. Please identify and then briefly describe what's contained upon it.
Exhibit A3 is a zoomed-in location map of the area showing the East Tioga field that is outlined in blue. Liberty Resources operated units are filled in pink, while the EOR pilot project is the 2560 acre spacing unit outlined in red in Township 158 North, Range 93 West, including sections 29, 30, 31, and 32.
Okay, and A4.
We'll spend a little bit of time on this exhibit as it kind of sets the stage for the wells and where they're located in relation to the injector. So on the left, we have a well location map with the abbreviated well name over the well stick. The well name is colored by the well type as it relates to the project. And the well sticks are colored by the producing formation. Green for Middle Bakken landed wells and red for First Bench Three Forks landed wells. The table on the right lists the 10 wells associated with this project, or they're listed in the order. The permitted well name is the furthest left column, then the formation that the well was drilled in the next column. The abbreviated well name is also listed, and that abbreviated well name is what we're going to be using and referencing throughout the presentation. Followed by the NDIC file number, and finally the furthest right column is the well type as it relates to the pilot project. The top 5 wells in the list are the wells that are inside of the pilot DSU boundary, and they're listed from west to east. First, we have the Caitlin 4 MBH, which is a Middle Bakken landed well, and it is a boundary, the westernmost boundary well. Next is the Caitlin 4 TFH well, which is the westernmost monitor well. Then we have the well in the center, which is landed in the Middle Bakken, the Haley 10 MBH well, which is the injection well. Next, we have the Haley 1 TFH well, which is the eastern monitor well. And finally, we have the Haley 1 MBH well, which is the easternmost boundary well. A little bit of context for the phase of development for these 5 wells inside the unit. 2 different phases. First phase were the parent wells that were drilled, the Caitlin 4 MBH, which is the westernmost well, and then the Haley 1 MBH, the easternmost well, were drilled first and first brought on production in August of 2017. Subsequently, the 3 infill wells were drilled and brought on production in July of 2019. That would include the Caitlin 4 TFH, the injection well Haley 10 MBH, and the Haley 1 TFH. The next 5 wells in the list of the table are the wells that are outside of the unit, but were monitored for any gas breakthrough. The top 3 of those wells are wells north of the pilot DSU boundary, and those include the Liberty-operated Page and Morgan well, along with the Liberty-operated Ian Mullet well. And finally, these 2 southern wells south of the pilot DSU boundary are Hess-operated wells. The toe of those wells butt up against the pilot DSU boundary, and those are the Ian Postovit well and the Ian Selby well.
Okay, Jeremy, now let's go to Section B, and I'll have you discuss Exhibit B1 and B2.
Certainly. Section B1 is a title slide stating that Section B is a summary of the injection and production cycles. Exhibit B2 is a brief summary slide of the single injection cycle. One injection cycle was completed in the Haley 10 MBH from September 10th, 2021 till October 11th, 2021, and the well was then subsequently brought back onto production and produces to this day. A total of 46 million cubic feet of gas was injected, along with just over 39,000 barrels of fresh water and approximately 55 barrels of surfactant. Produced gas was supplied for injection from the Liberty Midstream Solutions gas sales line with a capacity of 2.5 to 3 million cubic feet of gas per day during the injection period. I'll note that that gas sales line is also visible on the map on the left. It is the bold green line that moves from west to east across the northern part of the unit boundary and goes through the yellow Caitlin Haley pad. We had several partnerships that were instrumental in executing this pilot project. First, the partnership with the North Dakota Energy and Environmental Research Center, or EERC, for project support, including reservoir simulation with assistance from Computer Modeling Group. Next, we had a partnership with EOR ETC, who is the company that provided the co-injection process to inject produced gas and surfactant-laden water in a rapid switch stacked slug, or RSSS system. This is a patent-pending technology, and it differs from conventional WAG injection techniques by rapidly switching between liquid and gas injection to create a stacked slug flow regime in the injection path. And this switch happens in a matter of minutes or even seconds. The RSSS co-injection process is very beneficial because it helps to build downhole pressure while keeping the surface pressure and the surface pressures and injection pressures low, roughly below 1300 psi, which eliminates the need for high pressure compressors.
I don't have any other questions of this witness.
Any questions from commission staff?
Jeremy, I don't recall, but you ran one cycle when this project was proposed. Was that only a one cycle project at that time too?
We were hoping to do multiple cycles. We were going to do, the plan was to do 30 days of injection, followed by 30 days of production, followed by 30 more days of injection. But because of the seasonality and at the end of this production cycle, or injection cycle ending in October, with 30 days of production, we would have been running into the winter time and winter temperatures, and since we were using fresh water as our injection water, there were concerns over the operational efficiencies of doing another injection cycle into the winter.
So was there a reason you didn't pick this back up in the spring then?
Not a specific reason. In general, from a company standpoint, that's when prices start to elevate, and I think we got busy with starting our drilling program. And we potentially look to pick this back up and do it again in sometime in 2023, another cycle.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to Mr. Souther. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Tappan, would you state your full name for the record?
Tappan Souther,
And Tappan, by whom are you employed?
Liberty Resources,
In what capacity?
the production engineering manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Thank you. Tappan, let's turn to Exhibit C1 and C2. And I'm going to have you identify those two exhibits and then briefly discuss what's contained upon them.
Okay, Exhibit C1 is a title slide. Section C will be focused on the injection portion of the project. Here we will present a plot of injection rate versus time, a plot of cumulative injection versus time, and a plot of surface and bottom hole injection pressures versus time for the injection well. Exhibit C2 presents the three plots for the injection well, the Haley 10 MBH. The plot on top presents the daily injected gas and water rate, with the gas plotted in red and the water plotted in blue. The middle plot presents the cumulative gas and water injection. Again, the gas is plotted in red, the water is plotted in blue, with the total injected volumes of each presented to the right. The plot on the bottom presents the wellhead and downhole pressures during the injection cycle. The black line presents the pressure that was measured at the wellhead via a surface gauge, whereas the green line presents the bottom hole pressure, which was estimated or calculated by the EOR ETC group based on their RSS technology. The black dash line represents the minimum miscibility pressure. This is noted as 2,450 psi. So any pressure that we see above this threshold would indicate that miscibility is occurring downhole. I'm going to go back to the top plot and just walk through a few of the highlights of the injection cycle. Initially, injection was performed with just gas. This was done in order to ensure that we could establish injectivity into the wellbore, as well as confirm that the compressor and our gas supply systems were working properly. Once the gas side was at steady state, we started to introduce injecting water. So at this point, the co-injection process began. The co-injection process went off very easily, I would say. The EOR ETC skid and their rapid switching technology worked as intended with relatively no major issues throughout the injection process. As the injection continued, we injected with a high volume of gas with an increasing injected water rate until around September 25th, where we have a downtime event. This was a planned shut-in to address a few equipment issues, as well as to allow our fresh water supply to replenish. Lasted around 4 days, at which time the co-injection process resumed and continued throughout the duration of the injection cycle, which ended on October 11th. If you look at the downtime event, it really breaks up the injection cycle into two halves. The first half being a period of higher injected gas with an increasing injected water rate, and the second half having almost the opposite, where we have an increase or higher injected water rate with a decreasing injected gas rate. So the signature that we see here on the second half of the injection cycle is really a result of being able to stay or maintain our surface injection pressure at 1,300 PSI. So in order to achieve that, we had to inject more water into the wellbore. I'm going to go to the bottom plot and revisit the pressures, starting off with the bottom hole pressure, the green line. As you can see when the co-injection process began, the bottom hole pressure did increase, and just before the plant shut down on September 25th, we were above miscibility. During this shutdown, we did have a little bit of leak off, so you see the pressure decline and go underneath the minimum miscibility threshold, but was able to be maintained at a relatively flat level by periodically injecting water at the surface. Once the co-injection process resumed, the bottom hole pressure continued to build above the miscibility pressure and built throughout the second half of the injection cycle. The final bottom hole pressure was estimated to be 4,400 PSI at the end of the injection cycle. Looking at the wellhead pressure, the black line, we were able to stay at or below the 1,300 PSI threshold. So as intended and designed by the EOR ETC group, we were able to achieve a high bottom hole pressure above miscibility while maintaining a low injection pressure at the surface.
Okay, let's go to the next section, Section D, and discuss D1 and D2.
D1 is again a title slide, so Section D will be focused on the production portion of the project. Here we will present a plot of the daily production rate versus time on a semi-logarithmic scale, continuous from the date the pilot injection project commenced for each well listed in paragraph 2D. That's per the order. Those wells are noted on this exhibit to the right. Events such as when a particular well begins or ceases injection, or when a particular well ceases or begins production, shall be noted. Going to exhibit D2, I'm going to spend a little bit of time here on this plot. This section is a series of 10 plots, one for each well, that utilize the same format. So I'm going to set that format up here as it's used throughout the section. So again, we're looking at the production profile for an individual well with the daily produced oil plotted in green, the produced water is plotted in blue, and the produced gas is plotted in red. The time frame of injection is noted as the gray shaded area on the plot, and any notable shut-in or startup event is noted as the black text. The black text reference the nomenclature used in the bottom left-hand corner. DH stands for downhole, GBT gas breakthrough, JP is jet pump, RTP return to production, and SI for shut-in. The map in the upper right-hand corner is the same map that Jeremy walked through. So we have the project DSU outline as well as the 10 wells specific to the project shown. And the specific well that the reference that we'll be looking at will be shaded in blue so that we know relative to the project which well we're looking at. The title contains the name of the well as well as its intended function for the project. So Exhibit D2, we're looking at the Haley 10 MBH, which served as the injector for the project. So looking at this well's particular production profile, during the injection phase, we see no produced volumes as expected since the well is being injected to. After the injection cycle ceased, the well was returned to production roughly within 24 hours. The quick turnaround was achieved since this well is lifted via jet pump. The only work that had to be performed to convert the well from an injector to a producer was modifying surface flow lines and performing some wireline work. Initially, the well was brought back to production for the first month using a larger size jet pump than what we would typically use to produce the well. This was intentionally done anticipating a higher recovery or a higher produced volume as we recover the injected load. The well was brought back on. We see a sharp increase in the produced water and gas, as well as cutting oil roughly 2 to 3 days into the production cycle. The oil production continued on an inclining trend until the end of December, at which time it went on to a declining trend. Two notable downtime events for this well in April and May of the year due to the late winter storms that occurred in the basin. But other than that, the well has produced consistently since the 1-year time frame that the injection cycle commenced.
All right, let's go to D3.
Here we're looking at the Caitlin 4 TFH. This served as a monitoring well. Again, it's located directly offsetting to the west of the injection well. During the injection phase, we do not see any gas breakthrough, nor do we see any EOR response on this well's production profile within the 1-year period.
All right. How about D4?
E4 presents the Haley 1 TFH. This is the second monitoring well, directly offsetting the injection well to the east. During the injection phase, we did observe 2 gas breakthrough events on this well. Those are noted on the text. During these events, we did see an increase in the produced gas and then a corresponding decrease in the produced liquid phases, so the oil and the water. This signature is typical for what we saw back in our Stomping Horse project once a well was exposed to gas breakthrough. This was something that we had seen in the past. However, on this project, we were able to mitigate the gas breakthrough utilizing the injected water. So the injected water into the injected well served as its intended purpose for increasing the bottom hole pressure, but it also had a secondary benefit of providing conformance on this particular well and preventing or stopping the gas breakthrough. There was, a few more things here. Just noting that in April and May, there was an extended shut-in period here. This was due to a workover that required a fishing job. But other than that, the well has produced continuously throughout the 1-year time frame. That's it.
Okay, great. D5.
We're now looking at the Caitlin 4 MBH. This is the boundary well that is located on the west side of the project. During the injection cycle, we did not observe any gas breakthrough, nor do we see a benefit or a detriment to the well's production due to the EOR process.
D6.
This is the second boundary well, the Haley 1 MBH, that's located to the east of the injection well, or on the east side of the project. Again, no gas breakthrough observed during the injection cycle, and no benefit or detriment to the well's production due to the EOR project.
D7.
Now looking at the page 3 MBH, this is the off-unit well that is located to the northwest of the injection well. Again, no influence on the EOR project in terms of the injection cycle or the daily production.
D8.
Looking at the Morgan 2 TFH, this is the off-unit boundary well located to the northeast. Again, exhibiting no influence from the EOR project.
D9.
Looking at the Ian Mullet number 1, this is the off-unit well that is located to the north of the injection well. This is a time-pumped well, again, not exhibiting any influence from the EOR project. And to note that the well has been shut in since April of this year to accommodate on-pad drilling for infill activity.
D10.
We're now looking at the Ian Postfit number 1. This is the off-unit well operated by Hess located to the southwest of the injection well. Again, the production indicates no influence from the EOR project.
D11.
This is the last well in this series, the Ian Selby number 1, the off-unit well operated by Hess located into the southeast of the Haley 10 MBH, and again exhibiting no influence from the EOR project.
Okay, now let's move to the next group of exhibits that are in section E. I'll have you discuss E1 and E2.
So E1 again is our title slide. Here we'll be focused on the the pressure profiles that were obtained or estimated throughout the project.
You can go to E2.
So E2, we're looking at the the pressure at the sand face for the Haley 10 MBH, which was the injection well. So similar to the formatting that we've seen in the past, the injection cycle is shaded in gray. Here, the minimum miscibility threshold is plotted in the red dash line, again noted at 2,450 PSI. So looking at the injection phase, we see the green line. This is the same estimated bottom hole pressure that was presented earlier for the injection well, with the ending injection pressure being 4,400 PSI at the sand face. The black line represents the pressures that were obtained during the production cycle. These are obtained via a downhole gauge. See that when we return the well back to production, we do see a little bit of bleed off of the pressure profile, similar to what we saw on the planned shut-in. Our production cycle began roughly around 3,000 PSI, so still above the miscibility pressure, but depleted rather quickly below it once it was turned back to production. these spikes or these lines that we see on the black line during the measured bottom hole pressure via the gauge, those are a result of shut-in events where the well shuts in, the pressure builds up, and then depletes once it's been returned to production. And we'll see those signatures here throughout the other slides, but the drawdown on the pressure for this particular well during the production cycle is within expectation.
Okay, and E3.
Looking at the sand face pressure for the Caitlin 4 TFH, this is the monitoring well located or offsetting directly to the west of the injection well. Again, the pressures were obtained via downhole gauges. We see no influence on the pressure profile during or after the injection phase.
And E4.
We're now looking at the pressure profile for the Haley 1 TFH. This is the offset well directly to the east of the injection well. Again, pressures that were obtained via gauge downhole during the injection and the pressure cycle. This was the well where we saw gas break through the two events as noted. We do see a slight increase and then decrease during those in the pressure profile during the gas breakthrough, but very quickly going back to its depletion trend. A little bit more noise here on this plot. We had a little bit more downtime as indicated by the spikes as I mentioned earlier, but overall the drawdown trend is within expectation for the well.
No further questions, Mr. Southern.
Any questions from commission staff?
Bear with me while I figure out where I have to ask questions.
There's a lot of information there. You're good.
All right, C2. You said this multiple times, but the downhole pressure on the injector was an estimated pressure.
That is correct.
Was there no downhole gauge on the injector?
That is correct. The injection was performed with no downhole gauges in the well.
Okay. Can you elaborate a little bit on how that was calculated then?
Yeah. The reasoning for that was that due to the downhole configuration of the production tubing and the packer, we were able to get injectivity through the tubing and down into the lateral, into the subsurface. In order to put a gauge there, it would restrict the injected volume. So we elected not to do that for that reason. The downhole pressure was estimated by the EOR ETC group based on an algorithm that they had put together for their stacked slug system. So as the co-injected water and gas is injected in slugs, so gas followed by a water-gas repetitive process. As the gas, as everything moves down hole, the hydrostatic of the produced or the injected water is compressing the gas and therefore increasing the bottom hole pressure. So a very elaborate algorithm that was used and developed by them. It's part of their proprietary process. So I wouldn't be able to get into the exact specifics, but that's the general overview of how that pressure was determined.
Was there any kind of spot checking or verification of that downhole pressure? I mean, like a fluid level or anything like that? Or was that done in their work to develop the algorithm in the first place? I mean,
so initially, we took a fluid shot, an acoustic fluid shot down the tubing to get an estimate of where that static fluid volume would be when the well was shut in. That set the premise for the initial starting pressure, but during the injection phase, there was no checking of that pressure since there was no physical pressure that was used to monitor or measure that downhole. So it's solely based on the algorithm. Go ahead.
was there a shot immediately after the injection phase?
No, there was not. So the wellbore has a packer downhole. So the 7-inch annulus by the tubing annulus is blocked. And so the only shot we could get would be down the tubing, which acted as the injection, was where we were injecting through. So with so much noise going on with the compressor and the gas, the switching and the slugging, we did not shoot a fluid level during the injection phase.
How about immediately after?
I do not recall doing that because we turned around the well so quickly to get the downhole gauges in. I don't recall a fluid shot after the injection cycle.
On D2, you mentioned the quick turnaround and the expectation, and you had a larger jet pump expecting to recover the injected load. Do you have a estimate of how much of that injected load was recovered in the short term?
Stacy's going to cover that here in the following slide, so if we could have her present, then we'll come back to it and address the question if that
Yep,
works.
that's fine.
Now, I guess, let me just say that, we were anticipating a higher volume, and the jet pump was sized for a range. It's a pretty wide range, not knowing what we were going to get back. So we did size it to our best guess and ran it for a month until we decided, okay, we are able to downsize that and put it back on its normal jet pump and produce the well. So Stacy's going to be focused more on the oil side, but from a total fluid and gas volume and the jet pump sizing, that's how that occurred.
Okay. On D4, where you had the gas breakthrough, you mentioned that the slug injection, gas alternating gas water, helped mitigate the gas breakthrough after it had occurred. Can you go into detail on how that happened? I mean, how that how the presence of the water would have prevented continued gas breakthrough.
Sure. So when gas breakthrough was observed during the first gas breakthrough event, we did see the increased gas signature with decreased water, produced water and oil. So we knew we were in a gas breakthrough scenario. At that time, the EOR ETC group increased the duration of the slug cycle for the liquid phase. So the liquid ratio began to go up, what was being injected into the well. Their whole technology is based on keeping the liquid slug in contact and not having gas break through it, so it gets the compressibility effects to build the bottom hole pressure. The increasing the injected water theoretically would go down into the lateral, go to the conduit that is providing the gas breakthrough, and provide as a hydraulic fluid pad to prevent the gas from just short-circuiting through whatever conduit it had occurred through, and to allow the gas pressure to pressure up behind it. So that's, in short, the concept of how the liquid slug mitigated the gas breakthrough.
With respect to gas breakthrough, was there any kind of tracer used or anything like that in the gas, or is it purely done on volumes and observed productivity?
Volumes and production surveillance.
And on D6, significantly after the injection phase had completed, looking at like the January, February 2022 timeframe, it looks like the gas on that well took a step up as to what had been previously produced. Do we have an explanation for why?
This is the one well within the project that was rod pumped. The rest of the wells were jet pumped. So if we look at let's call it the end of December, beginning of January timeframe, we see the first step up there of gas. We also see the water and oil increasing. So here, I think we are speeding up the rod pump to produce more volume. But that upward trend continues. I want to point out the June 1st of 2022 gas signature. So a workover was performed in May, and then the well was brought back to production. This is a typical response we see on rod pump wells, where as we're pumping down the fluid level and we're removing the hydrostatic column off the backside, we do see an increasing trend in the gas. So I attribute the increased gas production on this well as a function of how it's lifted via artificial lift and not as a result from the EOR project.
Okay. Is there a reason that same signature isn't present before that January 2022 timeframe? Or
I do not know I think if we go back and look, I think it may exhibit that prior to the project, but we do see this signature on other rod pump wells in the area, so it's not uncommon for us to see this type of event.
Okay, I think that's everything. Thanks.
Tapping on C2, I just wanna, I think I missed something. You had that plan shut in where you replenish fresh water, and you said something about equipment. You had to do something with equipment?
Yes, sir.
What was that you had to do with the equipment?
There was a punch list of items that came up during the first half of the injection phase. So some of those items were compressor maintenance and downtime, planned downtime for running the compressor. We also checked the valves on the compressor during that time. We replaced some belts on the fluid pump for the injection skid. We also addressed a few electrical issues specific to the VFD of the injection skid, as well as insulated and heat trace some piping. So a little bit of a catch-all on terms of what items were specifically addressed.
On Exhibit D4, the gas breakthrough, and you explained how the water was increased to improve conformance. What role, what was the role of the surfactant?
The surfactant really was not injected for a conformance issue. It was more for the secondary recovery purposes that's associated with injecting surfactant to change the wettability of the rock. So it was more of a enhanced oil recovery benefit, not from keeping slugs intact or changing the water chemistry or trying to provide conformance.
And then I just want you to explain very briefly, when you say pressure at sand face, what are you referring to?
Yeah. I am referring to the pressure that would be on the mid TVD of the well. So the pressures on the gauges were measured at where the jet pump is located above the liner top. So it was correlated back down to the sand face so that we have pressure that we could compare directly to the estimated bottom hole pressure that was calculated by the EOR ETC group. So we're apples to apples in comparing those two pressures.
So is it just basing an extrapolation down to a average point in the reservoir?
Yes, sir.
And then if you want to answer this, or if Jeremy wants to chime in, you said the RSSS eliminates the need for bigger compressors or compression at all?
So you would still have to have compression just to get the gas into the well. One of the benefits there, though, is maintaining a lower surface injection pressure allows you to have smaller horsepower. So there's a benefit for the cost of having a smaller unit, as well as from a safety side, being, preventing having to go up to 4,000 PSI and operating gas at 1,300 PSI. So that is part of the functionality and technology that the EOR ETC group has designed.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to Ms. Strickland.
Has she been sworn?
No, I was just about to do that. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Stacy, state your full name for the record.
Stacy Strickland,
And Stacy, by whom are you employed?
Liberty Resources,
What capacity?
as the Data Analytics Manager.
And in that capacity, you testified before the commission
I have.
previously? And had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes,
You're an engineer, is that correct?
I am.
Would offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Stacy, let's go to the next set of exhibits, which is labeled F. Why don't you start with F1 and F2?
Sure, F1 is the title slide, and it's a summary description outlining any changes in the gas compositional analyses for each well in which such analyses were conducted. If we move on to F2, this will be the only slide in this section. We did do GC analysis only on the injection well, which is the Haley 10 MBH. This slide shows 3 different plots. At the top is oil, water, and gas rates on a semi-log plot, and oil in green, gas in red, water in blue. The middle plot is showing the mole percentage compositions of both ethane and propane. Ethane in purple and propane in blue. And then the bottom plot is the sampling temperature in degrees Fahrenheit. Like all the other plots that have been presented today, the injection cycle is shaded in gray, just to have reference for when those samples were taken. There is a table on the plot that shows pre-Eor injection gas analyses. And I've put 2 different locations on here. One is at the injection well itself to show the produced gas. That sampling temperature was at 96 degrees. The ethane was about 15% and the propane was 6%. The second sample is the LMS gas plant inlet. That was also sampled about 6 weeks prior to injection. That temperature was at 57 degrees. The ethane was about 19% and the propane about 9.6%. So there is a variation between the ethane and the propane at those 2 different sample sites. Recall that we were injecting gas from the county line gas sales line, so it wasn't just from the gas in this DSU. So if we focus on that middle plot, for the ethane, which is in purple, the average is about 15.4%, which is well in the range of the numbers that we would be expecting. The interesting ones to look at is the propane, and the average was about 11.5%, and then it dropped down to about 7.2%. But if you go back and look at the table, that is in the range of the propane, closer to 10% from the county line gas plant, and then down to 6% at the actual individual well. So even though we see a change in that gas composition, those higher values are because you're producing back the gas that you injected from the county line gas plant, which is a combination of many, many wells going into that line, and then going down to what would be the basic produced gas from that well, the Haley 10 MBH, which is down closer to about 7%. You also have changing temperatures going on here with sampling, and so we did not see anything that was directly attributable to the project that we would point out and say, this shows something to do with EOR.
Okay, let's go to the G exhibits, particularly G1 and G2 to begin with.
You bet. Section G, first we have the title slide, which is the incremental oil produced and projected to be produced that is attributable to the EOR project. So I'm going to move on to G2 and spend quite a bit of time on this slide. This is just oil rate. It's on a semi-log plot, and this shows the full history of the infill well, which Jeremy had stated was completed in mid-2019. You will see 2 different lines on this plot, a red line and a black line. The red line is our best estimate at a pre-EOR forecast for this well, and that's using an ARPS equation with a hyperbolic decline. If you look at the black line, that is our estimate of our post-EOR forecast for the well. Like all the other slides, we have the injection time period shaded in gray, and we're going to call that section number 1, and that will go back to the text box. That box is going to represent the net oil gain and loss during these 3 different phases. So phase 1 is the injection cycle. Phase 2 is when Tappan referred to running a larger jet pump to produce back the high water cut, the load recovery fluid in the well. And then phase 3 is our normal jet pump operations on this well with the same size that we had pre-EOR. So in phase one injection cycle, you do need to account for the lost oil production. If we had not done this project, that well would have been producing throughout those 30 days. That was a net loss of about 2,080 barrels. Part two is when we ran the larger jet pump size and produced the high water cut. That had a suppression of the oil rates during that time period. So we want to recognize the loss of oil that occurred there, which was about 270 barrels of oil. And then on part three, that is truly the incremental oil to date, and we ran it through the end of August just to stop at a month. And that was from 11/19 to 8/31, and that was about 2880 BO. So if you add those three together, the incremental oil to date would be about 530 barrels of oil. In addition, I think it's important to take a longer-term view, especially on an economic side. We did project out the incremental oil. We cut it off at the first 5 years, because most of your value is in the first 3 to 5 years. And we're estimating about 4,700 barrels of oil in the first 5 years. This is tied somewhat to the range of expectations that we saw in modeling from the EERC. So we felt like we were having a tie back with modeling and what we were actually seeing in the field.
Okay, let's go to G3.
G3 is showing the Haley 1 TFH, which is the monitor well directly offset from the injection well to the east. And recall that it is in a different formation. The injection well is Middle Bakken. This is a Three Forks well. As Tappan talked about with his production data and pressure data, this is the only other well besides the injection well that we did see a response in from gas breakthrough and also a pressure response. This is the same plot, which it is a semi-log plot of the oil rate back to the beginning of when the well was placed on production. Pre-EOR forecast in red, post-EOR forecast in black, with the injection cycle denoted in the gray dashed line. Now the incremental oil to date is a little bit easier on this well in that we don't have the well shut in for injection and we don't have a change in the producing operations with a different jet pump size. So it's strictly the difference between the black line and the red line. And through 8/31 of 2022, that's the oil to date, it's 1,450 barrels. Now there's a couple things I wanted to note on here, and Tappan walked through it, but we did have a downhole failure with about a 2-month downtime there to get the workover rig in. There was a large component of flush production. We are obviously not attributing that to the EOR project, but you'll notice that that production is coming back on trend with the post-EOR forecast. And this tends to be our signature of about 30 to 40 days of flush production when we have a downtime event like this. So when I'm reporting incremental oil to date of 1,450 barrels, that is the difference between the black line and the red line. So we're not taking credit for flush and we're not dinging it for downtime as well. The last thing, we also did project out what would the incremental oil be in the first 5 years, and that was 3,700 barrels of oil.
Okay, and G4.
G4, instead of looking at the oil side, we're looking at the gas side. This is a plot of cumulative gas in different forms versus time, again with the injection period highlighted in gray. I'm going to start with the red line. This is the cum injected gas, and this was shown back in section C. And so you can see that we injected gas up to 45.95 million, and that is the red line. What did we inject? The purple line, it's important to put in here, when did all of that gas come back? And that's strictly with a LIFO accounting basis, where every MCF that came back is accounted for in terms of what was injected. And you'll notice at about the 5-month time frame on March 17th, that's when we cross over and 45.95 million of gas was produced in this well. The last line is a black line, and this is looking at estimated cum gas recovery. And so this is looking at how much gas came back above a baseline. The black line is based on a baseline gas rate, in both the Haley 10 MBH and the Haley 1 TFH, since that's where we had breakthrough. So in that gray shaded region, you see a little bit of the gas coming back in those two small gas breakthrough cycles that Tappan pointed out. And then once we return the injection well, the 10 MBH, back to production, that's where you see the huge gas increase up for about 30 days. And then it flattened out, and it's been a very small incremental recovery after that. In total, we're estimating, based on a baseline gas rate, that we've recovered 35% of the gas back through the end of August. Now, I'm going to point out, just probably to supersede a question, that's probably a conservative look, because if you're holding a baseline gas rate constant, you're not allowing it to decline to realize the incremental benefit over that. We did also look at it using a constant GOR, which is kind of tough in these wells. The GOR bounces around. With a constant GOR, it's closer to 40%. So I would like to think of this as a range of 35 to 40%. I think it's certainly not 80 or 90%, but 35 to 40 would be an appropriate number for the cume gas that's been recovered.
G5.
G5 is just to summarize kind of the key points that we went through there. Number one, we do feel like we had measurable incremental oil attributable to this pilot project. We saw it both in the EOR injector, the Haley 10 MBH, as well as the offset Three Forks producer, the Haley 1 TFH. The pre and post forecast, we're estimating in the first 5 years about 8,400 barrels of oil in the total for the project. And of that, 4,700 is attributable to the injection well, the Haley 10 MBH. And then 3,700 is attributable to the Haley 1 TFH, which I just want to keep pointing out, that is landed in the Three Forks formation. The pressure data does provide additional confirmation that we were above the minimum miscibility pressure, and that's both in the estimated pressure as well as the gauge pressure right when we turn the well back onto production. That offset producer, the Haley 1 TFH, is the only well that exhibited gas breakthrough, and that was quite minimal, and we were able to mitigate that. We did see no gas breakthrough or changes in production from any well outside the DSU, but of course that would have been a mandatory call to the NDIC, so that was monitored very closely. And lastly, there was no incremental oil observed in the other 3 wells in the 2560 spacing unit, and that was the Caitlin 4 TFH 4 MBH and the Haley 1 MBH.
Okay, let's go to section H, and I'll have you discuss initially H1 and H2.
You bet. Section H is the conclusionary statements, so some of this will be restatements of what we've already talked about. If I move to exhibit H2, this would be our conclusionary statement that we did have measurable incremental oil in both the injector, the Haley 10 MBH, and the offset producer to the east, the Haley 1 TFH, with a total incremental oil of 8,400 barrels of oil over the first 5 years. Further, the pilot injection project was successful in demonstrating the co-injection scheme, which was run by EOR ETC. And in that scheme, we had stacked slugs of produced gas and water surfactant, and we could execute that at a lower surface pressure, which was a huge cost savings as well as a safety, beneficial from the safety standpoint. We were able to show containment and monitoring of all the fluids within the DSU and even outside the DSU. Additionally, we're going to walk through a couple observations, key learnings, and recommended next steps, because we want to keep trying to advance the possibility of additional recovery with EOR throughout the basin.
Okay, H3, excuse me.
Exhibit 8.3 is a series of 6 observations, high level. The first one is injectivity was readily established, and with our jet pump operations, the injection cycle was pretty easily integrated in our routine operations along with monitoring. The second item, aside from one offset producer, which was the Haley 1 TFH, no major changes were observed in any of the offset wells or in adjacent DSUs during the injection process. In that Haley 1 TFH, we did have a minor gas breakthrough, but it appears to be suppressed by increasing the water ratio for the slugs in the injection well. That gas breakthrough is also important to note because it shows connectivity between the Bakken and Three Forks formations. And just as a reference, those wells are about 550 feet apart. The third item, the co-injection technology, it allowed for relatively low injection pressure, about 1300 psi, while increasing the reservoir formation pressure to about 4400. And that was well above the MMP that is estimated at 2450 through lab testing. The fourth item, the incremental production response, was consistent with reservoir simulation predictions. The fifth item is talking about a gross utilization factor, and that's abbreviated as GUF. That is a common surveillance measure, and it provides a metric for the efficiency of a WAG process. And in general, it's just how much MCF of gas do you have to inject to be able to produce each incremental barrel of oil. So if we calculate that out, on a gross level, we injected about 46 million. The incremental oil over 5 years is estimated at 8,400 barrels, and that's a 5.5 MCF per BO. There's another calculation called the net GUF, and net is just referring to using the cum gas injected minus the return gas. So how much gas stayed in the ground? And that net GUF would be the 30 million divided by 8,400, which is 3.6. The sixth item refers back to the GUF. That 3.6 and 5.5 are considered relatively low gas utilization factors, which implies a pretty efficient system, perhaps more efficient than we would have expected with a WAG process. So the supposition is because it is a low gas utilization factor, it suggests that there was a favorable influence with using this surfactant. So we do feel like this project is a combination of the WAG process and a surfactant without necessarily knowing the unique contribution of each.
Okay, H4.
H4 summarizes key lessons and recommended next steps from Liberty's viewpoint. Key lessons are co-injection of gas and water can work and can be injected in the Bakken and Three Forks reservoirs in a huff and puff scheme, and we can provide containment within the DSU. The second item is jet pump artificial lift provides a cost-effective means. It's very simple to run that in your operational setup. The third item is supplemental gas beyond the gas produced in the DSU is critical for an economic EOR response. With our first EOR project in the Bakken, we just used the gas within the DSU, so this was our first time to use gas outside the DSU, and that's an important piece of having that gas available. The fourth item is multiple huff and puff cycles are likely necessary for an economically viable EOR project. Due to all the setup, everything that's required to get one cycle going, you need multiple ones. Recommended next steps: evaluate a second huff and puff cycle for 2023 in the same location. One thing to note about that, when we talked about why we didn't do a second cycle immediately, Jeremy addressed some of the weather concerns, but the other part of that is the available gas within that corridor for Liberty going into the gas sales line. We are currently popping wells and doing infill development, and that's going to provide a much greater supply of produced gas as we head into 2023. The second item for recommended next steps is to consider continue to use water, but switch the fresh water to produced water, just to reduce needing the Poseidon tanks, all the extra cost with the fresh water and the operational complexity, because produced water is readily available through the local gathering lines. The third item is to consider using a compressor with a higher maximum injection pressure to increase the gas injection rate as bottom hole pressures increase. You noticed what Tappan and Jeremy talked about having to increase the water ratio, and our goal is to get as much gas in the ground as possible to have that EOR benefit. So we do think, even though the RSSS system was worked for the purpose we were trying to do with this project, for the next cycle, we do need the higher surface pressures to get as much gas in the ground as efficiently as possible. The last item is a personal request, is that we pause the monthly reporting for this Liberty EOR project until the second cycle commences. And at that time, we would back populate all the production data so we have a full record. And if for some reason we decide to terminate the project, that we would obviously notify the NDIC and as well back populate the data. So just an administrative request.
No further questions, and we would offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
So I guess, Exhibit G4. You had a fair amount of, discussion about, the, cumulative gas recovered and the approximation being 35 to 40%. Can you, I guess, clarify, what that estimate of cumulative gas recovered is versus the 100% injected gas returned point?
Absolutely. So the 100% of injected gas return is counting every MCF that comes out of the wellbore. So it's like a LIFO, last in, first out. And it's just saying, if you count every MCF that's produced, we produced 45.95 by March 17th. So it's cum out of the wellbore. The black line is referring to what came out of the wellbore above and beyond what would have been produced by the well without the EOR project. So it's the incremental gas that is produced.
And that's, you're saying you have 35 to 40%
Incremental.
increase in the incremental?
No,
or you have-
35 to 40%
has been
of
recovered.
the gas that was injected was produced back incremental to the baseline gas that would have been produced by the well if you hadn't done the EOR project.
Okay,
In other words, if your baseline gas was 200 and you're producing gas right out of the project at 800, then that 500 is incremental of that's being produced back of what you injected.
okay. Do you have, numbers or approximations for the water recovered?
I have that plot. I can provide it. We can add that in a supplemental attachment.
I think please supplement with that.
I do have that.
I'm guessing Mark will hit some of this, but your plan, moving forward, you're wanting to, evaluate a second cycle with produced water and some other changes. Does the order as it's currently written, allow for, the additional cycles, or are there restrictions in place, volumetrically or anything that we're running into?
My understanding, and my team will correct if we're wrong, but my understanding is that there were total max rates that could be injected on both the gas and the water side. And I think with the one cycle, we were only at about 25% of that total injected. I don't think there was a time frame stipulation. The only thing I'm unsure about is if we switch from fresh water to produced water, if there has to be a change in the UIC. I'm not sure about that. Maybe Tappan knows.
No, I'd echo what you're saying. I think that have to probably be reevaluated since we specifically stated that we were injecting fresh water, so that may be a technicality that needs to be changed.
Okay, so there might be a change to the UIC permit that.
Yeah, but I
that's
think we're within the order.
within the order, okay.
To do another cycle in 2023.
And at this point, the intent is just one additional cycle, or would you try, an additional cycle followed by a production time and then another injection cycle? An actual series of cycles?
I would say TBD. I think all of that's being evaluated. There was quite a bit of modeling work done to look at different scenarios for production and injection time periods and cycles. So I don't know that I would take any of those off the table right now.
Okay. I think that's all I've got, thanks.
Stacy, on Exhibit G5, just for reference, your last paragraph. Does Liberty have an estimation of why the response was only seen in one well on one side?
I don't have a direct answer to that, but I would say, I think we were all surprised that we saw any response in an offset well. Because the main purpose in the WAG process was to see the response in the injector. And so that was a pleasant surprise. What we don't know is if there's any asymmetry in the frac growth, preferentially in one direction versus the other. So I don't have a direct answer for that. But to me, that was a pleasant bonus in the project that we did see an uplift in an offset well.
On H4, your recommended next steps, first bullet, you say infill development is underway. Would there be any infill development in this space unit during this pilot project?
Has there been any?
No, will there be any?
There will eventually. It's not planned for 2023 right now.
Yeah, we'll have to think about that, because obviously if you do any infill development, depending on where it is in the space unit, you could potentially impact what's there right now with fracture operations and things like that.
Yeah, actually the infill development in the Caitlin Haley DSUs, as well as the Page Morgan, which are to the north, are planned post 2023 right now.
So on your second bullet, produced water, if, and the order does not restrict you, but logistically, if you were to use produced water, would you have a supply line or would you have a supply tank?
I'll take that. So as Jeremy plotted out or mentioned on the graph, our Liberty Midstream company, the supply gas line that we utilize for this project also has a water distribution line. So we're moving produced water throughout the field in that same right-of-way. So we would be able to tap into that line and pull water off and use it as the injected volume. I think probably not set a tank on surface would be ideal, just from a potential spill standpoint, but we'd have to maybe a small 400-barrel tank that could fit in the facility that would be in the line containment and may be able to suffice enough capacity to supply the pumps.
Yeah, so it'd be more of a conventional oil field setup rather than a Poseidon-type tank.
Yes, sir.
On bullet number 3, a compressor with a higher maximum injection pressure. So that kind of goes contrary to some of the previous bullets where you're talking about lower surface pressure, safety, things like that. If you had a compressor with a higher output to get more gas in the ground, would you expect increased breakthrough then?
I think that's where it will be a balance between your cycle time and I think you will be shortening up your injection time period and then moving to production. And so instead of rapid switching in minutes and seconds, it will be days. It won't be months. And so I think that's part of the learnings for the next cycle that we do, is trying to optimize that, because you're going to be fighting that continually of how do we get the gas in the ground get the pressure up above minimum miscibility, but that we manage the breakthrough and offset wells.
And then I'm reading from the current order that authorized this. It says that the project is limited to 180 million cubic feet of gas and 130,000 barrels of water. Are those limits sufficient for another cycle or two?
We think they are, definitely for one additional cycle. And as, you know, we're in the planning process of what could this cycle look like and how do we take these learnings for that next cycle. But I think certainly for one additional cycle, that's enough.
So if those limits were carried forward, you would be okay with that?
Our plan was to do the cycle within this existing order.
And there was some discussion about the underground injection control permit. There would probably just be some minor modifications to that, depending on what your switch from freshwater to produced water obviously changes the downhole pressure, but that can all be worked through. And then I assume the pre-injection monitoring baseline data that was required in the order would be appropriate for the next cycle, since we have an extended period of time where it hasn't been injected into.
I saw nods, but maybe a verbal response to that last one for the record.
Yes, that's correct. Sorry.
I was waiting for the answer.
Yeah, I think that that's all the information I would think I need at this point. Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Sure, for supplements, what kind of time frame do we need the record open for supplements? Or,
Oh,
Let's
I
do-
can get that to you quickly.
So we'll say October 7th, but once again, if we get it in quicker, then we'll just request that the record be closed.
the record will remain open until October 7th for supplements. And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29600. Moving on. Case number 29601. A motion of the commission to review the pilot injection project granted under order number 30905, authorizing EOG Resources, Inc. authority to use the Burke 18-27H well located in the southwest quarter, and the southeast quarter of Section 27, Township 155 North, Range 90 West, Montreal County, ND, as a combined production and injection well for a pilot project operation in the partial Bakken pool to test the feasibility of enhanced oil recovery in the reservoir. This case is continued to October. Case number 29602, application of Crescent Point Energy U.S. Corp. For an order amending the field rules for the Little Muddy and/or Winter Bakken Pool, Williams County, ND, so as to create and establish 11 overlapping 2560-acre spacing units comprised of sections 1, 2, 11, and 12, sections 2, 3, 10, and 11, sections 13, 14, 23, and 24, sections 14, 15, 22, and 23, sections 15, 16, 21, and 22, sections 25, 26, 35, and 36, sections 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 158 North, Range 101 West, sections 1 and 12, Township 158 North, Range 101 West, and sections 6 and 7, Township 158 North, Range 100 West, sections 13 and 24, Township 158 North, Range 101 West, sections 18 and 19, Township 158 North, Range 100 West, sections 5, 6, 7, and 8, and sections 17, 18, 19, and 20, Township 158 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units of each proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit and such other relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 29602, on behalf of Crescent Point Energy U.S. Corp. We intend to call 3 witnesses, and we will introduce those witnesses as we proceed. Oops. I think they'll call again. Hello,
Hello,
is this Dan or?
Marshall and Dan.
Okay,
This
great.
is Marshall and Dan. Yeah, you
All
bet.
right, thanks.
Both on.
You want to wait till Mark gets back, or do you want to have us start? First witness is going to be Land, so.
Yeah, I suppose we should just give him a minute here.
We're taking a short break here, Dan, Marshall.
All right,
Derek, would you state your full name for the record?
Derek Pim.
all right.
Witness is ready to be sworn.
Derek Finn, was it?
Pim.
Pim. P-I-M-M. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Derek, by whom are you employed?
Crescent Point Energy,
What capacity?
land,
And have you testified before the commission previously?
yes,
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
yes,
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Derek, Exhibit 1.
yeah, so starting just the general locator map, this will kind of outline all the fields, and particular with this slide, we're looking at the 25, 60 acre spacing unit, which would comprise of 14, 23, 13, and 24, 158, 100, 101 west.
Okay, Exhibit 2.
Breaking that 2560 down into two 1280s, this outlines the 14 and 23 sections with our Crescent Point working interest on the right there.
Okay, 88.8% approximately.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and Exhibit 3.
With that same 2560, sections 13 and 24, with Crescent Point having 92.6% working interest.
Exhibit 4.
We'll move to the next.
Exhibit 4 is the 2560.
I beg your pardon. So this encompasses that 2560, my apologies. So then the breakdown of the ownership with the 2560 is Crescent Point at 90%, just over 90% at 90.7, with the other acreage breakdown there for that full 100% of the 2560.
Okay, now let's go to Exhibit 5, the next 2560.
Okay, so this will be the next lease line. So this comprises of 14, 15, 22, and 23 of 158, 101.
Exhibit 6.
And then we break that down into the 1280 of Section 15 and Section 22, with Crescent Point having 97.4% working interest.
Exhibit 7.
and this will be the other half, sections 14 and 23, with Crescent Point having 88.8% working interest.
And Exhibit 8.
And if we put those four together to make the 2560, Crescent Point will have Crescent Point will have 93.1% working interest for that 2560 spacing unit,
Okay, let's go to the next 2560, Exhibit 9.
So this general locator map will look at a 2560 acre spacing unit for sections 18 and 19 of 158-100 and 13 and 24 of 158-101.
And Exhibit 10.
And this will break down sections 13 and 24 of 158-101. Crescent Point will have 92.6% working interest there.
And Exhibit 11.
The other half of that that 2560 spacing unit would be sections 18 and 19 of 158-100, with Crescent Point having 88.2% working interest.
Okay, and then the combined.
And if we combine that together for the full 2560 acre spacing unit, Crescent Point encompasses the 90.4 working interest to cover all four of those sections there.
Okay, and then the next spacing unit, Exhibit 13.
General locator map here shows sections 25, 26, 35, and 36 of 158-101.
And 14.
And if we break that down, 26 and 35, sections 26 and 35 of 158-101 is 97.01% working interest for Crescent Point.
Exhibit 15.
The other half of that would be sections 25 and 36 of 158-101, Crescent Point having 99.1% working interest.
And then the combined acreage, Exhibit 16.
And the combined acreage for this 2560 spacing unit would be 98.1% for all four of those sections.
All right, let's go to the next 2560, Exhibit 17.
So this general locator map, Exhibit 17, will have sections 26, 27, 34, and 35, 158-101.
And Exhibit 18.
If we break that down to this 1280, sections 27 and 34, 158-101 will have 98.7% working interest for Crescent Point.
And Exhibit 19.
And Exhibit 19 will show sections 26 and 35, with Crescent Point having 97.01% working interest.
And then the combined acreage, again, Exhibit 20.
And that combined acreage for the full 2560 spacing unit would be 97.8% working interest for Crescent Point.
All right, and the next 2560, Exhibit 21.
So Exhibit 21 will be the general locator map for sections 17, 18, 19, and 20 of 158-100.
And Exhibit 22.
This will be broken down, so the 1280 spacing unit here is section 18 and 19, with Crescent Point having 88.23% working interest.
And Exhibit 23.
And section 17 and 20 here for the other half of that 2560, and Crescent Point having 99.2% working interest.
And then the combined acreage, Exhibit 24.
And Exhibit 24 will be the combined acreage 2560 spacing unit for those four sections, with Crescent Point having 93.7% working interest.
No further questions of the land witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
So there were other 2560 space units that were advertised, particularly sections 1, 2, 11, 12, 2, 3, 10, and 11 of 158, 101. But did we have exhibits for those?
We were going to do those on the next one, on another month, so we decided just to pass on those ones for now, so we'll focus on these 6 for right now.
Did we not get a letter to you indicating they're
I
withdrawn?
don't recall one. So,
What we can do is follow up with a letter indicating those that we've withdrawn.
Okay.
And then you'll have that in the record.
so there would be 1, 2, 11, and 12, 2, 3, 10, and 11, and I believe 1 and 12, and 6 and 7 are the ones we didn't have exhibits for.
That's correct, yeah, should be 5, yep.
And then currently, well, and then I guess there was 5, 6, 7, and 8. But currently 17, 18, 19, and 20 are a lease line 2560 currently. Is there any reason you're bringing this request again?
What were those sections again, sorry?
17, 18, 19, and 20.
There shouldn't be. If that's the case, that it's just an oversight, and I can go back and take a look. But
Yeah, if you just
the
wanna-
intent is to, if there's a lease line there, we would just keep the lease line.
Yeah, so when your follow-up, Lawrence, you can address that too, if that's
You said 17, 18,
18,
19, and 20 of one,
58, 100.
that's in winter?
It is.
Okay,
You can just verify that I looked that up correctly.
okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. If, our intent is a lease line, so if there's one there, then
Okay,
we'll keep that there, yep.
thank you.
Thanks.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to your next witness, Lawrence.
Okay, Dan, would you state your full name for the record, please? Dan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Dan Lagoulier.
He's ready to be sworn.
All right.
Do you need a spelling, Mr. Examiner?
Yeah, please, can you
Okay.
spell your name?
Sure. Leouillier.
If you'd have been a real smart guy, you'd have said D-A-N, right?
Well, assume the DA at the start. Yeah.
Dan,
All right.
would you, has he been sworn?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dan, by whom are you employed?
Supplemental Energy.
We're having a little trouble hearing you. Perhaps you can move a little bit closer to the phone. Are you having trouble, Mr. Examiner?
Yes.
Okay. Try that again. By whom are you employed?
Crescent Point Energy Corp.
Yeah, much better, thank you. And in what capacity?
Staff geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Your testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Thank you. Dan, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 25. Can you tell us what Exhibit 25 is and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Okay, Exhibit 25 is a map showing the proposed lease line locations. They're in a variety of colors, dashed lines. It also shows the proposed surface locations for those lease line wells. These locations are on a structure map. This is a sub-sea level structure on the middle Bakken, top middle Bakken, top. The contour intervals are 50 feet. Also on this map of note is the location of our primary type log. It's our Krebs F2 24158 North. That is a well that we've got advanced core analysis and advanced logging analysis on, from which we build our reservoir properties. You'll see that type log will be shown displayed in the next exhibit. Also on this map is the location of our secondary type log. Those are the blue stars. These are the extrapolations from our thicknesses isopacks that we've extrapolated our reservoir properties to.
All right, let's go to that type log, Exhibit 26, as you did with 25. Identify 26 and then briefly highlight what's contained upon it.
Okay, Exhibit 26 is the type log from our primary type log, and what we're seeing here is 5 different tracks: a TOC track, gamma track, porosity tracks, routine core analysis, advanced NMR logs showing permeability, and a resistivity track, and together these tracks are showing our target interval being the middle Bakken. That's highlighted that as a shaded region that sits between the upper Bakken and lower Bakken source rocks. And from the analysis and interpretation of these properties, I've tabled the reservoir properties and the thickness below the rock.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Dan, when you were talking about your Exhibit 25, the secondary type logs you indicated there, you were just indicating that those were the control points for the mapping on the exhibit, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Being done, we can move on to your next witness.
Marshall, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Marshall Doig.
Can you spell your last name?
Yep. Doig.
Thank you, Mr. Doig. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Marshall, by whom are you employed?
Crescent Point Energy.
In what capacity?
Senior development engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Your testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Marshall, Exhibit 27, identify it and please discuss what's contained upon it.
You bet. So on Exhibit 27, we're looking at the 2560 acre spacing unit. All sections fall in Township 158, Range 101. We're looking at sections 13, 14, 23, and 24. And we're proposing the lease line well shaded and colored in the dash blue, which will be a middle Bakken drill.
And Exhibit 28.
Similar to Exhibit 27, all sections fall in Township 158 and Range 101. We're looking at sections 14, 23, 22, and 15. And again, we're looking at a lease line targeting the middle Bakken formation.
And Exhibit 29.
On Exhibit 29, we're looking at something very similar, but now we're between Township 158 and Ranges 100 and 101, sections 13, 24, 18, and 19. And similar to the last exhibits, we're again looking at a proposed lease line targeting the middle Bakken formation.
All right, Exhibit 30.
And on Exhibit 30, we're back to Township 158, all Range 101, between sections 25, 36, 35, 26. And again, this will be a middle Bakken drill lease line.
Exhibit 31.
Similar to the last, still in Township 158, Range 101, looking at sections 26, 35, 34, and 27, proposing another lease line targeting the middle Bakken formation.
And 32.
Yep. And on Exhibit 32, we're now in Township 158, Range 100, looking between sections 17, 20, 19, and 18. And again, that'll be a middle Bakken formation lease line.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 33.
On Exhibit 33, all wells will be completed very similarly. They'll have a 9 5/8 surface, followed by 7-inch intermediate, and then there'll be a 4.5-inch liner brought back to about 40 degrees inclination.
How many anticipated frac stages?
We are anticipating 50 stages across all wells.
Right. Exhibit 34.
And lastly, on Exhibit 34, we're looking at a middle Bakken well. Our assigned type well is a middle Bakken 315. We're looking at an initial rate of about 500, decline rate of about 70%, a GOR of 2,000. Looking down at our economics, on a price of about $75. We look down, note the working interest of this example is 90.7. NPV return of about 2.9 million, rate of return of just below 50% in a payout of 4.5 years, and then the reservoir properties that come from the Crab South well there just below.
Right, and then Exhibit 35, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of hearings?
Yes, you bet.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Alright, seeing none. Is there anything further in this matter, Mr. Bender?
I guess we would like the record remain open until October 7th to supply the commission with a letter as to those spacing units that were initially requested that can be withdrawn.
The record will,
Yeah, I can provide you that list, and then we'll follow up on that lease line that we might have duplicated.
Yeah, that would be part of what we
Is
would
that the-
withdraw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
the record will remain open until October 7th
You
for
can give me a
supplement.
call when you got some time, maybe tomorrow.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29602.
Good seeing you again. Here.
Yep. Case number 29603, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Little Knife Bakken Pool, Dunn County, ND, so as to create and establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 14, 15, 22, and 23, Township 146 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 29603 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We intend to call 3 witnesses in this matter. All 3 witnesses will be appearing by telephone, and I'm not really certain why they haven't called in yet, so let me check on that. Okay. Where's Continental? Okay, thanks. Hello,
Hi, can you hear us, Lawrence?
can hear you very well, thank you.
Okay.
And the name of your first witness?
Scott Davis will be testifying in case 29603 on land matters.
Mr. Davis, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Did he say yes?
I heard I do.
Oh, okay, good.
Yes.
All right. I thought you said hello. so- Okay. Scott, state your full name for the record, please.
Scott Davis,
And Scott, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
Northern Region Landman.
And in that capacity, have you had an opportunity to testify before the commission previously and have your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Scott, let's go to Exhibit L1. Very briefly, identify L1 and discuss what's contained upon it.
Yeah, L1 is a general locator map. The existing fields are outlined in blue, and then the proposed 2560 is outlined in red and then shaded in yellow.
And Exhibit L2.
Exhibit L2 is a land plat of an existing 1,280 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 15 and 22 of Township 146 North, 97 West, along with a working interest ownership summary for those sections.
And L3.
L3 is a land plat of an existing 1,280 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 14 and 23 of Township 146 North, 97 West, along with a working interest ownership summary for those 2 sections.
And L4.
L4 is a land plat for the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 14, 15, 22, and 23 of Township 146 North, 97 West, along with a consolidated working interest ownership summary for that proposed 2560 acre spacing unit.
And because Continental Resources owns less than a majority interest in this proposed 2560, will Continental Resources have meetings or discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator of any well if this application is granted?
Yes, we will.
No further questions.
Right, any questions from commission staff? Seeing none?
Okay.
We can move on to your next witness.
Tyler, will you state your full name for the record, please?
Tyler Grumbacher.
All right, Tyler, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Tyler, will you spell your last name, please?
Gruenbacher.
By whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
as an operations geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
They were.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Tyler, let's go to Exhibit G1. Tell me what G1 is.
Exhibit G1 is a general locator map showing our proposed spacing unit. It's highlighted in yellow and outlined in red. Displayed on the map are 50-foot contours representing the depth of the upper Bakken surface. The type log for the area of the overage A-1 is indicated by the red star. This type log is representative of the rock character within our proposed 2560 acre spacing unit.
Okay, and G2?
G2 is the type log that was denoted by the red star on Exhibit G1. It displays the Bakken pool from 50 feet above the upper Bakken shale, through the Bakken and Three Forks formations and into the Bird Bear formation. The reservoir parameters associated with the type log are in the text box below it, and we expect a Middle Bakken reservoir thickness of 68 feet and a Three Forks 1 reservoir thickness of 89 feet.
No further questions.
Any questions from commission staff?
Tyler, looking at your exhibit G2, I'll just point out, I guess, that the Little Knife Bakken pool is actually 200 feet above the top of the Bakken to the top of the Bird Bear. And that the call out on the left that says NDIC Little Knife Bakken pool is placed incorrectly, and that it includes the Bird Bear entirely. So I don't necessarily need a supplemental, I just wanted to make it clear for future submissions.
I will make a note of that. Thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, we can move on to your third witness.
Bray, will you state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Bray Brownrigg, BROWNRIGG.
Thank you, Mr. Brownrigg. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Bray, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
What capacity?
as a resource development engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Bray, Exhibit E1, tell us what that is and what's contained upon it.
Yes, Exhibit E1 is a proposed directional well plot, the 2560 acre spacing unit. The image shows in the gray lines the outlines of the sections. The green lines are existing Middle Bakken lateral wells, and then the dashed red line is the proposed Three Forks 1 lateral well that we are bringing forward today.
And E2.
E2 is a typical Three Forks well diagram for a 2560 acre spacing unit in Dunn County, North Dakota. We plan to set 9 5/8 inch casing at around 2,300 feet, and then set 7-inch casing at an estimated 11,100 feet, and then TD the lateral at around 21,000 feet measured depth. This will result in a well with a cemented lateral with around 45 plugs in per stages.
And then E3,
E3 shows the reserves and economics expected for this well. The reservoir is the Three Forks. Initial rate is expected to be 888 barrels of oil per day, with final rate of 1 barrel of oil per day. Decline rate 80%. The exponent is 1.01. Expected GOR for life is going to be 1,797 SCF per barrel, with oil EUR 374,000 barrels of oil, 672 million cubic feet of gas, resulting in a 486 MBOE EUR. Concerning economics, we ran these at flat $60 oil and flat $3 gas. Drilling costs is anticipated to be a little over $8 million. We're modeling $10,000 per month operating cost with a working interest of 100%, revenue interest of 81%, results in a net present value at 10% discounting of $732,000, which is an internal rate of return of 15%, the payout of 4.9 years.
Ray, I just noticed that we don't have reservoir parameters on this exhibit. Is that something you can supply in a supplemental exhibit with the assistance of the geologic witness?
Yes, they are on the geologic exhibit, which is why I left them off.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
they
right,
are on
I'm
C2.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that. And typically what we've been doing is including them in both places, but I don't think that's necessary. So thank you for that explanation, Bray. Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that is typically provided the commission in these sorts of cases?
Yes.
Ray, in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
All right, that will conclude the hearing in case number 29603. Let me try to get through one more here before lunch. Case number 29370. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the St. Demetrius and/or Bull Snake Bakken Pool, Billings County, ND, so to create and establish the following: an overlapping 1920-acre space unit comprised of Section 32, Township 142 North, Range 99 West, and Sections 5 and 8, Township 141 North, Range 99 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on said proposed overlapping 1920-acre space unit, and 4 overlapping 3840-acre space units comprised of Sections 33 and 34, Township 142 North, Range 99 West, Sections 3, 4, 9, and 10, Township 141 North, Range 99 West, Sections 34 and 35, Township 142 North, Range 99 West, Sections 2, 3, 10, and 11, Township 141 North, Range 99 West, Sections 35 and 36, Township 142 North, Range 99 West, and Sections 1, 2, 11, and 12, Township 141 North, Range 99 West, Section 31, Township 142 North, Range 98 West, and Section 36, Township 142 North, Range 99 West, and Sections 1 and 12, Township 141 North, Range 99 West, Sections 6 and 7, Township 141 North, Range 98 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing space units on each proposed overlapping 3840-acre space unit and/or such further relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing this matter, case 29370 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We intend to call 3 witnesses. Our first witness is a land witness. Taylor, would you state your full name for the record, please, and spell your last name?
Taylor Titanic, and that's Tytanic.
Thank you, Ms. Titanic. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do, yes.
Taylor, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources.
In what capacity?
As a landman too, working our Bakken area.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do is just very briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Sure. From 2013 to 2017, I attended the University of Oklahoma. One of my degrees was in a field called energy management. Upon graduating in 2017, I was immediately hired by Continental Resources. So I've been working here at Continental for the last 5 years as a landman. And yes.
Okay, and in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant land matters concerning Continental's request in case 29370?
I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Taylor, let's go to the packet of exhibits for this case, and I'll have direct your attention first to L1. Tell me what L1 is.
L1 is a general locator map. The existing field outlines are in the blue outline, and then in the center of the map, you can see the 5 spacing units that we are requesting today. The one outlined in red is the 1920 acre spacing unit that we are requesting, and then the black outline, green outline, purple outline, and pink outline are the 3840 acre spacing units that we are requesting today.
Okay, thank you for that. L2.
L2 is the proposed 1,920 acre spacing that we are requesting today. It is comprised of section 32 of 142 north, range 99 west, and sections 5 and 8 of 141 north, range 99 west. To the right, you will see the working interest ownership for these sections.
And then let's go to L3.
L3 is an existing 1,920 acre spacing unit that's comprised of section 33, township 142 north, range 99 west, and sections 4 and 9 of township 141 north, range 99 west. To the right, you will see a working interest ownership for these sections.
L4.
L4 is a currently existing 1,920 acre spacing unit. It's comprised of section 34, township 142 north, range 99 west, and sections 3 and 10 of township 141 north, range 99 west. To the right is a working interest ownership breakdown for these sections.
Okay, now let's go to L5.
L5 is the 3840 spacing unit that we are requesting today. It is comprised of sections 33 and 34 of township 142 north, range 99 west, and sections 3, 4, 9, and 10 of township 141 north, range 99 west. To the right is the working interest ownership for this proposed 3840.
Okay, and then let's go to L6.
L6 is an existing 1,920 acre spacing unit. It's comprised of section 34 of township 142 north, range 99 west, and sections 3 and 10 of township 141 north, range 99 west. To the right is a working interest ownership summary for these sections.
L7.
L7 is a currently existing 1,920 acre spacing unit that is comprised of section 35 of township 142 north, range 99 west, and sections 2 and 11 of 141 north, range 99 west. To the right is a working interest ownership summary for these sections.
And exhibit L8.
L8 is our proposed spacing unit for a 3,840 acre spacing. It would be comprised of sections 34 and 35 of township 142 north, range 99 west, and sections 2, 3, 10, and 11 of township 141 north, range 99 west. To the right is the estimated working interest ownership summary for these sections.
Okay, then let's go to L9.
L9 is a currently existing 1,920 acre spacing unit that is comprised of section 35, township 142 north, range 99 west, and sections 2 and 11 of Township 141 North, Range 99 West. To the right of the plat is a working interest ownership summary for these sections.
And L10.
L10 is an existing 1,920 acre spacing unit that is comprised of section 36, Township 142 North, Range 99 West, and sections 1 and 12 of Township 141 North, Range 99 West. To the right of the plat is the working interest ownership summary for these sections.
Okay, and then let's go to L12.
I think L11 is the next exhibit.
Oh, I'm sorry, jumped ahead on you.
All good.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is our proposed 3,840 acre spacing unit. This proposed unit would be comprised of section 35 and 36 of Township 142 North, Range 99 West, and sections 1, 2, 11, and 12 of Township 141 North, Range 99 West. To the right of the plot is a working interest ownership summary for these sections within the proposed unit.
Okay, now let's go to L12.
Okay, L12 is an existing 1,920 acre unit that is comprised of section 31 of Township 142 North, Range 98 West, and sections 6 and 7 of Township 141 North, Range 98 West. To the right of the plot is a working interest ownership summary for these sections.
And L13.
L13 is an existing 1,920 acre spacing unit that is comprised of section 36, Township 142 North, Range 99 West, and sections 1 and 12 of Township 141 North, Range 99 West. To the right of the plot is a working interest ownership summary for these sections.
Okay, and then L14.
L14 is our proposed spacing unit that is comprised of 3,840 acres, and this would consist of section 31, Township 142 North, Range 98 West, section 36, Township 142 North, Range 99 West, sections 1 and 12 of Township 141 North, Range 99 West, and sections 6 and 7 of Township 141 North, Range 98 West. To the right of the plot is the estimated working interest ownership summary for these sections.
No further questions of this witness.
Any questions from commission staff?
Is there a reason the 3840 that would consist of 32, 33, 4, 5, 8, and 9 is not being applied for at this time? It'd be just to the east of the 1920 that you're establishing.
If you know, Taylor, you can answer that.
Can you repeat the question, please?
I guess what, is there a reason you're not applying for a lease line spacing unit just to the east of the 1920 that you're establishing here?
I believe the engineer witness will testify to that.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from staff? Seeing none, we can move on to your next witness.
Tyler, will you state your full name for the record?
Tyler Gruenbacher.
Thank you, Mr. Gruenbacher, and I believe you testified previously, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so we'll keep him as an expert, but we'll swear you in again for this hearing. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under the penalties of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Tyler, let's go to G1. Tell us what that is.
Exhibit G1 is a general locator map showing our proposed spacing units, which are highlighted in yellow and then outlined in red, black, green, blue, and pink. Displayed on the map are 50-foot contours representing the depth of the upper Bakken surface. The type log for the area is the Armbrust 1, and it is indicated by the red star. And this type log is going to be representative of the rock character we expect to find within our proposed spacing units.
And then let's go to G2.
Exhibit G2 is the type log that was denoted by the red star in Exhibit G1. It displays the Bakken pool from 50 feet above the upper Bakken shale through the Bakken and Three Forks formations and into the Bird Bear formation. Reservoir parameters that are associated with this type log are in the text box below it.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to next witness.
Alex, would you state your full name for the record?
Alexander Cody.
Mr. Cody? You solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Alex, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
Resource Development Engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Alex, let's turn to Exhibit E1. Very briefly identify and tell us what's contained upon it.
Exhibit E1 is a proposed directional well plot for the proposed 1920 spacing unit, comprised of sections 5 and 8 of 141 North 99 West, sections 32 and 142 North 99 West. The purpose of the exhibit is to outline the existing development shown by the solid lines. One note on this exhibit, the existing development in sections 5 and 8 should be a Three Forks wellbore, and then in section 32, that's an existing Middle Bakken wellbore. The dashed green lines indicate the four proposed new wells for this 1920.
Okay, and E2?
E2 is a proposed 3840 directional well plot for sections 3, 4, 9, and 10 of 141 North 99 West, and sections 33 and 34 of 142 North 99 West. Again, shown with a solid lines are the existing development, with green representing Middle Bakken and pink representing Three Forks. The undeveloped well that we're proposing is shown by the dashed green line, shown on a section line.
Okay, and E3?
E3 is a proposed 3840 directional well plot comprised of sections 2, 3, 10, and 11 of 141 North 99 West, sections 34 and 35 of 142 North 99 West. Again, the solid green lines indicate the existing Middle Bakken laterals, with the dashed green line being the section line undeveloped well, Middle Bakken.
Okay, and the next exhibit, E4?
E4 is a proposed 3840 directional well plot comprised of sections 1, 2, 11, and 12 of 141 North 99 West, and sections 35 and 36 of 142 North 99 West. The existing Middle Bakken wells are shown by the solid green lines, and the dashed green line on the section line indicates the proposed Middle Bakken well.
And E5?
E5 is a proposed 3840 directional well plot comprised of section 31 and 142 North 98 West, section 36 of 142 North 98 West, sections 1 and 12 of 141 North 99 West, and sections 6 and 7 of 141 North 98 West. Shown by the solid green lines are the existing Middle Bakken wells, with the proposed undeveloped well there on the section line for the dash green.
And what are Continental's plans for sections 6 and 7 in conjunction with this 3840 section line well?
So we would try to develop at the same time as a section line well.
Let's go to E6.
E6 is a typical 3-mile Middle Bakken well with a 7-inch casing point set at 11,000 feet, a total measured depth of 26,000 feet, resulting in a 15,000-foot cased and cemented lateral with an expected completion 65 plug and perf stages.
And E7?
E7 is our reserves and economics for the proposed Middle Bakken wells. We expect on the reserves the initial rate of 1,200 barrel of oil per day with a decline rate of 73%, B factor of 0.8, resulting in an oil EUR of 600 MBO
gas EUR of 1,449 million cubic feet, resulting in an EUR GOR of 2,415 SCF per barrel and a total EUR of 842 MBOE. With the reserves listed above and a 60-3 oil and gas price, a total drilling cost of $9,040,000, a 100% working interest, 81% NRI, resulting in a net present value discounted 10% of $8,521,000, a rate of return of 88%, and a payout of 1.2 years. Shown on the bottom are the reservoir parameters that Tyler spoke to in GP.
Okay, and Exhibit GM1 is a typical gas capture affidavit that's required by the commission in these sorts of cases.
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Alex, your intent with the spacing units that you're overlapping in the existing wells, you intend to continue producing those wells on those spacing units?
Yes, sir.
And then, I guess, is there any reason that you're not applying for the 3840 that would be to the east of the 1920 being established here?
There's no reason at this time. We'll evaluate the development there in that corridor, and then in the event that we carry forward, we'll testify to that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, anything further in this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
All right, then that will conclude the hearing in case number 29370. Call this next one. Case number 29604, application of SHD Oil and Gas LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Van Hook and/or Deepwater Creek Bay Bakken Pool, McLean and Dunn Counties ND, so as to create and establish an overlapping 4160-acre space unit comprised of sections 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and the northern half of sections 21, Township 150 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling, completing, and producing of a total not to exceed 8 wells and such other relief as appropriate. This case is continued to October. The time is 12:21. Why don't we take an hour for lunch, and we will probably begin the next case at 1:30 p.m.
Thank you.
right, and we are back on the record. The time is 1:30 p.m. Calling the next case here is case number 29605, application of Slauson Exploration Co., Inc. for an order for the Big Bend Bakken Pool, Montreal County, ND, to create and establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 34 and 35, Township 152 North, Range 91 West, and sections 2 and 3, Township 151 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 2 horizontal wells on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit and such further relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, Appeal Box 1855, appearing in case 29605 on behalf of Slauson Exploration Company, Inc. We'll be calling 3 witnesses in this case. Chris Manning will be offering some land testimony. Dylan Dozel will be offering some geologic testimony. And William Miller will be offering some engineering testimony. All 3 witnesses will be appearing by telephone and are on the phone as we speak.
All right, Mr. Manning, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Chris, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Chris Manning,
And Chris, by whom are you employed?
Slauson Exploration Company,
And in what capacity?
land manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as an expert?
Yes.
You offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Chris, let's go to the packet of exhibits for case 29605. Let's skip the cover page and the table of contents and go to exhibit 1. Can you tell me what exhibit 1 is?
And hey, Lawrence, could you move maybe a little closer to your mic or something? You sound really far away.
How about if I turn it on? Because I think that might help.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay. You're asking about content?
Exhibit 1, can you, I skipped the table of contents, I skipped the cover page, and I want to have you turn to Exhibit 1 and identify Exhibit 1 and then briefly describe what's contained upon it.
Yes. Exhibit 1 is the location map highlighting the spacing unit for our shad wrap unit. It's in the Big Bend field in Montreal County, North Dakota, colored in, the unit is colored in yellow.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 is a working interest ownership schedule for the shad wrap federal unit, which is comprised of sections 2 and 3 of Township 151 and Range 91.
Okay.
And you can see that Slauson has 33% working interest, and then descending in order of ownership size, parties that are in the well, and Slauson operates this unit.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 3.
With 3, the working ownership schedule for the 15291 Section 35, it would be operated by EOG. It's their Van Hook unit, and this would be in the approximate the northeast quadrant of the spacing units that we're applying for.
Okay, you want to briefly discuss the ownership?
Sure, EOG at 36%, and then Northern Oil, Michael Johnson Management with 17 and 15.63, and Slauson does not have any interest in this section.
Okay, and then Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is the working interest ownership schedule for the Slauson-operated Cannonball Federal Unit, comprised of sections 27 and 34. This is a stand-up unit, and this ownership is across the breadth of that 1280. So Slauson with 36%, and then Northern, Lime Rock, and other parties comprising the balance of that particular unit.
And then Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5 is the ownership schedule for our unit that we're applying for here. This is for sections 2 and 3, sections 34 and 35, 2,559.68 acres combined. And Slauson has a working interest in that combined unit of 25.83%, which would be the largest of any of the parties. And then you can see in descending order, Lime Rock, Northern, EOG. And many of these parties we've done business with in the past and have supported Slauson as operator, and we've been in contact with EOG as well. And I believe that they would support us as operator of this unit as well.
So you believe that because of your discussions with some of these other working interest owners that appear on Exhibit 5, that Slauson is likely to be the operator. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
No further questions for the land witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to your next witness.
Next witness is Dylan Dozel.
Thank you. Mr. Dozel, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Dylan, would you state your full name for the record?
Dylan Dozel,
And Dylan, by whom are you employed?
Slauson Exploration Company,
In what capacity?
geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
You'd offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Dylan, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. What I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit 6 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit 6 is a structure map contoured on the top of the Bakken Formation. Contour interval is 20 feet, and dip is approximately 1 degree to the west-southwest. Wells drilled on this requested spacing unit would be from east to west, which would see about a 130-foot structural drop. The type log, the location of the type log in the next exhibit is shown there with a pink star.
Okay, let's go to the type log, Exhibit 7. Can you briefly discuss what's contained on Exhibit 7?
Yeah, Exhibit 7, the type log from a recently drilled pilot hole in Big Bend Field. The log on the left is a porosity log, assuming limestone matrix. The log on the right is the induction resistivity log. The middle Bakken and the first bench Three Forks are the two reservoirs that are relevant in this application.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Will, would you state your full name for the record, please?
William Miller,
And by whom are you employed?
Slauson Exploration,
What capacity?
as a reservoir engineer.
And you've testified before the commission previously, have you not?
Yes.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert, correct?
Yes.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Well, let's go to Exhibit 8 in the packet. Can you identify Exhibit 8 and then briefly describe what's contained on that exhibit?
Exhibit 8 is a map or a plat showing the requested spacing unit, the 2560 acre spacing unit, section 35 being in the Parshall field, the rest of the sections being in Big Bend field. It shows the 2 wells requested for the density of the authorized on the spacing unit being drilled in the section line corridor, with the Middle Bakken well being targeted just slightly south of that section line, and the Three Forks target well just slightly north of the section line. both drilled from a surface location in the northeast of Section 2 of Township 151 North, Range 91 West.
And Exhibit 9.
Exhibit 9 is a similar development map. It shows the same two wellbores, again in blue and red, around that Section 9 corridor. It also shows other existing wellbores on the underlying spacing units. The EOG operated wells in that kind of light gray, the Slauson operated wells in blue, and then the outlined boxes with the various shading and characteristic dashed edges are showing all of the overlapping and underlying units, which would interact with this unit in terms of having some overlay. And there's no requested changes in those overlapping units. We were just trying to show in the legend where the currently allowed well densities are listed, that those units are requested to stay in place in the revised field rules that might be issued through this application. And we were trying to do that visually in a manner that was the least confusing possible.
Okay, Exhibit 10.
Exhibit 10 is an example wellbore diagram for an approximately 2-mile lateral drilled in the Big Bend Bakken field, showing a cemented liner completion.
And how many frac stages are you anticipating?
Currently, I believe our designs use between about 44 and 46 stages. One of the benefits of having a cemented liner is it allows you to implement whatever you think the technology is optimal at the time the well is being drilled. In terms of frac design, there's a lot more variability than some of the older sliding sleeve implementations.
All right, then let's go to Exhibit 11.
Exhibit 11 is an exhibit showing some of the expected recoveries and economics of the expected 2-mile lateral developed on this spacing unit. It shows an estimated ultimate recovery of oil of 745,000 barrels of oil, 596,000 MCF of gas, using some of the assumptions about prices, including a net oil price back to the wellhead of $65 per barrel, and gas price of $6 per MMBTU, with a well cost of about $8.5 million. Shows a 15-month payout, 12.23 PV10 profit, a 2.5 to 1 PV10 ROI, and just under $5 million in severance taxes for the state of North Dakota.
And Exhibit 12.
Exhibit 12 is a similar well economics slide showing the anticipated economics of a Three Forks well on a 2-mile lateral basis. It shows a 530,000 barrel oil recovery estimate using a lot of the same assumptions, including well cost and pricing. It shows a 17-month payout, 1.9 to 1 PV10 ROI, and about $3.5 million in taxes for the state of North Dakota.
And then Exhibit 13, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of hearings?
It is.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions. We'd offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Well, these two wells, about how far off the section line will they be located?
My best guess is that little Bakken one would be about 200 feet south of the line. For the Three Forks, my guess is similar offset to the north, but within the 500-foot corridor established by the commission.
Okay, thank you.
William, this is Bruce Hicks. On your economics, you're showing $6 per MMBTU. Is that what you're currently receiving?
So once you factor in the BTU contents of the gas and natural gas liquids, if you extrapolate that back to a wellhead MCF, I think our current net back to the wellhead in this field is probably closer to just under $10, and those economics are factored in. I was listing here that $6 MMBTU is the equivalent of a Henry Hub metric.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? See none. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29605. Moving on. Case number 29606. Application of Slauson Exploration Co. Inc. for an order for the Bullybakken Pool, Mackenzie County, ND, as follows. Create and establish a 640-acre space unit comprised of Section 18, Township 148 North, Range 99 West, or in the alternative, establish a 1440-acre spacing unit comprised of all of Section 17, 18, and the northeast quarter of Section 20, Township 148 North, near Range 99 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on said proposed 640, or in the alternative, 1440-acre spacing unit. Create and establish 2 overlapping 1920-acre spacing units comprised of Sections 1, 12, and 13, and Sections 3, 10, and 15, Township 148 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 6 horizontal wells on each proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit. Create and establish an overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of Sections 2, 11, and 14, Township 148 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 7 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit. And create and establish 2 overlapping 40-acre spacing units comprised of Sections 1, 2, 11, 12, 13, and 14, and Sections 2, 3, 10, 11, 14, and 15, Township 148 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of each proposed overlapping 40-acre spacing unit, and such further relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter on behalf of Slauson Exploration Company, Inc. We intend to call 3 witnesses in this matter. James Culberson will be offering some land testimony, and then we'll have Dylan Dozel and William Miller, who testified in the previous hearing, offering testimony on geology and engineering.
All right. Mr. Culberson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
James, state your full name for the record, please.
It's James Culbertson,
And James, by whom are you employed?
Exploration Company,
In what capacity?
Wayne.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
James, let's go to the packet of exhibits for this case, 29606. Let's skip the cover page, the table of contents, and go to Exhibit 1. Can you identify Exhibit 1 and then briefly describe what's contained upon it?
Yeah, so Exhibit 1 is a general locator map, which shows the various field boundaries, including the Bully Field. And then it also highlights the 3 1920s we're applying for, as well as the 2 3040s.
Okay, and then go to Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 is a working interest ownership schedule for an existing 1280, comprised of sections 1 and 12. It has a producing well or phaser well that we operate on it. And then the ownership for Slauson is 20.78%, Northern Oil and Gas is 25.32%, and then various other non-op owners.
Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3 is also an existing 1280, comprised of section 3 and 10, which includes our Barnstormer federal well that Slauson operates. Slauson's working interest in this 1280 is 36.73, and then Widing's at 38.50, and then there are other non-op parties making up the balance.
And Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is the first 1920, which overlaps sections 1 and 12, and then includes section 13. It's an ownership schedule, Slauson Exploration with 26.41%, Burlington 16.83, Northern 16.80, and then various other non-op parties.
And Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5 is 1920, comprised of sections 2, 11, and 14. It is not technically an overlapping unit, as there hasn't been development on any of the sections. But the ownership is 41.66%, Slauson Exploration Company, Widening at 32.67%, and then other non-op owners, including some unlinked sea minerals.
And Exhibit 6.
And then Exhibit 6 is the ownership schedule for the 1920, comprised 3, 10, and 15, which overlap the existing 1280, comprised of sections 3 and 10. The ownership for the 1920 is 46.25% Slauson Exploration, 25.54% Widening, Widening, and then other non-op parties.
And Exhibit 7.
That is the ownership schedule for the overlapping 3840 comprised of sections 1, 2, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Loss and exploration at 34.03%, Widening at 17.97, and then various other non-op parties.
And then finally, Exhibit 8. Oh, I'm sorry, not finally, Exhibit 8.
Exhibit is the 3840 overlapping unit by sections 2, 3, 10, 11, 14, and 15. The ownership for Slauson is 43.95%, Widening's 29.11%, and then other non-op parties.
In those situations where Slauson owns less than a majority interest in the proposed spacing unit, will Slauson have discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator of the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, and we've already had some conversations with other parties, so generally, yes.
Okay. Let's go on to Exhibit 9. Tell me what Exhibit 9 is.
Exhibit 9 is 2 alternative spacing scenarios. Because we're overlapping section 1, 12, and 13 and framing as a 1920, it will terminate lay down 1280 comprised of sections 13 and 18. So we wanted to propose 2 alternative spacing scenarios for 18, 17, and northeast section 20. First being section 18 as a 640 standalone unit and 17 as a standalone 800-acre spacing unit, or the alternative being a 1440-acre unit where everything's combined.
Does Slauson own any leasehold interest in these 2 sections, or any of these sections, 17 and 18?
No, we don't. Section 18, the majority interest owner is Burlington Unmixed Minerals, and Section 17, the majority interest owner is Widening. We contacted both companies to get their feedback on what their preferences would be so we could relay that to the commission. Burlington's preference is a 1440, and Widening did not provide a preference.
No further questions for this witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
So I guess just regarding your Exhibit 9, Slauson doesn't need that spaced at this time for their planned drilling operations. It was purely provided as an alternative since that spacing unit was being broken up?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none. Mr. Dozel, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right, and I will note that we have acknowledged Mr. Dozel as an expert in the previous case.
Okay, thank you.
Treated as such.
Dylan, Exhibit 10, tell us what that is.
Exhibit 10 is a structure map contoured on the top of the Bakken Formation. The contour interval is 20 feet, and dip is fairly flat at about 0.2 of a degree to the northeast. Wells drilled on these proposed spacing units would be from north to south, and the location of the type log in the next exhibit is depicted with a red star.
Okay, let's go to the type log.
Exhibit 11 is a type log from a nearby pilot hole. On the left, you have a induction resistivity log, and to the right is a porosity log. Our development map will show as well as targeting both the middle Bakken and the first bench three ports, which are labeled on the logs in bold text. Calculations from these logs, they show a relatively high water saturation compared to the core of the basin, but we feel that by going 3 miles that it can help well economics in this area.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Miller, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And you may also question him as an expert.
Will, let's go to Exhibit 12. Tell us what that is.
Well, Exhibit 12 is a zoom-in of the kind of development planned for the 3 19-20 acre units that Slauson's requesting, along with the overlapping 3840s. It shows on the two existing units that have a well on the 1280 acre unit, the Phaser and Barnstormer unit, developing with 3 further Middle Bakken 3-mile wells, and on the central unit that does not have any well development, a total of 4 Middle Bakken wells, and then 3 Three Forks targeted wells on each of those 1920s, along with a Three Forks targeted well on each of the 3840s. That is our current kind of design of how we would envision this unit to be developed. You'll note in sections 112 and 13 that there is some acreage that's been flagged as unleased federal acreage, and I believe that the land exhibit documented in the ownership table for 112 and 13 that was unleased federal. The current plan shows those well bores being steered around the acreage. If it were to be leased prior to us developing these units, we would probably change that development pattern to have it shown as a little more uniform, but there is a method that we think does not sacrifice too significantly to recoverable reserves of developing this that would avoid the unleased federal acreage that remains in these sections. Additionally, the development shows the drilling happening from north to south, with the surface locations all located along the current development corridor just south of the township boundary. This is both for efficiencies of where the existing pads are located, and additionally, you'll note down there on the south of the unit is the north unit of Theodore Roosevelt National Park. Spacing in this manner of having the 1920s and 3840s allows us to keep surface locations closer to 3 miles away from that park boundary, rather than the current spacing of having laydown 1280s of 14 and 15 and 13 and 18, which would have required much closer surface locations to develop this acreage. As the geology witness Dylan noted, we think the economics can be helped here through development of 3-mile laterals, and we also think it's the prudent way to develop these resources from an environmental perspective.
Okay, 13.
13 is an example wellbore schematic for a 3-mile wellbore in the Bowie Bakken field. It shows a cemented wellbore. As I noted in the previous case, that cemented liner allows us to implement what we think is the preferred frac design at the time we drill the well. Our current implementation for laterals of approximately 3 miles in length was 70 frac stages. This 3-mile well we anticipate in this area would have a total TBD at the toe of just under 11,000 feet and total measured depth of just under 26,000 feet.
And Exhibit 14.
Exhibit 14 is a exhibit documented the anticipated recoveries and economics of a Middle Bakken 3-mile lateral in this area. It shows anticipated oil recovery of 525,000 barrels of oil, just under 2.7 BCF of gas, using some price assumptions of $65 per barrel net back to the wellhead, a $6 per MMBTU equivalent of kind of the Henry Hub price, obviously enhanced by liquid recoveries to get the gas revenue, a well cost of $10.9 million for a 3-mile well. It would show, under those assumptions, a 14-month payout, 2.19 to 1 PV10 discounted ROI, and $3.6 million in tax revenues for the state of North Dakota.
Okay, and then Exhibit 15, the First Bench Three Forks economics.
Exhibit 15 is showing what we think might be representative of the Three Forks economics in this area. As was shown on the type log, there's pretty thick pronghorn shale in this area. I think we're still evaluating the extent that that may have blocked oil migration here. So this is somewhat more speculative than the Middle Bakken. However, we thought it would be prudent to request authorization for the density to allow us to develop the Three Forks if we choose to do so at the time we're bringing a rig out here. This shows what would be the anticipated types of recoveries that we think would be economic to cause us to develop it at about 385,000 barrels of oil, just under 2 BCF of gas, using some of those same economic assumptions, and $10.9 million well cost, a 24-month payout, 1.6 to 1 PV10 ROI, and $2.6 million in tax revenue for North Dakota.
And Exhibit 16, is that a gas capture affidavit that's typically required by the commission in these types of hearings?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yeah.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. We would offer Exhibits 1 through 16.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
William, just confirming your intended target is first bench, Three Forks. If you do target the Three Forks, it's first bench, Three Forks?
Correct.
Okay. The pool boundary in the area is 50 feet above the top of the Bakken to 50 feet into the Three Forks, which would be fine with what you've depicted on Exhibit 11. But there is a very thick shale there present, so the pool would start underneath the pronghorn shale. So, and then I don't see reservoir parameters. Would you be able to provide a supplemental exhibit for the Bakken and Three Forks targets, porosity, water saturation, thickness, etc.?
Yeah, I believe we could provide that.
Okay, please do so. Thank you.
Well, are there efforts to get the unleased federal acreage leased?
I believe it was nominated and up in one of the sale packages posted for earlier this year and was withdrawn from that. So when they'll fit, I don't know. But we've, I think, done the best we can to try it.
Okay, thank you.
William, this is Bruce Hicks. Could you go over Exhibit 9 and tell me how you plan to develop this? I kind of missed that.
So Exhibit 9 is currently spaced as a 800-acre unit for 7 feet and the northeast of 20, and also a laydown 12 acres consisting of section 13 and 18. I think we expect that if they establish the 1920-acre unit we're requesting for 1, 12, and 13, that the commission would terminate the laydown 1280 at 13 and 18. And if that's the case, we wanted to present in our application a spacing possibility such that 18 wouldn't become unspaced in any field rules. And so that's why we presented the alternative of either having a 640 or a 1440-acre unit, but we don't envision that Slauson would be the operator of that unit. I think, as the land witness, James, testified, Conoco, who's one conceivable company that could operate it, and I believe was the last company that brought the application before the commission that originally had it spaced as the laydown 1280 and the 800-acre unit, had a preference for the 1440.
So are you still requesting to have the commission designate that as a 1440?
I think we wanted to leave that up to the discretion of the commission because we don't have any interest in these lands. But I think that as part of our application, in order to prevent waste and not have Section 18 become unspaced for future development, it might be prudent to have the commission go forward with the 1440.
There was some talk about locating the surface location as far as possible away from the park boundary. I guess anybody that wants to answer that, have you had any conversations with where the surface location would be here and if that would be, I guess, accepted by the park?
Just before you answer that, Will, Bruce, are you talking about in section 1718, or are you talking about with respect to the 1920s and 3840s that we're requesting?
I'm talking about Exhibit 9, the 1440 that is proposed there. I don't know if it was James or Dylan that talked about the park wanting them 3 miles away rather than 2, so the 1920s would be, or the 1920s would be drilled. But this one here is going to be much closer, so I was just wondering if there was conversations about this location.
I do not believe that, and possibly our land witness can answer this, I believe he's the one who's had the direct conversations with those operators, but I don't think they've specifically discussed siting. I do know that the park superintendent had submitted a letter that I believe was for the case file in this case, indicating that for the 1920s and the 3840s, their preference would be that the service locations go in the existing development corridor on the north boundary of the unit, which is Slausson's plan. And they had said that they would wish to work with Slausson for siting the surface locations within 17 or 18. I presume they would, Slauson, as we've said, does not think that Slauson will be the operator of those units, and I presume that that request from the park superintendent that whoever were to operate that, if the commission chooses to space it as a 1440, whoever would operate that unit, and I think two likely candidates are either ConocoPhillips or Widening, would work with the park in siting that in a manner that prevents visual disturbance from the park. But I don't know that we can speak and guarantee that for them.
So James, have you had any conversations concerning that?
No, the extent of my conversations with ConocoPhillips and Widening were just, hey, you guys are the largest working interest owners within these two sections. We're creating a 1920 that's going to terminate way down 1280. Here's two different scenarios. What do you guys prefer? And like I said, Burlington said, hey, we prefer the 1440, and Widening didn't provide any feedback. But we didn't cross the bridge of development scenarios or who would operate, where the service locations would go, particularly in conjunction to the park. So we didn't get that far. We just wanted their weigh in on what their spacing preference was.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, I guess there was a request for a supplement there, Lawrence.
Yeah, October 7th.
The record will remain open until October 7th for that supplemental information. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29606. Moving on. Case number 29607, application of Hunt Oil Co. for an order for the Bailey, Wolf Bay, and/or Werner Bakken Pool, Dunn County, ND, as follows. Create and establish an overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of Section 36, Township 147 North, Range 93 West, and Sections 1 and 12, Township 146 North, Range 93 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on said proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit. Create and establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit, Sections 2, 3, 10, and 11, Township 146 North, Range 93 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit, and create and establish two overlapping 3840-acre spacing units comprised of Sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 146 North, Range 93 West, and Sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 146 North, Range 92 West, and Sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 146 North, Range 93 West, and Sections 19, 30, and 31, Township 146 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of each proposed overlapping 3840-acre spacing unit and such further relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 29607, on behalf of Hunt Oil Company. We intend to call three witnesses in this matter. Our first witness will be Mr. Matt Bodley, and he'll be offering some land testimony.
All right, Mr. Bodley, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Matt, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company,
What capacity?
land manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Matt, very briefly, Exhibit 1, identified and discuss what's contained upon it.
It's a regional location map showing Bailey, Wolf Bay, and Warner Fields in Dunn County.
And Exhibit 2I.
Exhibit 2I is Hunt's proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit with Hunt's interest in that spacing unit, as well as Hunt's existing 1280 and an existing laydown 1280 and 35 and 36.
And then let's go to 2II.
2II is Hunt's proposed 2560 with Hunt's working interest in that 2560, Hunt's existing 1280, and a additional 1280 not operated by Hunt, all with Hunt's working interest in each DSU.
Okay, and what's the working interest ownership in the proposed DSUs? Can you just
Yeah,
indicate?
Hunt's working interest in the proposed 2560 is 35.94%. Hunt's interest in the existing 1280 is 71.88%, and Hunt does not own a working interest in the 1280 containing sections 3 and 10.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit 2 Triple I.
2 III shows Hunt's proposed 38 40-acre spacing units, along with Hunt's existing 1280s and 2 existing 1920s, with Hunt's working interest in each.
And I only need you to describe for the commission what the working interest is in the 3840s that Hunt has.
Hunt's interest in the northern 3840 is 56.53%. Hunt's interest in the southern 3840 is 75.57%.
So in one of the proposed spacing unit, Hunt owns less than a majority interest, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that case, will Hunt have discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yes, sir.
No further questions of the land witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to your next witness.
Okay, Lauren, would you state your full name for the record?
Lauren Sakai.
Please raise your right hand, Ms. Sakai. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
And Lauren, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil,
In what capacity?
geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Lauren, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, which has been previously marked as 3I. Can you tell us what that exhibit is and then briefly describe what's contained upon it?
3I is a structure map on the top of the Three Forks. It has 50-foot subsea contour intervals, and the proposed 1920-acre DSU is outlined and highlighted in red, and the type log for all fields is circled in red.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit, 3II.
3II is a structure map on the top of the Bakken Formation. It also has 50-foot subsea contour intervals. And the proposed 2560-acre DSU is outlined and highlighted in red. And the two proposed 3840-acre DSUs are outlined and highlighted in blue. And again, the type log for all fields is circled in red.
Let's go to Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is a type log for Bailey, Wolf Bay, and Werner fields. On the left track, you see the gamma ray. The middle track has the neutron porosity and density porosity. And the right-hand track is the resistivity. The target intervals are highlighted in yellow. On the top is the Middle Bakken Reservoir, and on the bottom is the Three Forks First Bench Reservoir.
No further questions of this witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Lauren, on the exhibit 4 here.
Yes.
You've got a black line denoting the base of the Bakken pool. I'm assuming you have that marked at about 50 feet below the top of the Three Forks?
That's correct.
Okay. I believe in most of the fields, if not all of them, it's been revised to be the top of the Bird Bear. So there's a lot more pool
Okay.
there than what's being indicated on the.
Thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, we can move on to your next witness.
Sophia, would you state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Sophia Feliciano, Feliciano.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Sophia, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil,
What capacity?
Senior Staff Reservoir Engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, they have.
For the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Sophia, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, previously marked Exhibit 5I. Can you identify that exhibit and then briefly describe what's contained upon it?
Sure. In this exhibit, we can see the existing Hunt Oil in black, and then within the current existing 1280 unit, also highlighted in red, we can see the proposed 1980 unit with the corresponding proposed 3-4 wells in the dotted green line.
Okay, and you said 1980, you mean 1920 acre unit?
1920,
Yeah,
sorry.
okay. No, not a problem. Let's go on to Exhibit 5II.
Yeah, we can see a similar laid out, but in this case for the 2560 acre proposed unit highlighted in red with the existing Hunt Oil wells, and in the grade, we can see the other operator wells and the proposed lease line well dotted in the grid line.
Okay, and Exhibit 5, triple I.
Yeah, finally, in this exhibit, we can see both 38, 40 acre unit to the north and to the south with the Hunt wells and the other operator wells and the two middle backend 15 feet lateral and proposed lease line wells to the north and south.
Okay, then let's go to Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 shows the typical wellbore diagram for either the middle backend or the Three Forks for 10 to or 15,000 feet lateral land that will be completed with stimulation of frac stages between 50 or 90 frac stages stimulation.
And Exhibit 7I.
Exhibit 7I shows the estimated reservoir properties, reserves, and economics for the typical 3-4 wells in the proposed 1920 acre unit. With oil in place of approximately 25.8 million barrels in place. These, for the proposed 1920 acre unit, yields to a recovery factor of approximately 2.3% for the estimated EUR per well of 600,000 barrels. The economics for this proposed well will be with an investment of $7.95 million. They're at 97% rate of return with the current market prices that ranges from $88 to $70 between 2023 and 2028.
And we'll have you go on next to Exhibit 7 double I, and I know there's going to be a bit of duplication between that and
Yeah.
7 single I. Perhaps you can address it in terms of what's different from the
Yeah,
first exhibit.
and this exhibit just showed the same reservoir properties, but in this case will be for the middle backend. The previous one was 3-4, and this will be for a proposed 10,000 feet lateral land. The previous one was 15,000. So then with the original in place for the proposed 2560 acre unit, at almost at 23%, at 22 million barrels of oil in place, yields to a recovery factor of 3.3% for the estimated EUR of 750,000 MBO, 750 MBO, and the economics are 100% for same marketing the price deck and corresponding investment.
Okay, and then 7 triple I, and once again, perhaps just point out some of the differences to
Yeah.
7I.
Yeah, this is same middle backend, but instead of being a 10,000 feet lateral, will be for a 15,000 feet lateral. And this unit, the estimated in place is 34.2 million barrels in place, since it's a larger area. And the EUR of this well is, since it's the longer lateral, is estimated at 945 MBO, which yields to a 2.76% recovery factor with favorable economics at 100% rate of return for the correspondent investment for a 15,000 feet lateral land and running economics at the same price tag as all the previous.
Okay, and Exhibit 8, is that a gas capture affidavit that's typically required by the commission in these sorts of hearings?
That's correct.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Sophia, if we look at Exhibit 3 double I, which I realize isn't your exhibit, how is Section 35 going to get developed if this application is approved?
Section 35.
North.
Oh, how it's been developed?
No, the question is will it be developed if this application is approved?
I don't think we have determined that yet.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, sure.
So the current plan right now, and one of the reasons we're drilling this as a 15,000 footer, the lease in Section 36 expires on September 1st, 2023. We have done quite a bit of research to figure out how we can include Section 35. However, if we're not able to hold Section 36 in one way or another, that spacing unit is spaced as a laydown 1280 with only, with an unleased, fairly large unleased federal piece of acreage. So our plan would be to drill this well. If that well is successful, consider fully developing 36 and 35 if that is the route that we deem that makes the most sense. But if we can't, the main goal right now is to hold it before September.
So where is the, so the leases in 36 expire September 1st?
Yes, sir.
Is that a state section or
That's federal.
federal?
Yes, sir.
Is 35 federal?
35 is fee. And we have previously spoken with the fee owner of 35 several years ago. And like I said, have researched a lot of ways to get this developed. This right now is what we think is the best route forward.
So does Hunt have interest in section 35?
No, sir.
Do you know when the leases in 35 expire?
It's fee minerals owned by an operator. I believe it's Burlington Conoco is the owner of the minerals in 35. So there's no lease, they own the minerals.
So it's Burlington Minerals.
Yes, sir.
So if that 1280 is terminated, 35 and 36 due to this application, you have no idea how section 35 would get developed.
I think we've done quite a bit of and I don't know that would want to terminate the laydown 1280 as we're proposing just one well for the stand-up, keeping that option open and having the 15,000 footer as a Three Forks well would allow us to drill additional Bakken wells over the top of that Three Forks from a laydown or stand-up perspective if that's what is the best route to take at that point in time.
So what is your interest in section 36?
36 is over 90%. It's 96% or so.
So why don't you develop the laydown 1280?
We would love to at some point in time, but being drilling from the south allows us to get over a half mile away from the lake. We think that's our best route to be able to develop and hold section 36 in the period of time that we have in front of us. And from that point in time, ultimately, we think 35 and 36 is a route that we would like to take. And it's certainly one that we would prefer if we can figure out something with 35 and then further space as it's spaced for one well, get the results from the 15,000 footer and move from there.
So in short, your idea is here to hold section 36 and ultimately develop 35 and 36 as a laydown?
That would be our strong preference, yes, sir.
So, and I don't think you answered this, why don't you drill 35 and 36 right now?
There are a list of challenges associated with drilling 35 and 36 in the timeline that we have in front of us. Surface challenges, working with that operator or fee owner, getting something done before then, the distance to the lake for a surface location. And we have spent quite a bit of time on figuring out how to develop that. And in an effort to develop 36, what we're proposing today is something that we think is feasible and something that we could succeed on.
But in no means fully develops 36.
That's correct. If the well that we drill here is successful, we would then consider have two options. further develop on a 15,000-foot basis or on a laydown 1280 basis.
How feasible is it to get a surface location for 35 and 36?
Feasible but tough. It's our research is showing that it's not going to be a straightforward put your surface location here. It's going to take quite a bit of work, and we put quite a bit of work into it and still feel like we have quite a bit in front of us.
So if this application is approved, you're not requesting that 1280 be terminated?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I guess you indicated that you've had conversations with that owner in 35?
You have to answer.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you think they could, or do you think they'd be willing to provide a letter of support, or at least not opposing? Obviously, they're not here opposing this application, but you think they'd be willing to provide a letter of support for this development?
For the stand-up, it's something that we could certainly request.
I think that might be appropriate if they would if they'd be willing to do so.
Okay. Yeah, one of our concerns is timing with that September 2023 expiration. So we're making a full effort to hold that lease.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we need some time to supplement the
Yeah.
record then.
I'd like to ask a follow-up question. Matt, in section 36, you said that's federal ownership, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you said that lease will expire in September of 2023,
Yes,
is
sir.
that correct?
Mhm.
And if that lease expires, there's no idea whatsoever when it'll ever be put up for lease again, is that a fair
That's-
statement?
Yes, sir.
And that's one of the reasons you're anxious to move forward, so
Yes.
you can drill it now and not have to wait years and years and years for the federal government to possibly lease it.
That's correct.
And no further questions.
And do you still need time?
October 7th,
October 7th?
leave the record open until that date.
The record will remain open until October 7th for a supplement. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
I guess I would mention is, there is a possibility, if we can't get anything from ConocoPhillips by that point in time, perhaps we may ask for an extension of time, but we can deal with that as we go along.
Sure. Can address that as it arises. All right. That will conclude the hearing in case number 29607. Moving on. Case number 29314, application of WPX Energy Williston LLC for an order extending the field boundaries and amending the field rules for the Hart Butte and/or Twin Buttes Bakken Pool so as to create and establish a 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1 and 2, Township 147 North, Range 92 West, and Section 6, Township 147 North, Range 91 West, Dunn County, ND, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 wells, said spacing unit, and such additional relief as the commission deems appropriate. This case is continued to October. Case number 29364, application of WPX Energy Williston LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Hart Butte and/or Deepwater Creek Bay Bakken Pool, Dunn and McLean Counties, ND, so as to create and establish the following: an overlapping 1280-acre space unit comprised of sections 9 and 16, Township 149 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing space units on said proposed overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit, and an overlapping 3840-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, and 11, Township 149 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 3840-acre spacing unit, or such other and further relief as appropriate. This case is continued to October. Case number 29537. Application of WPX Energy Williston LLC for an order amending the field rules for the South Fork and/or Hart Butte Bakken Pool, Dunn County, ND, so as to create and establish the following: an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 9, 10, 15, and 16, Township 149 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit, and an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 148 North, Range 93 West, and sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 148 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit and such other relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in case 29537 on behalf of WPX Energy Williston, LLC. Let me first apologize for interrupting you with the call-in number here. WPX plans on calling 3 witnesses in this matter. Mr. James Benson will be offering some land testimony. Mr. Mark Edwards will be offering some geologic testimony. And then finally, Mr. Brad Bollinger will be offering some engineering testimony. They should be on the call now.
All right. Mr. Benson, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
James, could you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is James Benson.
And James, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by WPX Energy Williston, LLC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Devon Energy Corporation, as a senior staff landman in the Williston Basin.
And in that capacity as a senior staff landman, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
For the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
James, I've distributed to the examiner and the commission staff a packet of exhibits for case 29537. Let's skip the cover page and the table of contents, and let's go to Exhibit L1. Can you tell us what Exhibit L1 is?
Yes, sir. Exhibit L1 is a regional locator map indicating the application land shown in a green box within the Fort Berthold Reservation.
And L2?
L2 is an area locator map that depicts our application of Township 149 North, Range 92 West, sections 9, 10, 15, and 16 in Dunn County in a red dotted line.
And then let's go to L3.
L3 is a depiction of the ownership plat of the 2560 acre unit comprised of WPX owning a 93.75% working interest and the others having the remaining 6.25%.
And then L4.
L4 is the other section of this application, an area locator map depicting Township 148 North, Range 93 West, sections 1, 2, and 13, as well as Township 148 North, Range 92 West, sections 6, 7, and 18 there in Dunn County, indicated in a red dotted outline as well.
And then finally L5.
L5 is the overlapping 3840 acre land ownership plat of the lands I just described, depicting WPX with a working interest of approximately 81.50%, with the others having the remaining 18.50%.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to Mr. Edwards. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How about you?
I can hear you as well. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Mark, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by WPX Energy Williston, LLC, is a wholly owned subsidiary of Devon Energy, as a senior geologic advisor.
And in that capacity, have you testified before this commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay, Mark, let's go to G1. Very briefly, identify Exhibit G1 and discuss what's contained upon it.
G1 is an upper Bakken structure map, and for your ease, red outlines of the application lands are highlighted. The structure map is portrayed by contour intervals of 10 feet. And as you can see, there is a gently structural dip from east to west. I've also highlighted a well called Rimrock Oil and Gas, Two Shields Butte, 1421 4H, and a rust-colored star. That star will be the reference well on the next exhibit.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit, G2. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, that's our reference type log I just referred to on the map previously. It is a type log for the area. It is a triple combo presentation. Track 1 is a gamma ray, track 2 is a deep resistivity log, and track 3 has 2 curves in it, neutron and a density. I've highlighted the formations that occur on the log, and with the green arrow are the 2 landing targets that we typically have for this area. The upper one is the Middle Bakken Formation, and the lower one is the first bench of the Three Forks.
And that lower arrow, green arrow that says target, that's basically a legend, is it not? Is that right?
That is correct. It's a legend to identify the arrows on the log.
Okay. No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to Mr. Bullinger. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Brad, state your full name for the record, please.
Bradley Ballinger,
And Brad, by whom are you employed?
WPX, with WPX Energy, LLC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Devon Energy as a reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony this witness that of an expert.
Testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Brad, let's turn to Exhibit E1. Tell us what that is.
E1 is our proposed development plan for the High Hawk unit. The unit is outlined by the black line. The gray wells are producing wells, and then the one proposed well we have is a 2-mile Bakken well that is shown by the dashed red line.
Okay, and Exhibit E2?
E2 is for the other DSU that we are here for. Once again, that black box outlines the DSU, the gray wells are the PDPs, and then the colored wells are that are not dashed are producing wells, red being Bakken and blue being Three Forks. The proposed well we are talking about drilling would be the dashed 3-mile Three Forks well.
And E3?
E3 is just a standard 2-mile wellbore diagram for a Bakken well that we utilize.
And how many frac stages do you anticipate with these wells?
34 on a 2-mile basis.
Okay. And then E4?
E4 is the same type of wellbore diagram for our Three Forks over the 3-mile wellbore diagram.
And then let's go to E5.
E5, these are going to be the reservoir fluid properties and economics for the High Hawk 2-mile Bakken well. As you can see, it's a 2-mile Bakken well. Oil API gravity around 43 and about 221 degrees Fahrenheit. Initial oil gas flow ratio about 650 scf per barrel. The drilling unit size for this is going to be 2560. The pay thickness about 35 feet in this area with a 5.5% porosity and 31% water saturation, yielding just over 6 million barrels of oil in place. The economics for this well, we are expecting about 666 MBO for oil, about 352 million MCF for gas. That's the recovery factor at about 4%. These economics are represented by an $85 flat oil per barrel for oil and $2.50 gas. That gives us the sales of 43.6 million. Seven tax about 4 million, with our total operating costs down 8 million. Income, 31 million. Investment at
just short of $8 million, would give us a return on investment of 3.98.
Okay, and then E6.
This is the same format we just went through. However, this is for our Skunk Creek 3-mile Three Forks well. Once again, we're expecting very similar oil gravity, normal temperature, gas flow ratios. The main difference here is the drilling unit size. We're looking at 3840. And the pay thickness is about 44 feet in this area with porosity of 7% and water saturation of 35%, yielding right around 35 million barrels of original oil in place. Due to the 3-mile, the longer laterals of being 3 miles, we're expecting an EUR of right around 931 MBO, with the gas being around 686, yielding a recovery factor of 2.7%. Once again, we ran this at $85 flat and $3.50 flat for gas, yielding $61 million in gas sales. And then you can see the other numbers there. But the investment is just short of $10 million for the 3-mile well, giving us a return on investment of 4.4.
And then if we go to Exhibit GCP1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these types of hearings?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Brad, on your exhibit E1,
Yes, sir.
sections 9 and 10 are currently, there's a lease line 640 space there, is that correct?
I am not 100% sure at this time.
And the west half of 15 and 22 and the east half is 16 and 21, 21, excuse me, are lease line 1280, is that correct?
Bruce, this is James Benson, the land testifier for this. I might be better able to answer that question. And I think that the way I'm looking at the plat with the existing development, I think it's possible on the plat provided that, yeah, there could be a stand-up 1280 on that one, but I'd have to double-check on the underlying spacing. And certainly can provide a plat with those underlying units on the map if that's necessary.
Well, you can probably take my word for it, that those exist.
Okay.
So if this application is granted, what's going to happen to the lease line between sections 21 and 22?
I'm trying to identify. I'm just trying to identify which well you're referring to on the map, and I'm not seeing a 640, but a 640 lease line on that corridor on this plat. I'm not saying there's not, but in that circumstance, that if there was going to be a underlying 640 between sections 21 and 22 being, I would just presume, the west half of section 22 and the east half of section 21. Is that the reference unit that you're referring to? Would those be the right lands?
No, the west half of 15 and 22 and the east half of sections 16 and 21 are a stand-up lease line 1280.
Okay.
That currently exists, and there is a lease line 640, so west half of 10 and the east half of 9 for a lease line well there. So if this application is granted, there is no lease line between 21 and 22 anymore. And based on your other space unit where you want to drill a 3-mile lateral, why wouldn't you do the same thing up here?
From a development standpoint, our plan was we were going to do a 3-mile initially. However, with newly acquired acreage, our new development plan is going to be to do a 2-mile lease line well on the west half of 22 and 27 and east of 21 and 28. So there's a pad in yellow in the southwest corner that we would utilize to get a 2-mile lease line well put in there, which would cover the 21 and 22.
So when will that application be forthcoming?
Yeah, I would think that application would be forthcoming in the next, I would say, 6 to 8 months, Mr. Hicks. And I can tell you that, if there's an application, to kind of follow up on your first question, what to do about the 640 lease line between sections 9 and 10, with no existing development, we would ask for that outline to be terminated. But on that lease line that you're requesting, I would think that that's going to be coming up here in the next 6 to 8 months to have that spacing heard. On the timing of development, we'd have to go back and take a look where that could fit into our rig program. But with the new acquisition of the Rimrock acreage, we're kind of shuffling around the right timing of all these different units and wells. But
Mr. Boer, I think what I hear from you is that there's some concern about the 2560 that we are proposing in conjunction with the acreage around it as to how we're going to develop that surrounding acreage. And perhaps what we could do is leave the record in this matter open until October 7th. We could provide a map that would demonstrate what that proposed development is. And I know there's no plans to, as I think it was James pointed out, to bring the application for 6 to 8 months. Perhaps we can move that up. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to talk to my client, but that may be a solution to this. Leave the record open, give us an opportunity to lay out for you what we believe the development plans are, and then a determination could be made whether that application has to be made relatively soon or whether it can wait 8 months. Does that make sense?
That's fine.
Okay.
And then on the southern 3840, currently 1 and 12 and 6 and 7 are lease line 1280. And then there's no lease line below that until you get down to 25 and 36 and 30 and 31. So if your application is granted, what's going to happen to the lease line between sections 24 and 19?
I think maybe again on that one is if we can leave the record open to present some sort of information on how that might be able to be developed. I mean, the logical answer is that will also be 3840, and you could drill in between there. But not knowing who owns that acreage, it's a little difficult, I think, for us here to make that suggestion right now. So we'd request the same with respect to this spacing.
That'd be fine.
Okay.
And I'll just add too on the south section 2419. I know that Interplus is the adjacent operator to the west there in some of those sections, and presumably if we get space for 3840 for a 3-mile development from the south, that's what we'd want to do, making the presumption that the working interest would be more or less in our favor, or Interplus would support development, either one. But want to add that.
Thank you. Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, there was a request to keep the record open until October 7th, and that has been granted for a supplement. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
All right, then that will conclude the case the hearing in case number 29537. Moving on, case number 29608. On a motion of the commission to consider the establishment or altering of spacing units in the Hardscrabble or Indian Hill Bakken pools in sections 1, 12, 13, 24, 25, and 36, Township 153 North, Range 102 West, Mackenzie and Williams Counties, ND, and such other relief as is appropriate. Grayson Mill Operating, LLC, Rim Operating, Inc., Oasis Petroleum, North America, LLC. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Hello.
Hi, we're calling in for case number 29608.
Is that you, Nikki? Okay,
Yes.
so you're not gonna, okay. And Mark is on the phone as well?
Yes, Nikki Markiname, you're all in and Philip.
Mr. Examiner, Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in case 29608 on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating LLC, and that's it.
All right. And do you have any witnesses today, or?
Yes.
Oh, sure. And Wade, do you want to make your appearance as well?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC. Intend to have one witness, and Greg Sandberg. He'll appear telephonically.
And I guess we will begin with Mr. Bender with your witnesses, and then
Okay.
move on to Mr. Mann.
You ready?
Sure.
Bush, will you state your full name for the record, please?
Bush Toma.
And can you spell your last name for me?
It's Thoma.
Right. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Bush, by whom are you employed?
Grayson Mill Energy,
In what capacity?
regulatory advisor.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
And when you say regulatory advisor, you're a landman by education and training, is that correct?
Yes, I was previously a landman for 10 years.
And we'd offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
The testimony will be, or you don't have to, you said? Or, sorry. Or, did you offer the testimony as out of an expert?
Yes.
Sorry. The testimony will be received as that of an expert. Sorry, I misheard.
Okay, thanks. Bush, let's turn to, you have a packet of exhibits in front of you?
No.
Well, she's got some extras over there. You haven't committed them to memory. Huh? You were trying to get my attention to get you some exhibits, right? Yeah.
Sure. Exhibit L1. This is just a field depiction of how everything is currently spaced in this area. The previous application that we had for 1920 was sections 112 and 13 in Township 153 North, Range 102 West.
Okay. Perhaps just a little background might help in terms of your company made an application before the commission several months ago to space as what you just described, 1 and 12 and 13 and 24. Is that correct?
It was sections 112 and 13
Okay.
as in 1920.
Okay. And that application has basically been put on hold. You don't have a decision on that, is that correct?
No.
Okay. And then the commission, on its own volition, has docketed this case, 29608, which is, I wouldn't call it standard, but periodically the commission will docket a case like this to sort of lay out the spacing in an area. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go to your Exhibit L2, and based on the fact that the commission put this case on the docket, why don't you discuss Exhibit L2 and what your proposal is?
Sure. So Exhibit L2, this shows a proposed 1920 stand-up for sections 1, 12, and 13. And then we've had conversations with Oasis, about how they want to, their ideal development in this area and kind of fit the puzzle pieces together. And so, I believe that this is their ideal development of the sections to the south, sections 25, 26, and 27 would be a 1920 laydown, and then sections 34, 35, and 36 would be a 1920 laydown. Real challenging area with a river here.
Okay. Let's go on to Exhibit L3. Tell us what Exhibit L3 is.
Exhibit L3 is currently spaced as a 1280 single well stand-up unit. No Bakken wells have been drilled in either of those two sections. There's some existing Madison wells on 640s, but no Bakken wells. This is basically just showing, the challenges in developing 13 and 24 on a 1280 basis. All the surrounding land is owned by the United States, and also it's basically in the river bottom. So
Okay, let's go to L4.
L4's just a further depiction of that 1280. Shows the river on the slide in the bottom left corner. Shows some flooding activity. I believe back in 2011. So I mean, really just on the south part of 24. No suitable places to build a location. North side of 13, same story. I don't know how you would develop that as a 1280.
Okay, and then L5.
L5 shows some proposed surface locations for the proposed 1920 DSU of sections 112 and 13. In the north, that white circle is indicating where our existing Lippert 1280 well is drilled from, and would basically expand that pad to develop that 1920. That's really the only suitable location for us. From the north, to the west of that pad is some existing residences, and to the east is a pretty severe drop-off kind of into that river basin. And then also down in 30 and 31, somewhere around there is potential surface locations to develop those lay-down 1920s.
But those lay-down 1920s would not be developed by your company, it would be another company, is that correct?
Right, yeah, Grayson Mill doesn't have plans to develop those.
Okay. Does Grayson Mill even have any acreage in that area?
If we do, it's very minimal.
Okay. Let's go to L6 and just very briefly discuss that.
L6 is working interest for sections 1 and 12. Our existing Lippert unit, we have a 57.79% working interest. EOGS 28.36, Oasis 9.83, and others 4.02.
And Exhibit L7.
Exhibit L7 is the working interest in sections 13 and 24. Sections 13, Hermanog has a 25.84% working interest. Grayson Mill has a 14.12%. And then there's a whole list of other working interest owners. Section 24, we have an idea of the working interest parties. We don't know their interest. We don't have an interest in Section 24, so we don't have title for that.
And then let's go to Exhibit L8.
L8 would be the working interest for the proposed 1920 sections 112 and 13. Grayson Mill would have a 39.45% working interest with EOG at 18.9, Hermanog at 9.67, XTO 7.19, Oasis 6.55, and others at 18.24.
If the commission were to grant the request here for the 1,920 acre spacing unit, given the fact that Grayson Mill has less than a majority interest in that proposed 1920, would Grayson Mill have discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Sure.
Let's go back just for a moment to Exhibit L5.
Okay.
The obvious question, I think, given your Exhibit L5, is what happens to Section 24?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, I really don't know how we could develop that. And, you know, trying to shuffle the pieces around, you know, this was basically kind of the best alternative. You know, if Oasis doesn't develop these DSUs to the south as laydowns, and, you know, you're potentially stranding, you know, sections 27, section 34 down there. And so, you know, rather than strand 3 or 4 sections, this was an opportunity for us to, you know, drill down with 3-mile laterals and pick up 13.
So is it a fair statement, although Grayson Mill is attempting to develop all of the lands in the area, this is the best scenario they can come up with, and only leaving one section, section 24, undeveloped?
That's correct.
Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have for this witness.
Mr. Mann, did you have any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Any questions from commission staff?
Bush, on your Exhibit L2, you say that the proposed spacing allows for development of sections 13, 27, and 34, and that they're undevelopable under current 1,200-acre spacing. So aren't there currently Bakken wells in 27 and 34, 26 and 35, and 25 and 36?
Yeah, so 27 and 34 does have one existing Bakken well. You can see that location down in the very far southeast corner of section 34. But that area is extremely prone to flooding, and, you know, I don't know if the commission would even, you know, grant a permit at this point. I think it flooded, you know, really badly back in maybe 2011 or 2014. And I don't, you know, I don't want to speak for Oasis, but I don't know if they would see that as a potential drilling location in this time.
And on your Exhibit L3, you show that everything on here is owned by the U.S. except for a very small tract up in section, what, 7?
Yes.
So, and I'm just curious, isn't there farmland in section 13?
Yeah, it appears there is.
And is that owned by the federal government?
Our records indicate so. Perhaps there's a lease or something.
Do you know what the mineral interest is in section 24?
I have no idea. We don't have any title on 24 at all. Presumably, RIM has a you know, significant working interest.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Bender, do you have another witness? Or?
No, I do not.
And Mr. Mann, we can.
I need to call mine.
Oh, sure. Go ahead and call him in.
Greg, you there? You ready?
And do we have your witness on the line?
Yeah, he should be on.
Sorry, I can't even read my writing. Craig Stanson?
Greg Sandberg.
Sandberg. Whoop. All right. Mr. Sandberg, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Greg, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, and what capacity, and give us your business address?
Greg Sandberg, Oasis Petroleum. I'm a landman. The address is 1001 Fannin, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
Greg, have you previously testified as a landman before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And were your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, they were.
And are you familiar with, I guess, the land and sort of spacing issues associated with the lands in question in this case?
Yes, I am.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Sandberg be received as that of an expert in this case.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Greg, I think, let's start with, I guess, the locator map. If you can just identify the, I guess, the lands that the commission identified as being potentially impacted here.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at Exhibit L1 here, it's just a locator map showing sections 1, 12, 13, 24, 25, and 26 of Township 153 North, Range 102 West, shown there outlined in the red hash box.
Then let's go ahead and move on then to L2. What are you attempting to show on this exhibit?
Yeah, so L2 is a satellite view of the area, and so hopefully this will help answer some of the questions. This map layer here that's in yellow is BLM-owned surface, and so this is all surface that was condemned back in the 40s and the 50s for the Garrison Dam project. So there is very limited surface access, both because of the proximity to the river and because of this BLM-owned surface, or Corps of Engineers-owned surface, I apologize. So on this map, what I'm attempting to do is I'm showing the same land in the red hash box. The focus of this slide is really that section 24 that you guys were discussing previously. The yellow circle just shows section 24. The green circle is the idealized, general location of a 2-mile development for that section. And the orange circle is your generalized location for a 3-mile development. Shown there in that white circle is really the limited surface access from where we could possibly access section 24, be out of the river, be out of this Corps-owned surface. So we're kind of limited on how we can get there just based on the proximity to the river.
Sure. Let's move on to L3. If you can just kind of take us through what the spacing had previously looked like, and now, what it looks like, and what your proposal is for development.
Absolutely. So in the top left, you can see this is the original 1280 spacing, while there is a 3-mile original spacing in here. You can see there were some units that we consider stranded due to these surface access issues. There's just not a way to reach these spacing units from a safe surface location. You can see that we've gone in and played the game of Tetris here in the bottom right and tried to maximize the productivity of this area. With the longer laterals, we're able to reach some stuff we weren't able to do. And so this is the current spacing situation, shown in the blue being the underlying spacing, the red being the newer, longer lateral development, the green being Grayson Mills' proposed location, and then the yellow being our planned development strategy, which we presented when we spaced the north red boxes here just on the north side of the river. We presented this as our future spacing back in the January hearing as well.
Sure. And Greg, just briefly before we move on, there's a Madison well in section 24. Can you just maybe briefly explain why, with your evaluation, you determined that's not really a viable surface location?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. And this is the same, too. There was a question earlier on section 27 and 34, that surface location. And so if you look at L2, you can see that both those locations fall well within the core unsurfaced. So those areas not only are flood prone, they are also really limited access. I think the Corps would say, yeah, you can develop here, but in practicality, the chances of them allowing that is very, very low and would take a very long time to be able to access. So in both of these cases, these developments were prior to that tightening of restrictions by the Corps of Engineers.
Yeah. And then let's move on to L4 and maybe just kind of explain why, like another stand-up 3 mile wouldn't necessarily solve the issue.
Yeah, absolutely. So these are two just kind of, again, playing the game of Tetris here, trying to figure out how we get to Section 24 and develop it. I think it's in everyone's best interest to develop as efficiently as possible. And so we ran a lot of scenarios where we try to adjust our development strategy in order to reach this Section 24, not leave it there. Under the situations that we've run, these are the two most likely solutions to it. And what you can see is instead of leaving Section 24 undeveloped for the Bakken, we end up leaving two complete other sections undeveloped just due to the surface limitations. It's just because of that limited surface access, we've got to either drill west or drill north, and you can see our idealized development plan has 2 3-mile developments, where in this situation we end up with 1 3-mile, 1 2-mile, and then 2 undeveloped Bakken sections.
And just to confirm, so, I mean, Oasis plan and preferred development would be the two laid out 1920s consisting of 25, 26, 27, and then 34, 35, and 36?
Yes, that's correct.
I don't have any further questions for Mr. Sandberg. I'd offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Mr. Bender, did you have any questions for this witness?
No questions.
Any questions from commission staff?
Greg, on your exhibit L3, the bottom box you labeled current spacing, is that more appropriately labeled your desired spacing?
Yeah, it's an attempt to show the situation. The yellow laydowns are planned development, and as I mentioned, we brought the red spacing to the north of there to the commission back in January, and just to address those fears moving forward, that's something we get left. We did present these 2 laydown 1920s, and we do plan to bring these to hearing sometime in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, is anything further on this matter, Mr. Mann? Oh, I believe we have a hand up in the back.
If it's my turn to go, I'd like to testify.
Yes. You can go ahead and, can you give us your name and your place of business and occupation?
I'm John Patch, representing myself as a mineral owner.
And please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony that you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
John, will you also state where your minerals are located?
Yes. Yes. As I mentioned, my name is John Patch, and I'm a mineral owner in sections 12 and 13 of 153-102. I support the application by Grayson Mill to form a 1920-acre spacing unit to include section 13 with sections 1 and 12 and use the existing well pad on the higher ground that's located in section 1. As it stands, the existing 1280 acre spacing unit of sections 13 and 24 is entirely within the flood pool of Lake Sakakawea and has no availability of accommodating a well pad within or reasonably near the spacing unit. The proposal by Grayson Mill to dissolve the 1280 acre spacing unit in sections 13 and 24 and form a new 1920 acre spacing unit that will include section 13 with sections 1 and 12 will allow section 13, to be developed, whereas there's no hope of development as it currently stands.
That conclude your testimony?
Yes.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Bender?
Yeah, perhaps a quick question. John, do you know who the mineral owner is under 24?
I do not.
No further questions.
Any questions, Mr.
No
Matt?
questions.
Any questions from commission staff? Seeing none?
What effort would it take to inform us of the ownership in 24?
Probably a significant amount of title work unless, RIM had that information available, which I'm not sure if they do. I would think they would, at least for the Madison, since they operate in there.
Greg, do you have any title on 24?
I do not have any title on 24. I would concur with what was just said.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none? Thank you for your testimony. Anything further on this matter? All right. Seeing none? That will conclude the hearing in case number 29608. Moving on, case number 29483, application of Grayson Mill Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Elk Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, ND, says to create and establish 2 overlapping 2080 acre spacing units comprised of the west half of section 14 and all of sections 15, 16, and 17, and all of sections 20, 21, and 22, and the west half of section 23, township 151 north, range 102 west, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on each of the proposed overlapping 2080 acre spacing units and or such further relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing case 29483 on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating LLC. And we're going to have 3 witnesses in this matter. We'll just go through them as we go along here.
Sure. And your first witness
Yep.
is?
Bush, you want to state your full name for the record?
Yes, Bush Toma.
All right. Please raise your right hand yet again. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Right. And his testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Bush, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 29483. Let's skip the cover page and go to Exhibit L1. Can you briefly describe what's contained on L1?
Sure. Exhibit L1 is a layout of the existing spacing units in Township 151 North, 102 West. Sections 17 and 20 are a stand-up 1280. It's a Grayson Mill Energy operated Papineau Truss unit. Sections 16 and 24 are stand-up 1280. It's the Grayson Mill Lyle unit. The west half of 15 and 22 is a stand-up 640. It's the Shack unit, and then the east half of 15 and 22 is a Grayson Mill operated stand-up 640 Shack Trust, and then sections 14 and 23 are a stand-up 1280, and that's the Taylor unit.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit L2.
Exhibit L2 is the working interest ownership in sections 17 and 20. Grayson Mill has a 78.37% working interest.
And L3?
L3 is the working interest in sections 16 and 21. Grayson Mill has a 84.43% working interest.
And Exhibit L4?
L4 is the working interest in the west half of 15 and 22. Grayson Mill has 100% interest in that spacing unit.
And then Exhibit L5?
L5 is east half of 15 and 22. Grace Mill has a 90% working interest.
L6,
L6 is the working interest in 14 and 23. Grace Mill has a 72.22% interest.
and then let's go to L7.
So L7 would be the working interest in the proposed 2080 acre spacing unit. Grace Mill would have a 84.88% working interest.
And there may be some questions with respect to why only a portion of section 14 is being brought in. The engineering witness would better be able to address that question, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, let's go to exhibit L8.
L8 is the proposed 2080 acre spacing unit, sections 2021, 22, and the west half of the west half at 23. Grayson Mill has an 84.88% working interest.
And once again, if there's questions with respect to why that west half of 23 is being included, the engineering witness would better be equipped to answer that question.
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions of this witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Bush, it appears on L1, there's a mistake on that second line. It says existing 1,200 acre spacing unit consisting of sections 18 and 21. That should be 16 and 21.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to your next witness.
Mark, would you state your full name for the record, please, and spell your last name?
Yeah, Mark Washulewski. My last name is Washulewski.
Thank you, Mr. Washulewski. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Mark, by whom are you employed?
Grayson Mill Energy.
What capacity?
I'm an operations geologist.
And have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Mark, let's turn to Exhibit G1. Tell us what that is.
Well, Exhibit G1 is a upper lock and shale structure map with 25-foot contours, and you'll see over to the east of the sections in question. In section 14 is the type log of the project state 3214 well, and logs of that will be shown on next exhibit.
Okay, let's go to G2.
G2 is the logs over that project state 3214 well with gamma ray and resistivity. We'll be targeting the middle Bakken. That's about 31 feet thick.
No further questions of this witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to your next witness.
Okay. Nikki, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Nikki Nichols.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nichols. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Nikki, by whom are you employed?
By Grayson Mill Energy,
In what capacity?
a reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
And had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, it has.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Nikki, let's go to Exhibit E1 in the packet. Identify that exhibit for us, please, and then discuss what's contained upon it.
Sure. E1 is our proposed development pattern for the proposed 2080 spacing units. You can see in solid blue lines, those are existing wellbores, and then the dashed blue lines are proposed wellbores. You can also see that our proposed first take point for these lay-down laterals is about 400 feet into the lateral section.
Okay, and perhaps a logical question is what does your company plan on doing with respect to the existing wells if this application is granted and you're allowed to drill these lay-down spacing units?
We plan to continue producing and operating the existing wellbore.
And does Grayson Mill have any experience in this sort of development pattern where you have stand-up 1280s and you cross over those stand-ups with laydowns?
Not that I am aware of, but we are working with other operators in the area, continually learning as it seems that this is going to be a more interesting development pattern going forward. So we're sharing learning there with other operators.
Okay. And from what you know right now, you don't believe it's going to be a problem. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Okay. Let's go to E2. Tell me what E2 is.
E2 is demonstrating our planned development timing for the proposed units. You can see the northern portion of the proposed units is in our 2023 development plan. The southern portion is within our 3-year development window, and then you can see there are 3 additional 10,000-foot stand-up wells that are north-south, and those are in our 5-year development window. So we do still plan to develop the eastern portion of sections 24 and 23.
Okay, talk a little bit about, for me, Nikki, the fact that you've brought in the west half of 14 and the west half of 23. Why not exclude that from your proposed laydown spacing units and develop those, or that area with a spacing unit that's already existing, 14 and 23?
Sure, absolutely. And we have a further exhibit that talks specifically about capital efficiencies, and we can cover that in more detail later. But essentially, it's more efficient from an operational and capital perspective to extend those 8 laterals rather than drilling one additional north-south 10,000-foot lateral more on a one-off basis instead of just developing it with the rest of the proposed laydown.
Okay, then let's go to Exhibit E3, and I think this may have been the exhibit you just referenced a few moments ago, but tell us what that is and how it relates to your request for the laydowns.
Sure. So Exhibit E3 is our midstream takeaway, and you can see the solid light green. I know there's a lot of colors on this page. The light green solid lines are existing produced water and oil pipelines. The more teal color solid existing gas pipeline. You can see again our proposed development in those dashed blue lines. Those are our proposed laterals. So what we're trying to show here is that if we do the laydown development, there's no additional road construction that we're going to need. Minimal, if any, possibly no additional gas takeaway infrastructure is going to be necessary. Very minimal additional pipeline lay, if anything. And then the dashed green line you can see there is our proposed oil line, and those new pipelines are being proposed to be adjacent to already existing right-of-way. So what we're trying to demonstrate here is that there's already plenty of takeaway infrastructure in the area, and it'll be minimal new development there.
Okay, and then Exhibit E4.
E4 is our wellbore schematic. You can see this is the 16,000-foot plan lateral with 70 planned stages, the 3-string casing design with surface casing set at 2,200 feet.
And E5.
E5, the reservoir characteristics for the proposed 2080 spacing unit. The producing zone will be Middle Bakken. Development area is 2880. Net pay, we have 32 feet. Porosity is 7.5% on average, and water saturation is at 23%.
And E6.
E6 is single well economics. So you can see the first table here is reserve information. For Middle Bakken Reservoir, our projected initial rate is 1,495 barrels of oil per day. Oil EUR is 611,000 barrels. Gas EUR is just above 1 BCF and combined EUR of 904,000 barrels of oil equivalent. For the DSU gross well economics, these were running assuming $65 per barrel oil price and $3 per MCF gas. CapEx for all 8 wells is $80 million, so that's $10 million per well. Operating well cost, $9,690 per well per month. These wells are projected to have a 75% IRR and payout in 1.64 years.
And then E7.
E7 is a single well economics at the existing 1280 spacing. Just similar format, the reservoir here, Middle Bakken, initial rate for the existing proposal, which would be a 10,000-foot lateral, is 1,150 barrels of oil per day. EUR for oil is 405,000 barrels of oil. Gas is 655 million cubic feet of gas, and then combined EUR of 585,000 barrels of oil equivalent. DSU economics, again, run at $65 per barrel. Oil pricing, $3 per MCF. Gas pricing, CapEx here for 9 wells is $74.7 million, which is $8.3 million per well. The rate of return for these wells is 51%, and the payout is 1.92 years. So this is showing, just again talking about capital efficiencies, that we feel strongly that extending these laterals, gaining those operational efficiencies, yields better economics in this area than drilling just 10,000-foot laterals.
And let's turn next to E8, and I won't interrupt you because I think E8 and E9 kind of flow together well, so perhaps you could identify E8 and then go right into E9 after you've explained what's contained on E8.
Yes, absolutely. So E8, as I mentioned earlier, this is showing really the cost difference in drilling one additional 10,000-foot lateral north-south in the west half of sections 14 and 23. That would be $8.3 million versus our estimate to extend the 8 laterals approximately an additional 1,000 feet to capture those same reserves. In the laydown scenario is $3.4 million. So it's a cost savings of extending those laterals of $4.9 million, which is why we are proposing to include the west half of sections 14 and 23. And then going directly to Exhibit E9, building new pads to accommodate the proposed east-west development from a surface use perspective is neutral, in our opinion, compared to north-south development. And they have been accounted for in the well economics that we have shown previously for both scenarios.
And Nikki, it's my recollection that when this case was previously heard, we offered a gas capture affidavit. That's why there's none attached here. Is that also your understanding?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Nikki, in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
I have no further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Mickey, this is Bruce Hicks. Looking at your Exhibit E2 on your 2023 development, looks like those laterals are going to be out 3.5 miles. Have you had any experience drilling 3.5 mile laterals?
We are currently drilling a 3-mile lateral right now, and drilling is going very well, and we do have additional 3.5 mile laterals in our other plans, but right now we're currently drilling 3 miles and it's not yet gone further than that.
Okay, and you're pretty aggressive as far as the entry on the Bakken on the very west side of your spacing units. Do you think that that's going to have any torque or drag effects where you're not going to be able to get out to TD?
No, I do not think we do not anticipate any drilling issues.
And why is it a 5-year development plan on your 1280s? Are you waiting for higher oil prices, or what's the deal with that?
Those wells, as I showed, the 10,000-foot well economics are not as strong as the 15,000-foot or 3-mile plus lateral. And we have just where it stacks out in our remaining inventory and other development plans. It's in our 5-year window. But again, they are good economics to do intend to develop.
Okay, thank you.
Nikki, on your exhibit E1,
Yes.
when you presented this development scenario the first time, you had one pad on the west and two on the east. Why the difference?
That changed, I believe, from surface and midstream perspective. Just operationally looking at our options here, I think we decided that this was more optimal.
On your exhibit E3, as you alluded to, the colors are somewhat difficult. So the line that cuts diagonally across the southwest of 20, is that a gas line?
Yes.
And the east-west line on the south side of the section lines as it depicted here, that's a gas line also?
Yes, it is.
How many frac stages would you have in a 1,280 acre spacing unit well?
I believe right now our current design ranges in stage count between 40 and 60.
40 to 60?
Yes, sir.
And how many frac stages, on exhibit E8, how many frac stages would you have in that additional 8,000 feet of lateral that you're gonna drill?
I believe that's 2 additional stages.
So there'd be 2 stages in the west half of 14 and 23?
I believe so, yes.
So 16 stages versus 40 to 60, you think you're gonna recover the same amount of oil?
I think the oil recovery will be similar, and especially given the capital efficiencies, that is, again, what we think is the most optimal way to develop.
I mean, these are somewhat irregular size space units. You wanna take in the west half, what if another operator wants to come in and take the west half? I mean, where does the commission cut this off?
I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Nikki, on your exhibit E8, the completion costs that you factored in for the laterals, whether it's the 10,000 foot lateral or adding the 1,000 to the 8, did you include like a post completion clean out workover?
Yes, that is included.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29483. The time is just about 3:40 here. Why don't we take a 10-minute break as we swap in attorneys?
Well, good seeing you.
We're back on the record. Case number 29609, application of Yellowstone River Beef Inc. for a formal hearing on Grayson Mill Operating LLC applications for permits to drill the Williston 25-36F2H, Williston 25-36F3H, Williston 25-36F4H, Williston 25-36F5H, Williston 25-36F6H, and the Williston 30-31F1H, located in Section 19, Township 154 North, Range 100 West, Williams County, ND, pursuant to NDCC Section 3808-11-4. Would all interested parties please come forward?
Derek Broughton with Broughton Law Firm, appearing on behalf of Yellowstone River Beef Inc. in case number 29609.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating LLC.
Thank you. Mr. Broughton, this is your application. I see you had a couple of witnesses, Shane Bofto and Trevor Abel. Are they calling in, or?
That's correct. I'm planning to call Trevor Abel, and then Mr. Bofto will be on deck in case there's any questions for him, but I'm not intending to call him unless there are.
And is he on the line now, or?
Mr. Abel is on the line now.
Mr. Abel, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Abel, can you state and spell your name, please?
It's Trevor, Trevor, Abel, Abell.
And what is your position with Yellowstone River Beef Inc.?
I am the owner and president.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about Yellowstone River Beef as a business and what you do?
Yeah, we are a beef harvest and processing facility. We focus on high-end Wagyu beef and Angus, and we ship mainly overseas to higher-end markets in Japan, China, Singapore, and Malaysia. But mainly our beef processing facility is what we go by.
And do you have any plans for expansion or growth of the business going forward?
Yeah, we do have that. We've had plans for expansion, basically in between the properties, north towards the Grayson Mill facility. Recently, we did receive some grants for that expansion, and we're slowly working, putting our plans on the ground to make that happen.
And what was the source of the grants you got for that expansion?
The source is through the USDA, the state of North Dakota Ag Department, actually on those grants.
Okay.
Not USDA, rather, just the state of North Dakota.
Okay. And can you tell us in general terms what Yellowstone's concerns are with respect to the proposed well site from Grayson?
Sure. Yeah, there's multiple concerns we have. Basically, I guess the first one, we're concerned about the well pad layout, which originally had the flare and stormwater drain very close to the property boundary. The second concern would be the traffic and access to our business during construction. We're kind of on a dead-end road, and in essence, we are at the end of that road, and the construction will basically be in between us and the city. And then, customer access and trucks and all that kind of stuff for accessibility. And then we also have concerns about the fugitive emissions and, how are they going to affect our employees, and also how the emissions and traffic noise will impact the quality of the beef that we're processing. Many people don't realize, but, there's a lot of stress to cattle when it comes to noise and sight and things like that, and then it releases cortisol, which significantly impacts the quality of the meat, and particularly that's particularly true in Wagyu and high-end beef. You see that effect in those type of animals as well.
And Mr. Abel, you had also indicated the concern over the traffic during construction on the road and the dead end. I just want to clarify that you have sort of a storefront where you do sales out of the food processing facility.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. We're going to take a look at our first exhibit today, Mr. Abel. And it's exhibit number 1. We're going to pass those around for everyone. Do you have a copy of that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Mr. Abel, do you recognize exhibit number 1?
Yes, I do.
And is this a plat map of the facility that was given to the city of Williston during the proceedings in front of the city of Williston?
Yes, it is.
And if we turn to the third page of the exhibit, if you look at the southeast corner of the well pad, there's a designation for 8-inch storm drain with valve and riprap. Is that the location of the storm drain that Yellowstone had concerns about?
Yes, that is.
And just below that, we see a line that indicates section line as well as indicated as a property line. Is that the property line between Yellowstone and the Grayson facility?
That is correct, yeah.
And then if we go to the last page of the exhibit, there's a sort of a line with dots along the line coming down on the east side of the facility, then west, then back up a ways with 3 points coming out of it. Is it your understanding that that represents the flare stack for the facility?
Yeah, that's correct. That is my understanding.
And that was also one of the concerns that Yellowstone had at the time that this matter was also in front of the Williston Board of Adjustments?
Yes, that was one of our concerns at that time.
We're going to look at our second exhibit, Mr. Abel, exhibit number 2.
Derek, if you do have a lot of exhibits, if you wouldn't mind passing them all out at once, I think it'd be a little faster.
Sure. Mr. Abel, do you have a copy of exhibit number 2 in front of you?
I do.
And is this a copy of the concerns that Yellowstone actually submitted to the Williston City Board of Adjustment?
Yes, it is.
And does this document accurately describe and summarize the concerns that Yellowstone had at the time that Williston was assessing the permit that was in front of the Board of Adjustment?
Yes.
And did the Williston Board of Adjustment do anything to address the concerns about the well pad that you raised there?
It required, I believe, some fencing, slats, and trees to be planted. But other than that, we were told to address our concerns to the North Dakota Industrial Commission.
I'm going to have you now look at exhibit number 4. Do you have a copy of exhibit number 4 in front of you, Mr. Abel?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what this is?
Yeah, this is the minutes and decision from the Williston Board of Adjustment.
And you indicated that the Williston Board of Adjustment had advised you that your concerns were more appropriate to take up with the North Dakota Industrial Commission. Was that right?
That's correct.
And is that why you filed the petition for hearing in front of this agency?
Yes.
Have you attempted, or have you continued to communicate with an attempt to resolve these concerns with Grayson Mill?
We have attempted, yes.
Okay, and have you made any progress in that regard?
Yeah, I'd say there's been some progress.
Right. I'm going to have you take a look at exhibit number 5. Can you tell us your understanding of what we're looking at here with exhibit number 5, Mr. Abel?
Yeah, my understanding is that this is the most recent plat map on which Grayson indicated that it would move the flare stack and stormwater drain to accommodate some of our concerns.
And is your preferred location, at least with respect to the conversations you've had with Grayson, is it your preference that the flare stack and the stormwater drain be located and approved by the commission as represented on exhibit number 5?
Yeah, I think ultimately we would like the commission to confirm that this new layout is in fact the final layout for the construction of the pad. And I guess furthermore, you know, I guess go ahead.
Okay. So in addition to or other than the request for the commission to confirm some of these adjustments made to the locations on the pad, specifically for the flare stack and the stormwater drain, is there anything else Yellowstone is asking for at this hearing?
I mean, I think ultimately with, you know, this has kind of been my stance all along, but I mean, I feel like we need more time so we can gather more information and to really take this into effect and what effects it's going to have on our business. You know, I'm not opposed to oil and gas, you know, production. It's something I do agree with. I think what concerns me is the proximity of, and this has been my concern the whole time, is the proximity of, you know, fracking and all of that happens on this particular site in vicinity to a food processing facility. I think we need to take a serious look at what we're doing, because I think there are some effects and negativity that will affect our site, and I don't want to rush into having this happen and this, you know, backtracking and having to look at the effects that it's had on our business.
And
ultimately,
is Yellowstone doing any kind of research or data gathering or analysis at this time toward those ends?
Yes. In fact, we have looked at sampling the air quality, and we are basically we're looking at the fugitive emissions and looking at some testing that some consultants have worked with us on, and so we're going to be looking into, you know, around sites in Williston that have similar exchanges that as we will have here. Some being Grayson Wells and others not being Grayson Wells, but some in town that have very close proximity, and we're going to be seeing, you know, what kind of results we have on these similar wells that are very, very close proximity to the other businesses, and in some cases, you know, in other parts of town there.
And I'll have you take a look, Mr. Abel, at exhibit number 7 now. Do you have that in front of you?
I do, yep.
And is this a copy of the air emission sampling plan that the consultants developed for you to gather and do the additional research on how this location might impact the business?
Yes, it is.
And are you asking the commission to grant some additional time for this sampling to occur prior to finalizing this permit proceeding?
Yeah, yes, that's what I'm asking.
Okay. No further questions for this witness.
Mr. Mann, any questions for this witness?
Just briefly, Mr. Abel, how long have you owned Yellowstone River beef?
Since 2019.
And did you move it to that location in 2019? The current location, excuse me?
We didn't. I mean, we started the business as far as we purchased a facility there.
And is it your understanding that the location is in an area that is zoned heavy industrial by the city of Williston?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that the city of Williston, with a special permitted use, allows well pads to be located in the heavy industrial use zoned areas?
Yeah, I'm aware of that as long as it's not a nuisance to the neighbor.
I have no further questions.
Your Honor, we're going to rest. That is all the evidence and testimony that we intend to submit today.
Any questions from commission staff for this witness?
Trevor, this is Bruce Hicks. You were talking about additional time necessary to conduct the air sampling pursuant to your Exhibit 7. What kind of time frame are you looking for?
Mr. Hicks, I might offer, we do have Shane Bofto on hold. He is the one that developed the report. He might have a better idea than either Mr. Abel or I what the timeline would be for gathering these. If you'd like me to call him, I can do that.
I guess I would like to know if Trevor knows the answer to that.
Sure. You can go ahead.
From discussion with our consultant, I mean, something like this to get what we need, it's going to be probably 6 to 8 months. I think is the goal to have something more solid to really look at basically the testing that we're going to want to do, and then have the time to develop and to look into this to make us feel better about what things are looking like.
And one thing I can add to that is that part of it is that they're using organic vapor monitors that are put up, and they need to be out for a certain amount of time to catch fugitive emissions because they are sporadic and not something that is a constant flow. So it's partly that.
Trevor, are there any guidelines or requirements that the Department of, or DEQ, Department of Environmental Quality, would have on type of sampling?
On that regard, I would I would probably revert back to our consultant just again because he's got a lot more detail than I would have on that topic. That's why we hired him.
Certainly air quality and air monitoring isn't under our jurisdiction. The DEQ does have jurisdiction over like H2S and dispersion models as far as flare stacks go. Has Yellowstone contacted that department to find out what their regulations are and if they could be of service to them?
Mr. Hicks, I can answer that because Mr. Abel wouldn't have all this information, but we did submit open records requests to the DEQ for all of their testing and air emissions testing and reporting with respect to Grayson's wells within the Williston city limits. And other than some, what I think are mechanical generators running out by the airport that are subject to, I can't remember what section of the NSPS, they did not have any kind of regular testing or monitoring for air quality from the DEQ that we could get.
And my question wasn't only if they had information on the quality of air in the area, it was their expertise or regulation on emissions. Did they indicate to Yellowstone that they would have jurisdiction over that?
They, I guess we haven't asked, is the candid answer.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Did you want to call your next witness, or
No, I don't think so. We'll rest.
we will Move on to Mr. Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Bush Thoma will be my first witness.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Bush, can I have you state your name for the record?
Bush Toma,
And who do you work for, Bush?
Grayson Mill Energy,
And what is your position with Grayson Mill?
Senior Regulatory Advisor.
And have you previously testified before this commission?
I have.
Okay. In primarily land-related matters?
Correct.
And are you familiar with the permits that are at issue in this case and the associated, I guess, spacing and development issues that go along with these permits?
I am.
Mr. Examiner, I move the testimony of Mr. Thoma be received as that of an expert in the land-related issues.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Bush, why don't we just start with what we've got identified as Exhibit A2? Can you take us through that exhibit and just kind of provide the commission with some context as to, you know, how we ended up with this particular surface location?
Sure. Yeah, Exhibit A2 is basically a depiction of the area of the existing 1,280 acre spacing unit, and shows a satellite view of that spacing unit. And the spacing unit's outlined by the red box. You can see kind of to the north there, that's basically the southern most part of the city of Williston, and then south of that there's a levee that kind of cuts across from the southwest to the northeast of Section 25 there, and everything south of that is the river, the Missouri River, and then to the east of this, not shown, but is where the Little Muddy comes in, and you can see our proposed location there right at the northeast part of the DSU. There's some vacant land just north of Yellowstone River Beef, and so we're, you know, basically chose that location because it was essentially the only open area that you know, where we could develop the rest of this DSU. Everything is you know, pretty much occupied to the north, and so we just, you know, basically try to get as close as we could to the DSU to minimize our step outs, and you know, really just try to get the best development here.
Is there any ability to drill from the south?
No, it's a river channel.
Okay. Let's move on to the next exhibit, A3.
Yeah, so A3, in the slide to the right, it you know, basically shows a bit more of a zoomed out view. You can see the river there to the south. All the land highlighted in green is Army Corps of Engineer land. It's you know, not only is it in the floodplain, but just in general, developing on United States surface is you know, extremely difficult, if at all possible. And so you can see that, you know, 95% of the DSU is you know, USA land. There's some Williams County land to the east. But if you look at you know, the picture on the left part of the slide, you know, it shows a bit more of a zoomed in view. You've got our proposed location, Yellowstone River Beach to the south. You know, everything to the west, city of Williston, that's a water treatment or similar facility over there. North of where our proposed pad, there is a tract of land that's undeveloped. But Continental Resources has an agreement with that landowner that's been recorded with Williams County, and so we were unable to develop, any further, put our pad location any further north than where we have it proposed.
Go ahead and move on to A4.
A4 is just another overview of plan development. We've got 5 wells that are infill wells. They're going to be drilled in the Williston 1280 DSU in 25 and 36, and then we've got one proposed section line well on the in between sections 25 and 36 and 30 and 31. And I think it's worth noting that the section line well is a federal well. There's federal minerals down in the southwestern quarter of section 31, and so we obtained a federal permit, approved federal permit, and so the BLM is reviewed all of our plans and surface location, and they're okay with everything. So,
Bush, in your opinion, I guess, is the surface location for these wells located where it's at because essentially it has to be?
yes, you're correct. There's really, we picked this one apart, and this was pretty much the only place that was suitable to develop that DSU.
And without a suitable location to drill the wells, obviously, then section 25 and 36 wouldn't get developed.
Right. And I think it's actually also worth noting, it's not on any of these slides, but the state of North Dakota has a significant royalty interest in section 36 and the DSU in general. The Department of Trust Lands will have a 10% royalty interest in this DSU, and so I think it's in the public's interest to try and get this developed.
I don't have any further questions at this time for Mr. Thelma. I'd offer the exhibits, I guess A1 through A4. A1, it's a cover sheet, I mean, not really an exhibit, but if you, Mr. Examiner wants to include it, that's fine.
Sure. So just A1 through A4, was it?
Correct.
The exhibits are admitted. Let's see, Mr. Broughton, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do, and Your Honor, I apologize for doing this out of order, but I missed it before I finished. I would like to move for admission of Yellowstone's exhibits 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7.
And those exhibits are admitted as well.
Sir, did you have any conversations with Continental about the possibility of locating a pad north on the vacant land to the north of the current proposed location?
I did not.
Did anyone at Grayson have conversations with Continental about that?
I'm not sure.
Well, how do you know that Continental has an agreement on the parcel to the north?
It's recorded in the Williams County records memorandum of surface use agreement.
And the surface use agreement gives them the right to put a pad on that property?
I haven't examined it in full detail, but I assume that's what it's for.
Does Continental have an interest in the unit that Grayson is proposing to develop with the Williston Central wells?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. Actually, I think they do.
Have you had any conversations with Continental about jointly developing the unit?
No, not to my knowledge.
If we look at Exhibit A2, the well pad from which these wells will be drilled is outside of the unit that is being produced, correct?
That's correct.
Up above the location that's at issue here, there are depictions of some wells with laterals going to the east. Do you see what I'm referring to?
I do.
Is that a representation of a laydown unit with wells that are gonna be drilled to the east from up on that parcel?
I think those are existing wells that were, yeah, drilled from the east, and those are the bottom hole locations.
Do you know who drilled those wells?
I think it's Continental.
And is it your understanding that that is the terminus of the wellbore represented on this diagram?
Yes.
So Continental's not gonna put a well pad there?
No, I don't think that's, correct. I'm not looking at the full picture here, but they operate to the north. They also operate this DSU directly to the east, section 30 and 31, or they've filed or were issued an order by the commission, to form a 1920 to develop 30 and 31. And then section 6 in that township to the south. And so, I think they could probably do a bunch of different things, either develop, their DSUs to the east, or also develop that 1920 consistent of sections 30, 31, and 6. So, I hate to speculate on what they would use that pad for, but, I think they have a lot of options there.
You had to negotiate with a landowner with respect to putting the pad in the current location too, though, right?
Yes, it was, I wasn't involved in any of the negotiations.
But Grayson doesn't own that parcel of property itself that's putting the pad on?
No.
So Grayson hasn't explored with Continental the possibility of using the further north parcel for development of the DSU?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, I don't have any more questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
Any questions from commission staff for this witness?
Bush, who owns the surface where your pad is to be located?
J. Keller Enterprises? J.R. Keller Enterprises?
And do you have an executed services agreement with them?
We do.
Thank you.
Butch, your site, your proposed location, how many acres is that?
It's just over 10 is that tract of land that it's situated on. As far as the disturbance, it's probably listed on one of these plats somewhere, but yeah, I'm not 100% certain, but I would say, 6-7 acres.
Have you looked at, well, let me back up, the acreage of Continental's surface agreement just north of you, how many acres is that, do you know?
That's a roughly 20 acre tract.
And you've got a location, the Wolston 2536 1H, just to the west, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any way that you could expand that location?
No, we explored that. We're pretty much handcuffed on the west. And really the east too, there's a power line and some other infrastructure that runs up on the east side. And it's a, pretty small pad. If it was, any bigger, if there was a possibility to develop from that pad, we, would have gone that route first.
I noticed that on your proposal, you have the tank battery located on the same as the well site, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any way to remotely locate that tank battery somewhere else?
I'm not sure.
Was that explored to possibly utilize the tank battery to the west or some other location?
I think we probably did look at it, and it was just the economics and, there's probably a variety of factors that played into us proposing it, how we have it proposed.
Okay, we would want you to supplement the record just to indicate what the economics would be to relocate that and the possibility of where it might be.
Sure.
The other thing I am wondering about is, it doesn't sound like you know a whole lot about the agreement that Continental has to the north. I realize it's off-site, it's not on your spacing unit, but it would be nice to have a supplement just outlining what it is. I assume that you are partners with Continental in the area. It sounds like you are in this proposal on these permits. So it would be nice to have a little more background on what it is to the north, and if it's possible to co-locate on it. I mean, maybe you could put your battery on that location, rather than, maybe not the wells, but maybe you could move the production facilities over there.
Yeah, sure. I think we can supplement with, what knowledge we have of the agreement. I think we did try to negotiate an agreement with that landowner that Continental has an agreement without any luck, so.
But just because Continental has an agreement with the landowner doesn't mean that they wouldn't be willing to negotiate something with you, right?
Yeah, perhaps they would.
Yellowstone indicated that they wanted the commission to require that the location of the stormwater and the flares are pursuant to, I guess, your latest proposal. And that was on exhibit, the third page of exhibit, Yellowstone's exhibit 1. Does Grayson Mill have any issue with those contingencies if we were to locate it there?
No.
I guess it's not page 3 either, is it?
Exhibit 5.
Yeah, that's our current submitted plan to the commission, and probably mentioned in our best management practices
Yeah,
letter.
it was on exhibit 5, excuse me. So as far as exhibit 5 goes, that's your current proposal, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Bush, would you be the appropriate person, or will a subsequent witness be able to address what the effect of a 6 to 8 month time lag would be if we were to prevent development for that period of time that was requested?
I can say that definitely doesn't fit our development plan, and we would strongly wish that the commission can make a quick decision on this. We filed these permits back in April. Yellowstone River has been aware of this for quite some time now, probably shortly after those permits were filed. They've had quite a bit of time to, analyze the air quality and all that. We're ready to move forward with these. We're trying to get our pad built, before the winter and get this developed.
So your timing for your plans, as they said, would be to construct before freeze?
Yes.
And then what's your timing for spud or drilling of the wells?
Early 23.
Okay, thank you.
So, Butch, do you have any expiring leases?
No expiring leases. We just contracted a third rig, and so, we're looking for a place for it to go, and speeding up our development plan, and so, this is coming up shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to your next witness.
Tori Simoneski.
Ms. Simoneski, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Tori, can I have you state your name for the record? Maybe just spell it.
Yep, Victoria Simoneski. Simoneski is SIEMIENIEWSKI.
And Tori, who do you work for?
I work for Grayson Mill.
And what's your position with Grayson Mill?
I'm a senior regulatory advisor.
Okay. And what, in your role as a senior regulatory advisory, what are some of your duties related to, these permits?
I would work on the permits, both BLM and NDIC permits for submittal, and making sure the appropriate documents are submitted with them.
Okay. And were you the one primarily tasked with handling filing of these permits and then working with the city of Williston on the permits?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and start with your exhibit number A5? And if you can just, it'd be helpful if you kind of walk us through the location and just the area in general of your proposed well pad for these wells.
Sure. So A5 shows specifically the zoning that the city has. So it's an M2 industrial area, as we talked about. This well pad is proposed directly across from the city resource recovery facility. And so I worked with the city on getting a special permitted use. And they only allow well pads in either heavy industrial or agricultural areas, just because they want to make sure it makes sense with their uses, of course. We were able to satisfy all their items, and none of this area is zoned for retail, although, Yellowstone's been able to have a non-conforming use for their retail space. So we've been working closely with city officials since March of 2022, and in April we've started working with Yellowstone River Beef on addressing any of their concerns. And in May we were granted unanimous approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then we also were protested, and so we went to the City Commission in June, and they confirmed the approval as well. And then I've also included some other exhibits, C and D, which I won't get into details unless we need to, but those would be the recorded findings of the SPU and the letter to the city, kind of outlining how we're addressing Yellowstone's concerns and our conversations we've had with them. Our well pad is located in the ETJ.
Sure. And Tori, I guess I should clarify. It's your understanding that that this commission, the North Dakota Industrial Commission, is the regulatory body with authority to address drilling and spacing, and is the one with the authority to dictate, the location of well pads. But as a good neighbor, you're always working with the political subdivisions, in this case, the city of Williston, to ensure, that you're addressing any concerns that they may have.
That's correct.
Okay, so you agreed to go through that process and secure the permit?
Correct.
Let's move on to A6.
Okay, so A6 is just showing some surrounding facilities. So you can see our proposed well pad there. And then number 1 on this map is our existing 1H well pad. It was constructed in 2009, and we've had no complaints from Yellowstone on that pad since we became neighbors in 2019. And it was also stated at the city commission meeting that the city, being our neighbors both from the north and the south, that they had no complaints, that we were good neighbors. Number 2 on the map, 2A and 2B are both part of the City Water Resource Recovery Facility. A1, which is directly across from Yellowstone River Beef's facility, is they call it their cake storage. So it's kind of an open building where they have long-term biosolid storage. And then, 2B has various buildings that make up the rest of their recovery facility. And then number 3, A and B depicts Yellowstone's property. 3A is a junkyard with abandoned trailers and RVs and cars. And then 3B is their actual beef facility, and they have a small retail store in there.
Tori, is that the BNSF Railroad, are those active tracks that have train traffic going through?
That's correct.
Okay. What is that, quarter mile from Yellowstone Beef, or how far is that?
I'd say approximately.
Okay. And then, before we move on, maybe from this exhibit, it's probably easiest on this exhibit. There was maybe some concerns about traffic. Have you communicated and worked with the city with respect to truck traffic?
Yes, we have. So we have, on the well pads that are located this close to the city, we get together with the city engineer 2 weeks prior to starting construction, and our civil team will drive the route with the city engineer or one of his representatives, and they'll take pictures and document the road in prior condition. And then throughout our development phase, we are required to maintain that road, do any dust control that's needed, and so then they would drive the road post-development activities and make sure that the road was put together back to the city's standards.
Okay. And you've got 12th Street East marked on here. Will the truck traffic be coming from the north and then going south?
Correct, yep. So the trucks would come down 12th, and then our well pad actually has 2 approaches proposed, and that's so our trucks can enter our well pad using one approach and exit the well pad using the second approach. They also would have a second option if that ever got congested, to use our single well pad to turn around. So we wouldn't be going further south than our single well pad, which wouldn't be impacting Yellowstone River Beef's facility. We wouldn't be going as south as their facility for our truck traffic.
So your trucks won't be coming from the west heading easterly. They won't be crossing, the Yellowstone Beef right across from them.
That's correct. We have a very specific route that the city would like us to use, and we plan to do that.
Let's move on then to the next exhibit, A7. And I think a lot of this has probably already been addressed, but if you can kind of walk us through sort of the pad layout and what you've done, what you've agreed to and committed to with the commission.
Sure. So this is showing our well pad production layout, and so we've at each steps of this, we've worked on addressing Yellowstone's concerns. We added slatting to our perimeter fencing. We offered up doing rows of evergreens. So those were 2 pieces. And then we've also communicated out their business hours to our staff, trying to avoid, if we can, impacting any of those times they're working. And then the other 2 things that were kind of mentioned earlier is we have already moved that stormwater valve on our plans to the northeast corner. It was originally on the southeast, and the flare was also relocated from the south to the north. And this well pad production layout has already been filed and approved by the BLM with our permits. It's been communicated to the city in supplemented and approved through them as well. They don't have any concerns. And we've also provided it to the permitting manager of NDIC to supplement the permits that were originally submitted. So we've already made those commitments, and this is our planned production layout that we're committed to.
Sure. And Exhibit B, I think, is that the letter that you're referencing that you sent to Mr. Holwiger, the permit manager for the commission?
That's correct.
And that details the BMPs you're talking about and what you've committed to with respect to this surface location?
Yes.
Here.
Let's go ahead and move on to A8.
Okay, this is just showing the proposed route, as we understand it, for our contract with Crestwood. They are gathering our crude, gas, and water, produced water, from the location via pipeline prior to the wells coming online.
So you're not going to be trucking any well, gas, or water, it's going to be piped, that's...
We don't have any plans to do any trucking off this location.
And Tori, there was some discussion with Bush and commission staff with respect to timing. You would oppose any delay, correct?
That's correct. We'd like to build the well pad this fall as soon as we're issued permits. And I mean, it's the time frame we've committed and communicated to all the stakeholders that we've been working with, BLM, the city. So we all feel like it's all the optimal time to do it. Delaying it, even 6 months, we could run into spring breakup, and that becomes more challenging for construction and tracking activities for the city.
And you have, I guess, contracts in place or secured work for this location that is due to start as soon as the permits are issued?
I'm not certain if the contracts are fully secured, but I know that our civil gentleman is probably working on it, since we'd like to build it right away,
Sure.
if he hasn't had them already.
If there's delay, are there financial impacts to Grayson Mill?
Absolutely. If we run into, building in the middle of winter, obviously it's gonna be more costly each month we get delayed into the winter.
I have no further questions for Ms. Simoneski at this point. I'd offer A4 through A8 and the associated, I guess, exhibits at the end that go with those slides.
Sure. Exhibits A4 through A8, and then the associated exhibits at the end that go with those slides are admitted. Mr. Broughton, do you have any cross?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Examiner. If you constructed the location, meaning stripping topsoil, laying gravel, and so forth, what would be your timeline for being able to still make decisions to adjust the location of the tanks?
I'm not sure how our facilities team plans, like what their timing is related to civil construction.
Okay.
We typically like to do it at, around the same time, but.
Can I have you look at Exhibit A8, please? Is the truck traffic, well, I think there's a better one. Sorry, I'm going to grab a different picture here. Let's look at Exhibit A6, please. Is it your understanding that during construction, the truck traffic is going to come south on 12th Street?
Yes.
And are you aware that that's the only access into and out of the Yellowstone facility?
I don't agree with that. There's actually access out to the west. It's not a dead-end road. I mean, it dead ends at the core property, but if you follow and you go west on that other road that's shown, it, goes past some other cord pads, and then you pop out across the railroad tracks. I've driven it.
So could Grayson use that as the access to construct the location rather than coming south down 12th Street?
The city would prefer, and it's what we've committed to with the city, to come east on 18, I always get them confused, 1804, and then come down 12th Street, turn around at our pad and go north. But we're not allowed to go, at this point, from our commitments that we plan to, do with the city, we're not allowed to come in from the west. So your retail traffic could come, from the west to the city and down and use that road.
How would we let the customers know to do that? Do you have any ideas?
There could be some road signs set up, routing them around.
Do you know approximately how much truck traffic there will be during the pad construction process?
In our application, we set a max of 90 to 120 trucks. We would like to have a lower amount, but we have road restrictions that we must meet with the city, and that's what we put in our application to the city.
So that would be 90 to 100 trucks per day.
120 trucks, per day for a short period of time.
And approximately what is the period of time that amount of truck traffic would be coming down the access road toward Yellowstone?
I'm not sure. I think it's mainly during our completion operations and then when we're graveling the pad, but I didn't bring those timelines today.
What's the total timeline for construction of the well pad?
30 days is what I was told. I guess 30 days is our average pad construction. This one is, there's not much topography, so it may be shorter.
And is the 30 days just to construct the pad itself and not to actually locate and construct the facilities, or is that pad and facilities?
I think it's just the civil portion.
Okay, and the civil portion, you mean essentially the dirt work?
Yes.
Okay. You had indicated that you have contractors under contract, is that right?
I'm not sure if we have the civil contracts signed and executed.
Okay, but the civil contracts would just be for doing the dirt work on the pad, right?
That's correct.
Are you on a rig schedule right now for a rig to come in on those locations?
Do we have this one on our rig schedule? We
Right.
do.
And what's the rig time?
I think the date I gave was the first well would spud on February 28th. Is our current date.
I apologize, you probably covered this, but is the plan to use the same rig to spud all 6 wells sequentially while it's there?
I'm not sure if they're going to use a separate spud rig and then bring in the big rig. Right now it's shown on our big rig schedule.
Okay.
I don't think we have a separate spud rig schedule that I've ever seen. We kind of, our drilling engineer picks when to use that and what locations.
But would it be fair to say that once the actual drilling rig is on location, that all 6 wells will be drilled sequentially at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Was it your position that Grayson does not have to obtain any permits from the city of Williston?
NDIC has the jurisdiction to issue us permits and oversees our compliance. However, Grayson Mill is gonna wanna work with the city and make sure we're being a good citizen and a good neighbor and a good company. So we chose to go through with the SPU process, and we plan to, do all the commitments we made to them.
And was one of the requests or requirements from the city to put up slatting in the fence and plant trees in the boundary?
It did get recorded in the SPU as a condition of the SPU. However, it was something that we offered up, that we were happy to commit to, and then they recorded it as the record.
And they refer to that as their standard green slat and tree buffer, is that right?
They typically, if they're going to do some sort of shielding, they'll ask for evergreens and potentially slatting.
Okay. No further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner.
Any questions from commission staff?
Tori, the fence and the evergreens, are those proposals contained in any of the exhibits that we have in front of us?
They are, I don't believe they're in any of the exhibits, but they're committed to in the other, well, excuse me, Exhibit C, I believe we talk about them, but they aren't shown on the plats.
So they're discussed in there.
I believe so. They are for sure on the recorded permit with the city, which is Exhibit D. They require them. And we do talk about, in Exhibit B, our letter, our best management practice letter that we sent to Todd as part of the permitting manager. We do talk that we've made these commitments to the city and we plan to honor those commitments and address any concerns the city may have in the future.
So those trees are gonna be located, I assume, on the south side,
That's correct.
and south side only?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Tori, I was looking at Exhibit A8, and you're showing the Crestwood gathering line that will come in to your location. The pad that you have listed, Williston East, that's your Williston 1H well, correct?
That's correct.
And that's where I was asking questions, if you could co-locate, a central tank battery over there instead of the battery where you're proposing it. When I pulled up production on that well, it's never been connected to a gas line. Have you had any conversations with Crestwood to connect that one while you're connecting this one?
I don't have any knowledge of those conversations. I didn't realize it wasn't connected, so we'll definitely take that back to the team.
Okay, I would like for you to supplement the record on any conversations that you would have with them. The well's produced 355,000 barrels of oil already, but it appears that it's still a fairly good well, so a fair amount of gas is being flared out there. Thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, you can move on to your next witness, Mr. Mann.
Dusty Grossluck?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dusty, can I have you state your name and spell it for the record?
Dusty Grossluck, Grosulak.
And Dusty, who do you work for?
Grayson Mill,
And what's your position with Grayson Mill?
EHS and Regulatory Manager.
Okay. And in your role as EHS and regulatory manager, have you been involved with the permitting issues associated with these wells?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Why don't we just go ahead and move into your Exhibit A9? And can you just initially kind of walk us through what Grayson Mill has agreed to do with respect to this location from an EHS standpoint?
Yes, so as Tori and Bush both mentioned, we've been in contact with Yellowstone River Beef since March or April of this year. We want to be a good neighbor. We've offered up touring our facilities, including drilling, completions, production operations, so they can see how we maintain our well pads through the life cycle. We've offered them, to show them our stormwater management SOP and all of that, just to try to educate them on how we conduct our business.
Okay. Then let's move on to A10. Let's kind of walk through some of the, I guess, regulations that you're subject to. And Mr. Hicks alluded to earlier that, DEQ is really the entity that's responsible for, has jurisdiction over, some of these air quality issues that have been brought up to to date, but if you can kind of touch on some of those issues with this exhibit?
Correct, yes. So, North Dakota Department of Environmental Quality oversees the air quality regulations for the oil and gas industry. Once a well is drilled and completed, per the NDEQ's requirement, we have to submit an air registration for those wells within 90 days, which we follow that. We conduct our leak detection and repair inspections with an optical gas imaging camera on a semi-annual basis. We conduct auditory, visual, and olfactory inspections on a monthly basis, as well as spill control, prevention and countermeasures inspections on a monthly basis as well. All of those inspections are done by the same folks that work in my team. We have a strong relationship with the DEQ. We're in constant contact with them on, you know, our development plans, both upstream and midstream. And we have a good relationship with both them and working with our NDIC field inspectors and the Bismarck office as well.
I have no further questions for Mr. Grosluck, and I'd offer I believe it's 9 and 10. 11, I guess, is not much of an exhibit, but we can include that.
You were offering A, 9, and 10, was it?
And 11.
A, 9, 10, and 11 will be admitted. And that was that all your questions for this witness? Sorry, I was,
At this time, yes, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
Mr. Broughton, any cross-examination?
Does Grayson intend to comply with all of the rules and regulations listed on Exhibit A10?
Yes, we do.
Has Grayson ever had any violations of those specific rules or regulations with respect to its locations within the Williston city limits?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you have knowledge sufficient to know for certain whether or not Grayson has any violations for its wells?
With DEQ?
For any of the permits or rules that are referenced on Exhibit A10, specifically the EPA SPCC rules, DEQ EPA air rules, EPA DEQ stormwater rules, and NDIC well permitting and producing rules?
I'm not aware of any violations.
Would you be aware of
Yes,
violations?
I would.
I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner.
Any questions from commission staff?
I guess I should ask Tori, but do you know when the evergreens are gonna be planted?
That's a good question. Depending on when we get the pad built, you know, I don't know if, I'm not a tree expert by any means, but, you know, our civil team will work with a contractor on the best time to plant them. I don't know if fall, right before winter freeze up is the best time to plant them or not, but they'll be planted as soon as possible.
And watered, I hope?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dusty, what size of trees are you gonna plant? We've run into this in the past. It's everything from sticks to 3 or 4 feet high. What are you committing to?
I think on our other pads, we've done 6 to 7 foot high evergreens, somewhere in there, I believe, is what the plan is. Somewhere in there, 4 to 5 foot, I guess.
And is Grayson Mill going to be responsible for watering them?
Yes.
Okay. The SCADA system that you're talking about, you indicated that it has 24-hour supervision, remote monitoring equipment on it. What type of monitoring is it? Does it send out signals in case of an accident? Does it call up numbers, or does it automatically shut down equipment?
So it'll do both. It'll do call-outs and shut down equipment if needed. So it monitors tank levels. It monitors pressures on your vessels, and then also any pressure on the wells as well. So it does a call-out to the lease operator, and then they have to respond or acknowledge it, or it'll shut in at a certain point, like a high.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, Any further witnesses, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
Before we quit, I do have a question for Trevor I'd like to ask him.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Trevor, I was looking at an exhibit that Grayson Mill had, and maybe you don't have these, but I think you're going to be able to answer it.
Oh, before you ask this question, actually, I don't think Trevor is sworn in, so I can swear him in before.
He testified already.
Oh, sorry.
He
I
was
had
my
that
primary
confused.
witness.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Exhibit A6 was offered by Grayson Mill, and on it, when I look at the location of the Williston H pad, it's in very close proximity to your Yellowstone River beef facility. In fact, it appears, eyeballing it, that it's closer than this proposal here. In testimony or in cross-examination, you indicated that you took over or moved this facility into this facility in, was it 2019?
Yes, that's correct.
And that pad was built in January of 2010. That's when the well came on production, and it's been flaring ever since. So you located that close to that pad, evidently without concerns about the air quality at that time. What has changed? I mean, why are you so concerned now?
I think when you multiply anything by 6 and put it even closer, I mean, it's close, but it's also going to be closer to our new cattle pen. And then I might add that, they've mentioned there's a tow company, I guess, that we run a little section of land, but they're going to be moving. And so we're going to be expanding towards all of that to the north. But to answer your question, that's kind of why we need more time, actually, too, is so we can continue to study start those tests and then continue to study what that's going to do. And as well, when you multiply anything by 6, I think you're going to have different results. I mean, no question.
But one thing to keep in mind is that the Williston 1H well that I talked about that was completed in 2010, it never captured any of the gas. They might have used some on site, but the majority, almost all of the gas produced was actually flared. Whereas in the case that they're proposing, they're going to capture that gas.
That's not really my department to know kind of how they're doing that, but I mean, that's not my expertise, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
To comment.
Actually, one more question while Trevor's on the line again. There was some discussion about the traffic into and out of your, call it your storefront or your local premises there. Do you have a rough customer count? How many entities frequent that site during the, say, a 30-day period?
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to do, as far as volume goes, 200,000 to 300,000 a year in business. As far as, it really depends on the time of year, and as far as, just, it could just be a holiday, just daily. There's anywhere from, I'd say, 10 to 50, that could visit. And I guess to answer the question too, and yeah, there is another access point. It isn't a dead end road, but it may as well be a dead end road just based on how far somebody would have to travel to get to us from that other entrance point, which is, the midway basically bar is where that comes in, or you got to go kind of a little goat trail underneath a railroad trestle that's a little sketchy in a point there. But 95% of the people that are visiting are coming from, that Phoenix Sports 12th Avenue there. So that's ultimately the main artery to the city for us. So if you're, advising for our customers, I think somebody mentioned previously that would be an option. I don't think it's a realistic option to think that that's going to be a good alternative to any of that.
So I think you answered essentially the.
Sorry, yeah,
the
a little bit too
rough,
much there, but
that's fine. The rough count would be somewhere between 10 and 50 potentially during say a 30-day window
no, a day, roughly per day there.
per day. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none? Mr.
Mr.
Broughton?
Examiner, may I ask one question? Mr. Abel, what's your understanding of how long the food processing facility has been there?
Yeah, so it was an existing USDA facility when we purchased in 19, and I believe it was built in the 70s, so pre-existing any city expansion and any of the zoning that may have happened after that. It was there well before that, I believe. I don't know the exact date that the city moved out there, but that's when they started.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay. We do have the supplements, that what kind of timeline would you need for supplementing the record?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
When's
2 weeks should be sufficient amount of time.
we'll probably, if we get them in before, then we
Preferably
can
sooner.
close the record.
Yeah.
So 2 weeks, sorry, I don't have my calendar in front of me, would be October 13th. Okay, so we will leave the record open
And,
until.
yeah, and Mr. Examiner, to the extent we're able to get those secured and filed sooner, we will and would request that, the record be closed once we file them. There are some timing issues associated with these permits and constructability issues that go along with that, so we'll make every effort to get them as soon as possible and request that the record be closed as soon as that they are.
And Mr. Examiner, I would make a request that I just don't know what's going to come in at this point. And so I request that we have at least an opportunity to submit anything in response. Recognizing the timeline, though, what I'd say is if we could have 2 days, and then if Grayson submits prior to that 2-week deadline and gets things in early and lets us know, then that can kick off our 2 days early as well.
Any objection to that, Mr. Mann?
I mean, I don't think it's necessary, Mr. Examiner, but, to the extent that, that you'll allow it, I would request it be limited to 2 days.
Sure. And we will give an additional 2 days after any, whatever period you have when you have the supplement, just inform Mr. Broughton and the commission.
Thank you.
All right, anything further in this matter, Mr. Broughton?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
All right. And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29609. Moving on. Case number 29289, application of Foundation Energy Management LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the bicentennial Bakken Pool to authorize the recompletion and production of 1 vertical well and 2 horizontal wells in a 640-acre spacing unit consisting of the Section 28, Township 144 North, Range 103 West, Golden Valley County, ND, and for such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to October. And that will conclude today's hearings. The romantic case was combined with the first case. Which one? Oh, sure. That will not conclude today's hearing. We have one more case. My mistake. That's case number 2950. Are we still on the record? Case number 29504. Application of Mackenzie Energy Partners LLC for an order pursuant to NDAC 43020388.1, authorizing saltwater disposal into the Dakota Group in the Doll 1 saltwater disposal well, Lot 4, Section 19, Township 148 North, Range 98 West, Haystack Butte Field, Mackenzie County, ND, pursuant to NDAC Chapter 430205, and such other relief as is appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward? will note that no parties have come forward and no attorneys are here. Are there any comments from the commission?
This case was remanded. There was a letter of opposition from an adjoining landowner. That opposition letter will be part of the record in this, and those concerns will be addressed in the findings of the order.
Anything further? That will conclude the hearing in case number 29504.